Stefan, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family.
Hello, and thanks for joining us for Consumer Confidential. I'm Vicki Nguyen. We are inching towards summer, and that means it's time to start planning that summer getaway. And you won't be alone. The TSA says airline passenger numbers are soaring, almost back to pre-pandemic levels, with more than 2 million flyers on most days. But be prepared to pay up. The surge in demand and rising oil prices have pushed airfares up 40% since January. According to AAA, the average cost for a regular gallon of gas is $4.12. Compare that to a year ago when it was $2.89 for a gallon. And rising food costs are also taking a piece out of our budgets. The average household now spends about $327 more per month to cover the soaring costs of everyday necessities, from gas to groceries. But no need to let inflation stop your family vacation, according to financial expert Winnie Sun.
You know, you want to look at, there's still areas where you can go to, drive to, and perhaps just don't get on a plane since, you know, airline prices continue to get higher. But do you know, if you do a little smart planning with points and miles, there's a lot that you can do without really breaking your budget.
That's why for the next 25 minutes, we're going to help you get through it. From amusement park hacks to whether you should fly or drive. We'll even talk about what it's like to take a cruise these days. But first, to guide us through the state of travel, Samantha Brown. She has traversed the world for decades. She joins us now with what we need to know about traveling. It is such a pleasure to have you here.
It is great to be here. Let's talk travel.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something you know a lot about. So after 2 years of us being cooped up, I know I'm absolutely ready to get out, see some sights. You're on the road all the time. Let's start just with masking. What are you seeing from that perspective? What's the latest on the guidelines? Planes, trains, buses?
So planes, obviously we know in public transportation and even planes, a mask mandate has ended for passengers as well as crew, but not airports. Airports get to dictate what they want. So right now we're even seeing like JFK, New York, LAX, Los Angeles, they're not dropping their mask mandates. Even stores, you'll see signs up, we prefer that you wear a mask.
Right.
So my advice is bring masks. You may need them, you may want them.
Yeah, absolutely. What about the idea that there's just so many places in the world to go? Where are you seeing people gravitating to the most?
Gosh, the United States of America. You know, we began it in 2020 and people just continually dial down on our amazing country, especially, of course, Americans. So the entire eastern seaboard, the West Coast, Colorado is a massive hot destination. Really, the only destinations that aren't hot right now, Vicki, are major cities. You know, for the leisure traveler, they just haven't come back. Major cities get international travelers, a lot of business travelers, and that travel has not yet returned.
Okay, we know every good trip starts with planning, right? So what's the best way to set a destination and sort of plan out an itinerary so you can have a successful trip and a good time?
So I love this because I talk to a lot of moms out there. We're the travel planners, right? Right now, what's dictating where people are going is simply, can we afford it, right? The affordability. And these walls are now closing in, especially for summer. So a great tactic is to sign up for cheap fare alerts. I love websites like airfarewatchdog.com, skyscanner.com. I sign up for an alert, I plug in my departing airport, and then every single week, and sometimes 3 weeks, every three times a week, sorry, I am sent the cheapest departures leaving from my airport. So now I have a whole list, Vicki, that I can work from that is
on budget
and available.
Oh, I love that. Okay, that's a really great hack. I want to say, full disclosure, my parents and I, we are Samantha Brown super fans. Like, my mom actually owns your luggage, the bag with the little carry-on attached together.
It's my system.
We have loved you and followed you for years, and you're such an expert here. So let's talk about what are your hacks for packing and making sure you don't leave anything behind and that it's hassle-free.
Okay, so my best travel packing hack right now, bring old shoes. All your old sneakers, never throw those away or even donate. Bring them, pack them, use them, then leave them them at your destination.
Oh my gosh.
Shoes take up way too much room in your luggage. Now you've got space back to bring things from your travel. So that's my #1 packing hack. For being prepared for the airport or any type of travel, food. Okay, I know road trips, everyone brings food, but even for the airport, I'm seeing very, very long lines for restaurants, for food. Maybe you can't sit down and get a meal, and that plane doesn't feed you anymore.
Right.
We know that if our kids don't eat and if moms don't eat, it's over.
Everybody's
right?
super hangry.
Everyone.
It's
So
not fun.
Bring a picnic lunch is what I say to the airport. Pack food.
That is so smart. The old shoes, fascinating.
Old shoes.
Just don't take pictures from
Exactly.
don't
No
show the
one
old
cares
shoes in the
about your
photos.
shoes. Exactly.
I love it. Okay, well, we know the airlines have been struggling sort of to get back to normal. Staffing levels are low. We're seeing a lot of cancellations. You add on the crazy weather, and people are getting stranded at airports. Are there things that we can do ahead of our trip so that we don't end up in that kind of situation?
Well, you can't really avoid canceled flights. No one has that crystal ball, but there are flights that tend to leave better than others, and that is your first flight out.
Okay.
That 6 a.m. flight, 6:30 a.m. flight, it is so painful getting up at 3:30 and 4 a.m., but it is absolutely worth it. Those planes leave. Why? Because that plane has come in the night before, so you already have your plane, you hopefully have the crew, and you depart before all the weather, all the other delays, all delays happening on the East Coast or the West Coast meets the East Coast happen. You are en route. And those are now still the cheapest flights to get. They may still have availability on those 6 a.m. flights. So you're doing well. If you get a first flight out and direct, you're doing good with travel.
You just got to wake up the kids and get them on board.
My kids would always go in their pajamas. They loved it. Just roll out of bed, put on the shoes, the old sneakers.
The old sneakers that we're going to leave behind.
We're going to leave behind and have, replacements. But yeah, exactly.
Genius. Okay, so with so much happening right now, do you think people should invest extra in travel insurance? I mean, it's so expensive to travel to begin with, but is it worth it to get that extra insurance?
Well, it depends. I think if you're spending a lot of money and people are making these really big once-in-a-lifetime trips because they haven't been able to travel for years, they're bringing their parents, their kids, that's a lot of money. So the way I look at it as this is an investment, and travel insurance protects that investment if it's a lot of money. If you are going overseas, absolutely, especially get medical coverage. Understand that our own health insurance here in the United States provides little to no coverage overseas. You will want that. And so it's just, again, protecting your investment, looking forward to the trip, and knowing you're in good hands if something goes wrong.
I could talk to you forever.
I know.
The
Let's
one
do
and
it.
only Samantha Brown, thank you so much. Well, now that we've gotten all those great tips for how to plan and carry out a vacation, what about whether you should fly or drive? Questions you want to ask before you head out. Plus, RVing is more popular than ever. But trust me, it is definitely not like driving a regular car. Hit the road with me as I go to RV school for a driving lesson, and later on, amusement parks. Big time, hot destination right now. The secrets to saving money and packing it all in. Much more when Consumer Confidential returns.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
If you're planning on hitting the road this summer, finding ways to save some money is always welcome news, especially with record high gas prices. As we talked about earlier, AAA says the average cost for a regular gallon of gas is $4.12. That's actually up more than 40% from just a year ago. Joining us now is Paula Twydale. She's a senior vice president for travel at AAA. She's going to help us navigate our summer road trip. Paula, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in. So gas prices at these record levels, we haven't seen them like this before. It's really hurting all of us in our pocketbook. What are some ways that you can save if you're planning to do a road trip this summer?
Well, anyone that's planning a road trip or wherever they're going, we say plan early. Planning is critical, knowing the distances you're going, look at times, tolls if you're on the road, stops that you may want to make, and certainly what you're going to spend.
And AAA has talked about filling up at the beginning of the week. It can be cheaper in different locations, like you want to find in town versus right off the freeway. That can be a way to save money as well. What about if you are on the fence between flying and driving? You know, you're not just thinking of the price of the plane ticket, right? What are some other things to consider and factor into your budget?
Sure, great question. Really, it's about doing the math. You have to figure out what is the distance I'm going to travel, how much discretionary time do I have to plan my vacation. So do you want to be spending your time on the road at the front end of your vacation, the back end driving, if it's maybe 8 or 12 hours of the day? So the distance comes into play, and really how many people are traveling. So if 2 people, yourself and a significant other, are going to travel, you may want to fly because you can afford that plane ticket when you're planning early to get the best rate. However, if you're going to drive, you might be losing those 12 or 15 hours in the car, and then you're going to plan on stops and any ancillary costs that you may incur if you're going to overnight in a hotel. And understanding too, there are parking fees that come into play. So what's happening when you get to that hotel and you incur parking fees?
Let's talk about rentals and car rentals, because there's major sticker shock out there. We were planning a trip to the West Coast and thought we would just rent a car, and instead decided, you know what, it makes more sense to take a ride share, like an Uber or a Lyft from the airport to our destination, because we don't really need a car for the whole time that we're traveling. So what do people need to know on different ways to save on car rentals, or maybe not even renting a car?
Well, first of all, knowing the personal circumstances, right? If you're in a resort area or with family, you may not need a rental car when you get to your destination. But if you do, you would want to really consider the off-airport locations as well in the local area, in the community. They're usually less expensive, number one, because they're not paying those airport taxes. Right. So that's first.
So you get to the airport and then you take a ride share to an off-airport location to pick up a car.
And sometimes the locations have pickup services too. So weigh those differences out, and maybe you're going to rent a car. But in the case of yourself, where you're going to be stationary and attractions or restaurants or things are all in walking distance, you're not going to really need to rent a car. A ride share is a good option. But if you do need to rent a car, do it ahead of time. Plan so that you have the inventory available, making sure you have the selection of the price. And if you have an option, pay in advance, because you can save about 20% off your bill. I've seen a $100 difference between pay now at time of booking versus pay at the counter. So you have more choice, because there will be shortages this year. More people are traveling this summer. 52% of Americans have already made their plans for the summer.
Great advice. Thank you so much for coming in and joining us, Paula.
Thank you so much.
Well, speaking of hitting the road, RVing really became popular during the pandemic. And if you are thinking about going on your own cross-country adventure, just remember, driving an RV, it is not like driving a car. They are big, they're heavy, and if you don't know what you're doing, they can be dangerous. To show you what to expect, I went to driving school.
Time to hit the open road. And with a recreational vehicle, it's a comfortable and even luxurious way to see the country. RVs are so popular right now, one major rental company reports sales are up 38% from the previous year. But some RVs are more than 40 feet long, 13 feet tall, and weigh more than 40,000 pounds, making them even bigger and heavier than a school bus.
And that's why they say before you drive one of these recreational vehicles, you need some specialty training. That's what I'm doing here in Texas in this parking lot, where they've set up these orange cones and a little driving course. And you know what? I'm going to crush it.
My instructor, Tim Armstrong, with the RV Driving School. He has 25 years of experience as a professional semi-truck driver and RV instructor. Our vehicle, this massive motorhome that sleeps 4, has a full kitchen, bathroom, and even a washer and dryer. A true home away from home, loaned to us by the National Indoor RV Centers.
So before we get behind the wheel, what do we have to do?
We're going to do a safety check.
Okay.
We're going to walk around, make sure all our hatches are closed. We have air in the tires. There's nothing underneath that could cause us a problem. And check the front and the back to make sure those areas are clear.
Time to get into the driver's seat, but first, a minor wardrobe change.
You had me change out of my flip-flops to wear these shoes. Why was that important?
We always want a solid shoe to drive because I want you to have a firm control of the brake and the gas.
Okay, here we go.
Next, I get situated.
Before we can drive, we have to have everything set up for you.
That means adjust the seat so you can reach the pedals and see above the dashboard. Make sure you can reach the steering wheel and your arms are relaxed. And fine-tune the all-important mirrors so you can see what's beside you while you're turning.
Mirrors and these size coaches, that's your very best friend.
We are all adjusted. How do I put this thing into gear?
First off, put your foot on the brake.
Got it.
On the left side, there's a little panel that says DNR. Press D for drive. That yellow knob up on the dash, that is your parking brake.
Push the brake?
Yep.
Ooh, that's satisfying.
Finally, we're ready to roll.
I'm just gonna move a couple inches and then grab on with the brakes.
That's air brakes, so
Okay.
they tend to grab a little quicker.
Yeah, they do.
Tim says those brakes are sensitive for a reason. Vehicles this size need 450 feet to come to a full stop from highway speeds.
A lot of weight you're trying to bring to a stop.
Now that I know how to stop it, I learned how to park it, which was harder than I thought.
Whoops. We're going backwards and we should be going forwards. I've drifted way over. I feel like I'm gonna run over that cone.
Fortunately, I only took out a few parking cones.
Then run over those front ones?
Oh yeah, they're gone.
But soon I straighten it out.
Look at that, right down the cone.
Bam! Oh yeah.
Relying on my mirrors and backup camera to ease into my parking spaces.
Getting the hang of it. Boom. Done.
Tim says most crashes occur at less than 5 miles an hour while parking, which is why you should leave a buffer from the curb. And he says beginners should get out of the vehicle to double check.
So we look here, we've got 3 feet of clearance yet. The way yours is set up, you're perfect.
Now for the real test, the driving course.
Boy, this thing is very different from driving a car. Holy smokes.
And on my very first turn, I hopped the curb.
Okay.
Gotta watch
wow,
out.
what
Watch
was that?
little mirror.
Now watch from our GoPro mounted on the RV. Oops. While I did hit a few bumps,
Found the curve again.
I found that curve.
I finally turned a corner.
There you go. Turn it quickly. You got it.
Oh yeah.
I learned my lesson. Cruising in an RV can be a great way to see the country, but only with the proper training.
Oops. All right, well, driving the RV was fun, but it was exhausting. It really took total concentration. The RV driving school charges $590 for individual 2-day lessons. What you just watched was mostly what's covered in the first day. Some of the lessons we didn't go over: how to enter and exit an off-ramp, how to stop at high speeds, how to get through those toll booths, and also, don't forget, pumping your gas. That's even different with an RV, and it certainly emphasizes why this kind of training is important if you're going to get behind the wheel of a large, heavy vehicle. All right, so are you ready to go cruising? A look at what you need to know before you hit the high seas, and later learn the tricks of the trade to make the most out of your next visit to an amusement park. From the must-do rides and foods to try, corn dog and Dole Whip obvi, to tips to save you money, you are watching Consumer Confidential.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together. Oh, I'm so happy.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Allie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
If you wanted to set sail over the past 2 years, you know it was nearly impossible. The cruise industry was hit hard by COVID challenges. But get your flip-flops and swimsuits ready. Cruise lines are making a big comeback. They're promising a safe experience for travelers, and demand is through the roof. Here to tell us what to expect is Colleen McDaniel. She's the editor-in-chief of Cruise Critic. Colleen, welcome. Thanks so much. First, let's talk about what do people need to know about cruise travel right now in the pandemic? What are the safety precautions that are being taken?
You bet. So really over the past 2 years, the cruise industry has made a slow comeback. In the first year, there wasn't really a whole lot in the way of cruising. But since about a year ago, it's really made the comeback. There isn't really a general protocol in place that all the cruise lines share, but you can count on the fact that they're all going to be really similar because they were worked on with the CDC. One thing that is a real commonality among all the cruise lines is vaccination. So any adult who is eligible to be vaccinated will need to be vaccinated, and all crew on board cruise ships are vaccinated. Likewise, we're seeing testing across the board. So in order to get on a cruise ship, you do have to produce a negative COVID test. Now, masking has been one of those things that's a little bit back and forth. We've seen the same thing on land. Sometimes you need them, sometimes you don't. Some cruise lines still require them. Most cruise lines still require them for crew. And then we also have medical facilities on board in case there is a COVID breakout or COVID cases on board. And we're also seeing some contact tracing. So all these things are really designed to keep passengers, the crew, and even the people in the destinations that the cruise lines visit safe.
Testing, vaccination, of course, quarantine if people do get sick on board the cruise. So where are people going? What are some of the great destinations we should keep an eye on?
Well, right now, Alaska is so hot. Alaska is one of those destinations that for a lot of people, it's really a dream vacation. Over the last 2 years, people weren't really able to visit. There was a partial cruise season to Alaska last year, but this is really going to be the first year that it's kicking off full steam. As a matter of fact, the first ships are just getting there now, and you can get there on those big cruise ships, on a luxury ship, or even an expedition ship. Also, we're seeing a lot of interest in those expedition routes. So places like the Galapagos and Antarctica are super hot. As a matter of fact, this Antarctica season, which really begins in that November time period, is looking to be the biggest Antarctica season ever. Also, if you can believe it, people are loving world cruises, which they started about 120 days and beyond. This is lots of time at sea, but the cool thing is you really see the whole world on these world cruises. We've been hearing that they've been selling out within 24 hours, so people are really anxious. That pent-up demand is there, and they're ready to get out on the road.
Yeah, after being in your house, now you're ready to see the world and be on the water for 120 days. Last question for you, quickly, talk to us about how do we find deals? Because obviously things cost so much more right now.
Yeah, and I talked about high demand. That is actually the case with cruising right now. We are not seeing a lot in the way of deals because the demand is so high. Now, that said, you always can look for a last minute deal, and that's really a deal under 90 days or so out. You might find a little bit of a discount on your cruise. The caveat is you might not get the cabin you want on the ship you want, and maybe not even exactly the destination that you want to visit. So do be aware of that. Instead, what you might want to look for are additional perks. And this is fairly common from the cruise lines, where they give you things like free Wi-Fi, free beverage packages, even included gratuities. So it's a great way, and ultimately, it might actually save you more than a discount off your fare.
Okay, fantastic tips. Colleen McDaniel, thank you so much. Well, families love amusement parks, but they can be pricey. Next up, ways to save and how to maximize your next outing. Consumer Confidential is coming right back.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Amusement parks are a big attraction, and while COVID slowed down business and even closed some of the parks, they are looking to bounce back. In 2019, the top 20 theme parks in North America combined saw more than 151 million visitors. And while the parks are fun, they can certainly be pricey. The average American spent about $700 on admissions and fees in 2019. So to make the most out of your next visit, theme park expert Nikita Medalist is here with helpful hacks and ways to save you some money. Nikita, thanks for joining us. These are important questions, especially for families. Let's start with the big ticket item, pun intended, park tickets. They're so expensive. Between that and the hotel room, it feels like you've already spent a fortune before you get to the park. So how do people save on these basic costs?
Well, the first thing I always recommend is just to set a realistic budget. And once you have that budget, then go to the discounted theme park ticket websites. They usually have a partnership with some of the theme parks. Also, authorized vacation planners where you can scoop up that theme park ticket with your hotels all into one package. And they can also find deals for you directly from the parks with their relationships with the park at no additional cost to you.
What about the theme park affiliated hotels? Usually they're pricier than the other options that are nearby, but are they worth it?
They can be worth it if you are staying with a theme park hotel that's owned and operated by the theme park. Then definitely the perks of getting into the park early to start your day, getting free transportation can help. But if you are more of a budget-friendly family, then I recommend using some of the affiliate hotels that also offer free shuttle, but you may not be able to get into the park early, but you'll be able to still get your transportation. Sometimes they offer free breakfast. So definitely do not forget about those offerings.
Okay, yeah, those are good perks. So we spent the money on the tickets, we've picked our hotel. How do we make the most of our time when we're at the park?
Before you even get there, listen to me. You have to plan. You have to know what your must-do rides and attractions are. And then many of the theme parks have things like apps that you can download to get familiar with all of the offerings there. You can book your reservations through there. You can see the wait times. And do not be that person who gets the app right at the park. You don't want to do that. You want to get familiar with the app before you get there, but definitely get there early. Know what you want to ride. That way, once you get all your rides done, you can go watch a parade, watch a show, or go back on some of your must-do attractions.
I love that. So download the app, spend time getting familiar with it, and you have to kind of have a game plan, right? What do you think about the ideal amount of time to spend at a theme park? Whether you're traveling like as a group of adults, it might be different than if you've got little ones.
Yes, if you have little ones, then you know that they have to have their nap time. They have to stay on their schedule. So if you do have little ones, I do recommend that you get there still early and then go back to your hotel room to kind of take a break, make sure they can fuel up, and then come back. And then if you are an adult going with a group of adults or a solo traveler and you love theme parks, then I could say that about 6 to 10 hours is good for an adult going to the parks. If you are a big family and this is your big vacation, then you might as well do the whole day. Most of the parks are open for 12 hours. You get there in the morning, like I said, take a break at your hotel, come back in the evening and catch all the evening shows and just close out the park.
Yeah, I love that. Maximize your time. Okay, before I let you go, tell me about the hottest attractions for visitors this summer and the food. What do people need to know about, like, trying to get, like, the foods that are so good?
Well, I'll start with the food because I love the food part. Well, when I go to resorts or theme parks like Universal Orlando Resort, I like to first stop off at the Voodoo Donut. That's kind of like my little thing I like to do. But when I'm in the park, I love to get a crepe from the Central Park Creperie. And if you are a Harry Potter fan, and even if you're not, you still have to get that famous butterbeer, no matter how you want to take it. I like mine hot and sometimes ice cream, but if you are a true classic person, then you have to get that butterbeer. When I'm at Epcot, I'm getting the avocado margarita. That's just my adult take. As far as ride, Hagrid's Magical Creatures Motorbike Adventure at Universal and Star Wars Rise of the Resistance at Disney. Absolutely incredible attractions.
You're making us want to go. Nikita, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We should also mention NBC News and Universal are owned by the same parent company. All right, everyone, that is our time for now. For all of us here at NBC News, I'm Vicki Nguyen. Be sure to join me for another edition of Consumer Confidential right here on Today All Day. Until next time, happy travels.
How does it feel being an Olympic champion?
It feels great. I mean, it's a goal that I've wanted to accomplish for my entire life. Something that I didn't, of course I always wanted to accomplish it, but something that part of me figured that it might not happen, but it was always just a lofty goal, and I just wanted to try to do my best to get as close as possible to it. So, really feels fulfilling.
You said part of you thought it might not happen. Why? Why not?
Skating's competitive. I mean, the level of skating is tremendous, and over the course of my career, it's always it's never been, super easy. A lot of the athletes are all very, very strong, and it's always just been very high competition. So I'm just fortunate enough everything sort of lined for me to make it to where I made it.
I don't want to talk anymore about the first Olympic experience in the fall. Yeah, I know you're sick of talking about it as well.
Okay.
But how did that propel you to victory in Beijing?
I think that in my mind, 2018 was kind of like the one shot that I had. And I didn't really think that 2022 was really much possible. I thought the competition would get too intense and that the athletes, the level of figure skating would jump even more and I wouldn't be able to keep up. So I'm really fortunate, I was still able to keep up with the field.
A lot of folks at the time I was there in China, they were writing about Nathan's chance at redemption. Do you feel redeemed?
I don't necessarily feel like I feel redeemed. I think the journey that I've taken throughout my skating career has been the steps that I needed to get to where I wanted to go. So I don't feel like necessarily that 2018 was the turning point or anything for me. It was just the next step in my journey and something that, taught me a lot, helped me get the knowledge and the know-how to push through the next 4 years and make it to the Olympics and, achieve the goals that I wanted.
What's been the best part of being an Olympic gold medalist?
It's been amazing. I think, internally, of course, being able to accomplish a goal and being able to recognize how much help and how lucky you are to achieve that goal is just very fulfilling and really makes it worth it, I guess. And understanding, all the sacrifices and ups and downs throughout the career has all culminated into something that everyone in your team has really, really wanted. But beyond that, nothing really else has changed. It's just, the joy of knowing that you've accomplished a goal and then trying to take a step back, appreciate everything you have, and then take the next step forward to figure out what's next.
All of the Olympians that I've talked to, there's been a common thread. They've all talked about the support of their family and their friends and how that's really helped them achieve as well. I would assume that's the same for you.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. Certainly would not be possible to get where I, currently am without the support of my family, friends, my coaches, my team. There's a lot of people behind me that are not in the in the present or not, in the forefront of my career, but, helping me get there.
Talk to me about your mom and her support and what that's meant, what that's meant to you.
She's very inspiring, coming from China to a place where she didn't speak the language, trying to sort of understand the culture and be an American essentially, while at the same time raising 5 kids, hopping around from city to city for my dad's education and trying to support him as much as she could, as well as trying to give all her kids as many opportunities as she could. She's definitely put a lot of time and effort into helping me get to my goals, and yeah, really just none of this would be possible without her drive and her ambition and, you know, just her know-how and just her work ethic.
When you were a kid, who inspired you? Who inspired Nathan Chen?
I think I was a pretty impressionable kid growing up, and so I kind of felt like, not necessarily I had to, but it was very easy for me to sort of mimic what the people around me were doing, and that was certainly my brother. And he was, you know, anything that he was interested, I kind of was interested in too. When it was, you know, music, it was music, and guitar, it was guitar, and then, you know, he started going off and doing his own thing, and I couldn't keep up with him. But everyone in my family, you know, has done really cool things in their lives academically and extracurricular activities. They've all done very cool things, so they've all inspired me a lot and helped me, you know, stay grounded and stay focused on skating.
Who inspires you now?
That's a good question. You know, same with the same as before. You know, I think my siblings do still do inspire me a lot. Everyone has done really incredible things with their lives. You know, my brother's in aerospace and working as an engineer. My older sister's, you know, doing amazing things with Apple. The other sister has started her own company and the company is doing tremendously right now, using CRISPR and, you know, just next gen technology, scientific technology. So it's really cool to be able to see that. My other brother's, you know, finance, living his life, doing. Living a very fulfilled life. So all these different, you know, and they all live so differently. So it's really cool to be able to see what brings them joy, and all of them are doing things that bring them joy. So, you know, it's definitely very inspiring to me.
None of the Chen children ended up being bums. Not one.
Yeah,
you're all high achievers.
Definitely.
Why do you think that is?
I think it's from coming from, you know, an immigrant family and having parents that were very work oriented. That highly prioritize our academics and our education, and just setting high goals for ourselves, and never really wanting to settle. We didn't come from much, you know. We didn't really have, we weren't the wealthiest family. So I think being able to learn how to be economical with our decisions, as well as understanding where we need to put our energy and our money and our resources in order to try to, you know, hopefully make the best investment out of our decisions. And I think that has all played out well for all of us.
Sounds like Mom was pretty inspiring too.
Yeah, definitely.
When you won the gold, what was her reaction?
Knowing her, her first reaction was the mistake that I made in the pre-program, but I was completely expecting that. But it was surprising to me. I mean, I knew she was going to like focus on that, but she, like, after I finished and actually got onto the podium and got my medal, she was like, that was the first time your mistake didn't matter to me. It was like, I was like, you know, I realized, she was like, within that moment, like, I saw the past 20 years of work that we put in, and that it all was worth it. So she was like, there's just a lot of joy, and a joy in her heart that I wasn't really expecting, and I don't think she was expecting either, but that was really cool.
What do you tell those kids who come up to you and they say, Nathan Chen, I loved watching you in Beijing. You inspired me. What do you say to them?
It means the world to me, and I remember being a kid looking up to the Olympians and Olympic champions of the past, and being inspired by them. So, you know, in as much as I can, you know, I hope that I have inspired someone else to come to the ice, to continue working and try to achieve their dreams, because certainly I didn't think that my dreams were possible. And so if I didn't think my dreams were possible and I was able to accomplish what I did, there are so many other kids out there that can have a dream, even if they don't think it's totally possible, to still look forward and still keep pushing for it and accomplish it.
2026. Mm-hmm. Where are we?
Who knows at that point? You know, 4 years is a long time, and I mean, going from 2018 to 2022, I wasn't sure how the field would shape up. I wasn't sure like how I was going to be able to stay competitive, and if I would be able to stay competitive, and that's certainly the same position here. So I'll see what the future has for me, but I am very excited to get back to school and finish off my two more years of college, and then you know, learn what I can learn from there, and then go forward.
But to be clear, Nathan Chen's not retiring.
I've accomplished all the goals that I've wanted to accomplish in skating, but at the same time, you know, skating is something that I've loved and I will always love and just have so much passion for.
So what's after skating for you?
That's definitely part of the process right now. I think because I spent so much time in my life just focused on skating, I haven't really had as much opportunity to explore outside of skating. But I think that's the beauty of college and academics, and also friends and family who have done different things in their lives than I have. So, you know, getting as much knowledge as I can in different fields of life and trying to explore and see where I can place myself, essentially.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Your success at the 2020 Games, it wasn't just an Olympic moment. It was an historic moment. First black woman to ever win a medal in speed skating. I mean, has it settled in now?
Yeah, it's still sort of sinking in. Sometimes it's still hard to believe that it all actually happened, but yeah, it's been pretty wild.
What does it mean to you and your family as well, this achievement?
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, I just got to go home to Ocala, Florida. A lot of my family is still in Ocala, so it was awesome to get to see them again. And they were all so excited, just taking a lot of pictures, a lot of hugs and everything. And then my dad, I'm really lucky that he moved out to Salt Lake City with me, so he's there now. I get to see him every day. And I can just tell how proud he is. It's really cool.
Even now, even a couple of months after you snagged the hardware.
Yeah. Oh, well, now he's like, oh, it's no big deal.
I mean, does it change you at all when you become a gold medalist? Because that's something no one can ever take away from you.
Well, I hope not. I mean, yeah, some of my friends are like, oh, Olympic champion, all that stuff. And I'm like, I'm still just Aaron. You know, I don't want it to be any different with like my friends or anything. It's just, same old Aaron.
What do you do with the medal? Where do you keep it?
I've got a little case for it. Yeah, just keep it in my backpack for now since I haven't been home long enough to set it up anywhere, but yeah.
Have you had little girls that look like you come up to you since you won the medal to say, hey, Aaron,
yeah,
I like to skate. You know what? I think I might try this.
Yeah, that's been really cool. Like seeing the little girls come up to me and be like, oh, I want to try ice skating now. Or even, the older women who come up and say that I've inspired them or inspired their children. Yeah, it's been really awesome.
A lot of pressure comes with that?
No, not like any bad pressure. It's all happy pressure. Yeah, because I just always want to help someone if I can. So it's nice to hear that it's happening.
When you were coming up through the skating ranks, who inspired you then?
My coach, Renee Hildebrand, she just had a way of motivating everyone to want to be their best and to want to show up to practice every day and, really just make a difference to her. And that was super inspiring for me as a young age. And then I was lucky to grow up looking up to Brittany Bowe and Joey Mantilla, two other superstar skaters. So we were on the same inline speed skating team. So I got to watch them go travel the world, win all these world medals, and then come home and skate on the same team as me, which I thought was the coolest thing in the world. So growing up looking up to them and then seeing them make that transition over to the ice as well, several years before I did, then it was just kind of like a path that I saw that maybe I might want to try one day too.
Who inspires you? Who inspires your life?
My dad is a huge inspiration for me. He's a super cool guy. It was pretty cool, after my race at the games when I won the medal, they put him up on the screen for me to talk to him, and he's his normal quiet self, and it's like the people were expecting him to say more, and I'm like, that's all we're gonna get out of him. He's proud, and I can tell, but this is all we're gonna get.
You do?
Yeah.
And he's always been like that as well?
Yeah, definitely.
So it must be hereditary.
Yes.
Oh, gosh. And what's it been like with him since you won the gold?
Same old daughter and dad, we've always been super close my whole life. I can definitely see him smiling a lot more now. He's super proud. His friends from back in Florida have been reaching out and congratulating him, and yeah, he's like Mr. Popular now. So
well, he's got a gold medal daughter.
Yeah.
Of course. It would seem as if perhaps mom's quite the inspiration for you as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Was she with you in Beijing?
I think so, yeah.
She's got to be quite proud. I knew she'd passed away. I did not know what year you were in high school.
I was a senior, yep.
Senior year?
Yep, so.
How'd you get over that? How did you manage to pick yourself up?
Yeah, definitely leaning on my friends. My friends were super amazing. Of course, I was just like holding myself up in my house, and then, some friends came over and, got me out of the house, took me out to lunch to go eat.
It's been said, especially about great athletes, that overcoming helps you achieve greatness.
Right.
Have you given that any thought? Do you think you'd still be sitting here if you'd had that traditional experience when you were younger, both parents still with you on this earth?
No, I think you're right. It definitely adds like another layer of, like perseverance, just kind of, not taking things for granted and just really wanting to work hard, like for my mom, for my dad, for everyone who's ever helped me in life.
There was that one moment that a lot of folks have talked about where you slipped at the trials. And then there's your longtime friend, and through her grace, she decides to give you her spot, and we know how it ends. How did that affect you?
Yeah, that was a super big moment for me because it was just a roller coaster of emotions at that time, right? Because, I came in excited to race, really ready. This was like a stepping stone to a bigger goal of mine. Like I have to make it through the Olympic trials in order to achieve my goal of being an Olympic champion, right? And then when I had that slip, then it's a lot of stress, a lot of nerves, like a lot of uncertainty, wondering what's going to happen next. Like, am I going to get to go to the Olympics? Like, it would really suck to not go to the Olympics, And then Brittany came in that same night after my slip, when I failed to make the Olympic team, and she was like, "Look, you can sleep easy tonight, knowing that if there's anything I can do, you're not staying home." And that was just an amazing moment, like really emotional, of course. And it's still, kind of hard to put that into words as well, but I'm forever grateful, and I feel like we share the gold medal for sure.
Why do you think that moment was so inspirational for so many strangers?
Yeah,
Why do you think that became? I mean, it really did become one of the best stories of the games.
I feel like it made people happy, and it people say restored faith in humanity, like that sort of thing. But yeah, I feel like it was just an amazing display of selflessness and character and that real, the Olympic spirit. Because, it was kind of bigger than what was going on between us. It was more like a good moment for humanity and for the sport. I don't know, it was big. It was nice for Team USA.
What do you want to do? Ultimately, what's the goal, you think?
I want to keep skating for now. I feel like I can't stop now when I'm, it's feeling really good. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I feel like I still have so much to learn with the sport. And then beyond that, probably some super nerdy stuff with my degrees. Maybe when I'm done skating in circles, I can get into biomechanics or something like that.
So you got at least another games in you?
Oh, for sure. Well, that's the plan. Yeah.
You got another game.
As long as I don't start feeling too old.
As you know, we're talking to two of your other two fellow Olympians, Nathan Chen, Michaela Schifrin. What about Michaela Schifrin and her journey? What part of her journey do you find inspiring?
Definitely her resilience, just being able to, get back up, after, not having the showing she was hoping for, but being able to get back up and keep getting out there every time. And especially the way she handled the media, because people are not nice, and it's really sad to see that when people aren't respectful and aren't nice to these athletes, because it's like, we're people too, and we're out here giving our best. And just to see the way people were treating her wasn't really very, very nice at all. And just the way she handled it was amazing.
With grace.
Yeah.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News. Streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
NBC News. Streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Futures looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Michaela, first of all, congratulations. You are officially the best skier in the world. How does that feel?
Well, it feels pretty good. That's the dream, I guess. That's long and short of it is that's the dream.
Your story over the last few months has undoubtedly inspired America. It's resonated with so many folks. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. Maybe it has to do with overcoming obstacles, and over the last few years, there's been no shortage of obstacles, I guess. Or maybe it's because you face challenges, but then you also have success after you face challenges, and being able to see both sides of that. And if I've put that on display on any level, then those are things that I find to be inspiring.
As someone who is in China watching you struggle and fall and sit on a mountain, I think what inspires so many people is we've all been where you were. You work your butt off to do one thing, and then the thing comes, and for whatever reason, it doesn't happen. But you still get up and you try to do the thing.
Yeah.
That's inspiring.
Okay. So you seem like you could probably do this interview just by yourself. You got it. You nailed it. I don't need to add anything to that.
It was important for us to include you in the Inspiring America Primetime Special because, we do a really great job. And when I say we,
you mean you.
Well, no, I'm kidding.
You are
great.
great.
I mean, the machine.
Yeah.
Like we build you up.
Yeah.
We build. And then something happens and but you handled it with more grace than literally anyone I have seen up close over the last 3 games do it. So
No, there's one thing that I would say about, you don't get exposure to everything that is said about you in the Olympics, but I saw I've certainly got some negative comments about myself, but I also saw a lot of people commenting about the coverage and, just why are you putting her through reliving that pain again and again? And I think it's important for people to know that I don't get to choose when the cameras are on me. And sometimes it's unfortunate to know that, you've been put up on screen just sitting on the side of the hill trying to sort through what to do, or even when you're supposed to get to the bottom of the mountain when there's a race going on. And, that whole time people are just kind of judging and you're like, just turn the camera off. Certainly I get that feeling, but there's a choice that we make as athletes. I can choose to walk through the mix zone with my head down, and just the overall feeling of being, just this vibe of being shameful and walking through it like, don't talk to me because somehow you did this to me. But I fell. I'm the one who didn't finish. And so now I have this disappointing thing to face. And like I said, a lot of people face disappointment on a daily basis. So you can kind of get through it together with people you don't even know if you're willing to put your heart out there I already took the risk and it didn't pay off. So what's the harm in just trying to sort through it kind of together? I do fully believe that. And as much as it can be tough to be sort of in some level of spotlight in coverage on the Olympics, and if it doesn't go well, then that's a bummer. That's just people doing their jobs, and I don't hold that against anyone. And the choices I made to speak about it, those are choices I made just because I hoped that maybe someone would relate to it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You're an inspiration for generations of folks. What does that mean to you?
I feel like I guess it's a responsibility, but it's one that I welcome, because I just try to always be a good example or a good inspiration to anyone, like however they might relate to me. If they see me as like the first Black woman, like in these winter sports for speed skating and all of that, then, I hope that can be an inspiration to get more people of color involved in the winter sports, especially speed skating. I think it's a pretty cool sport. Or if they see me as like a woman making these achievements, and that can be inspiring to them. Or as a nerd, a lot of student athletes out there wondering like if they can juggle school and sports and just knowing that it's all possible.
You're so humble, and you always have been, and you know this to be true because you've been an athlete long enough to know. Most elite athletes, when they don't have their best day, they don't stop to talk to reporters. They don't talk about the crappy day that they've had and why they weren't able to achieve their lifelong dream. They don't do it, but you did it, and you did it time and time again, and people found that inspiring. But why do you think that is? What do you think that says about us? And what do you think it says about maybe you?
I think it mostly says that people crave to feel connection. And I mean, the reason that I have a sport that I can actually compete in is because of the media. And even though there's, sometimes there's tough interviews and sometimes questions are asked that you're like, did you have to word it that way? It makes me feel like crap. But overall, I don't get to compete as a ski racer and actually earn a living doing it or have my story get told or feel the connection that I do without doing the actual work of telling that story and having people like you relay it to the world. Maybe it comes with some bad, but it certainly comes with a lot of good. And it just, there's not a lot of, there's just not a lot of winning that goes on in life, but you take the risk of failing because the successful moments are so sweet, they make it worth it. And so you keep getting back up. And I suppose it's one of the things that inspires me, and maybe that's what a lot of people see from my Olympics is I just didn't want to run away from the disappointment, because you can't, at the end of the the day you can't. So trying to hide from it or trying to shun the people who tell my story on the good days when I'm willing to talk about it, I might as well talk about it on the bad days too. It's not always easy, but I had the time and I felt it was worth sharing what was going on in my head and my heart, and I was hoping that maybe somebody out there might relate to it, because most people probably felt a similar way.
What does it mean to you to know that you inspire so many folks around this country and beyond with not just your skating, but how you live your life?
I mean, I've definitely followed in the footsteps of a lot of great athletes and people who have done amazing things in their careers. I haven't accomplished a lot of the things that a lot of great athletes have done. As they've progressed in their careers, they've also done a lot of really philanthropic things and ways of giving back, and I'm certainly looking forward to doing that. But I think just, having people ahead of you, people, not necessarily ahead of you, but people that you look up to, that inspire you, hopefully generates enough inspiration for people that are looking up to you as well. There's just a lot of great people out there, and it's great to be able to have role models and people to look up to, and I certainly have a lot of those.
Well, hello there, everybody. We have a fresh Popstar Plus lined up for you today. It's a big day around here because we're all huge fans of Stranger Things, and the cast paid us a visit. We're going to hear from them on the show's highly anticipated new season. Plus, we've got the scoop on a new crime drama everybody's talking about. It's called Candy. One of its stars is going to tell us about bringing the real-life murder mystery to the screen. Later, we're remembering the legendary Katherine Hepburn with a lovely moment from our vault. But first, as always, here are today's Popstar headlines. First up, Adam Sandler, the actor known for his love of basketball, is teaming up with NBA superstar LeBron James on his next project that's heading to Netflix. The two are co-producing a movie that's called Hustle that sees Sandler as a struggling basketball scout who finds a potential superstar player overseas and does everything he can to get him into the NBA.
This Philly thing, there's room to grow there. I want to coach someday.
Do you love being away from home all the time?
Best chance to win in here is with you out there.
What the hell am I still chasing this for?
So you're just gonna give up on your journey?
Been in this league for 30 years and it's like I'm nothing.
Come to Philly, your whole world's gonna change overnight.
I gotta work. My mom and my daughter, they mean everything to me.
Salary's $900,000.
He will call in sick.
Rounding out the cast, Queen Latifah,
Wow,
Robert
that's
Duvall, and Ben Foster. Hustle is set to start streaming on June 8th. The trailer looks great. Really, really good. Next up, The Wizard of Oz, the iconic film, is headed back to the theaters in celebration of what would have been Judy Garland's 100th birthday. For 2 days only, Fathom Events is going to host screenings for the movie that's set to include an exclusive deleted scene with a musical number. Oh, wow. The Wizard of Oz, which turns 84 this year, will play on June 5th and 6th. Those tickets are available now. Next up, after 21 years on the market, Apple is saying goodbye to the beloved iPod. On Tuesday, the tech giant announced they're going to stop manufacturing the iPod Touch, the last model of the device still being offered by Apple. You might remember back in 2001, the original iPod was the first MP3 player to hold 1,000 songs with a 10-hour battery life, allowing folks to finally lighten their load and leave those clunky CD binders at home. Of course, there was these colorful dancing silhouette commercials we all remember that made them popular. The ads were very cool, and we all bought in. Do you guys remember making that switch from
I remember a friend telling me you can have all of your music on something this big, and I was like, what?
I know.
Are you talking about? And then the guilt to, I would rip my CDs on,
using iTunes.
Yeah.
It changed Apple from a computer company to this lifestyle brand.
Yeah.
That it is
But did you feel guilty for throwing out your CDs? I did. I still
have them some. By the way, you should keep your CDs. Let me just get to this next one if you're feeling nostalgic about that iPod Touch. Apple saying they're going to continue, by the way. You can buy them as long as the supplies last. But we move on to the final item. BTS. Speaking of outdated portable music, the K-pop superstars are calling on fans to break out that Discman and use that CD for their next project. On Tuesday, the band unveiled the final track list for the upcoming album, Proof. For this one, the boys are breaking up songs on the anthology record into 3 CD groups. But what really caught fans' attention was part 3 is listed literally as CD only. What? They're only going to put out a CD with 13 of the 14 songs on CD 3.
They're only going to be available on a physical hard copy CD. So if you're wondering, do they even sell CD players anymore?
Yes.
They actually do. Target, Amazon,
they do.
Urban Outfitters,
And,
Does BTS have a piece of the action?
We'll have to check on their sales next month.
I wonder if they're trying to bring them back, like vinyl's back. I wonder if it's like for
that
get CDs
generation.
back.
Well, by the way, they're not cheap. Like, I mean, like even a record player now is not cheap. Proof comes out, by the way, on June 10th, the BTS record. And now the reason we call the show Pop Star Plus, a few more headlines for you. And we'll start with Ellen DeGeneres, the long-running talk show host, announced a celebrity lineup of guests for the final weeks of her show. Actress Jennifer Aniston, I think we've all heard of her, who joined DeGeneres' very first episode back in 2003, is going to bring things full circle and be her very last guest on Ellen's stage. Grammy-winning artist Pink, who also happens to sing the show's theme song, if you didn't know, is also scheduled to stop by. Other A-list musicians dropping by include Billie Eilish, Justin Timberlake, and Bruno Mars. The final episode is scheduled to air May 26th. Looks like it's shaping up to be one heck of a goodbye for Ellen. And finally, Rise. We started off with Adam Sandler's basketball movie. Now we're going to wrap things up with another sports story getting the Hollywood treatment. For this one, Disney's upcoming movie is based on the incredible true story of the Antetokounmpo boys. These three siblings made history as the first trio of brothers to all win an NBA championship. That's incredible. Rise is going to tell the story of how their family, who originally immigrated from Greece, from Nigeria, landed stateside in the world of pro ball.
Do you hoop? Hoop? Basketball. Show up play?
Papa always talks about opportunity. What if this is it?
It's okay. We'll go again. We fall to get back up.
If we're good, we can help mom and dad. When one person in the family scores, the whole family scores.
And as you might imagine, one of those brothers, Milwaukee Bucks superstar Giannis, is on board as the executive producer of the project. Rise starts streaming next month on Disney+. And there you have it. That's all you need to know for right now. Coming up next, we got a sneak peek of the return of Stranger Things. The whole cast was here talking to Uncle Al. We'll have that for you next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
And welcome back to Pop Star Plus. For 3 years now, devoted fans of Stranger Things have been waiting for the show to return. And very soon, the Supernatural series will finally be back. And today, the cast joined us to tell us what might be going down in Hawkins.
Believe it or not, it has been nearly 3 years since the last season of the Netflix mega hit Stranger Things. But now the gang from Hawkins, Indiana is back with their biggest season yet and what's being called the most terrifying villain of the series. We've got some of the Stranger Things gang with us now. Keaton Matarazzo, Noah Schnapp, Sadie Sink, and Priya Ferguson. Guys, good morning. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much.
This is so terrific. So last season was kind of dark, but people are saying this season is even darker. How is that possible?
I mean, I think each year it just gets darker and darker. Yeah. We kind of sound like broken records. It's the darkest season we've had yet, but this season, for real, it's
I think that's always the goal with Matt and Ross, is they kind of just want to up the stakes every single year, kind of give a reason to have
a new season and kind of propel it forward always, which I think they've done quite well, and we're excited for people to see it.
But next season is the last season. So how does that feel?
It's super sad. I remember when
bittersweet.
Yeah, bittersweet. I was like in tears when they released the announcement that that it's the beginning of the end.
Did you know?
We didn't know.
Suspicions.
Right. Yeah. No
But
one
it's
told
just
us for sure until the
official.
announcement was
Yeah.
made. Yeah.
So Noah Gayton, you guys have been there since the beginning,
Yeah.
and we've literally watched you guys grow up.
It's crazy.
And in the middle of this last season, there was a break because of COVID.
Yeah.
And in fact, when you came in the show, you come back from one scene, you look a little older.
Yeah.
Well, what was that like when you watched it?
I think it's always something to be. I think it's something that we're always thinking about and concerned about, but it's something that we work with pretty well, I think.
Yeah.
My case is great. I don't think I'm getting taller for the rest of my life, so that's
Ian
awesome.
is the same.
I've been the same height since I was 14, so it's been great for me. But
I remember in season 2 they told me like you need to lower your pitch of your voice. You have
Yeah.
to speak at a different level and stand shorter and like walk like. I was like I can't do that. I'm not like that anymore.
yeah, I think it makes sense because the characters are at transitional periods in their lives, and so I think it makes sense. But it is crazy to see what all of us looked like when we first started, and it's and where we've
Especially Priya.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you have grown up, and Sadie, you have some terrifying scenes in this new season, this latest season. I mean, when you watch it as opposed to acting in it, does it scare you a little bit?
I mean, I feel like we've been kind of like dealing with like the visual and practical effects on the show for a while now, and some of it's really there, some of it's not. But I can't really go into detail on what that is, but that kind of sums up this season.
Yeah.
And Priya, I understand a lot of your best lines in the last season were kind of ad-libbed. Have the writers leaned into that for this season?
You know, we've been filming this for like 2 years, season 4. So I don't really remember. I think I just kind of try to ad-lib where I can and where it makes sense for me to. So.
What was it like jumping into a group that had already been together, acting together like this?
Erica was supposed to be a one-time role in season 2 just to introduce Lucas' family. But, the Duffers thought it was good to write me in more. So, that was a blessing. But also, there's no doubt about what Erica can do and how she contributes to the team in itself. So I think it was really cool to see not just the sassy side of Erica, but what she brings to the team as well.
And no, the bowl cut.
Stop.
Bowl cut. Do you ever hope that maybe in season 5
they have to make a selection?
I mean, we've really gone heavy into the bowl cut.
They do. I think it's become kind of like different every season. From like season 3, it was this huge wig, and season 4, it was these little extensions. But I think, I think it's Will's classic. It's who he is. But maybe next season we'll have a new haircut in store.
Right. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Season 4, Volume 1 of Stranger Things, premiering May 27th on Netflix.
A lot of fun having that young cast with us. They've all grown up, and it was really cool to see them. We were taking pictures and hanging out. They were very sweet. We should mention the first volume of Stranger Things, 4th season, will hit Netflix on May 27th. All right, coming up ahead, we're diving into Candy, which is a really cool new true crime series about a housewife turned killer. Stars Jessica Biel.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Are you ready?
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
And we're back. The new series Candy does star Jessica Biel in the title role and is based on the real-life story of a brutal murder back in 1980. It also features Melanie Lynskey, talented actress from other shows you might remember, like Yellow Jackets. Well, Melanie spoke to us about how she connected with her role.
Something terrible's happened. It's Betty. She's dead.
Oh, Lord, Candy, did you hear? Such a travesty what happened to her.
Candy tells the story of a very shocking and surprising murder that took place in a small town in Texas in 1980. It really shocked the community because nothing like that happened there. And then the most kind of stunning aspect of it was that it was a local housewife who was murdered by another housewife who she went to church with, a woman that she knew. And there are a lot of different twists and turns in the story. And it's a really heartbreaking and interesting true story. Betty Gore is a woman who grew up in a very, very small town in Kansas and was quite popular growing up. She had boyfriends, she had a lot of friends, but she was a very forthright person. She really valued her education. She went to college, which wasn't that typical for people from her town. And then she met her husband and she moved to a small town in Texas with him. And her dreams were kind of deferred. They started to have kids. She loved her kids very much, but she suffered with postpartum depression that at that time was not diagnosed. And she was really suffering at the point in the story where we meet her. She's struggling. She doesn't have resources. She doesn't have help. She doesn't have a lot of intimacy with her husband. And she's in a really tough place. Honestly, I was familiar with the story before I read the scripts. And I thought the story was so fascinating, but I did understand that there were a number of different ways the scripts could go. I was a huge fan of The Act, which was the show that Robin and Nick, our creators, had previously done. It all looked good. It was only when I read the scripts that I really understood how sensitive they were being with the material and how delicate and how much they really were exploring the lives of these two women. It wasn't really a sensational story. It ends in a very tragic way. And certainly they show the horror of what happened to Betty. But so much of it was about the day-to-day life of these women and what women's lives were like at this point in time. And I was sold. I just thought the scripts were so good.
Hi, y'all. So I was thinking it might be fun to start up a children's choir. I know my Christina would love it. And now that we have Davy, we're fostering a little boy, Davy. Poor little thing. He is just a sweetheart. But I thought with all our little ones, we could put together something really special.
Well, aren't you sweet, Betty? you want to teach children to be louder?
When I was trying to immerse myself into the role and do research, the greatest resource that I had was a book called Evidence of Love, which was written by John Bloom and Jim Atkinson. And there's so much detail in the book. They interviewed everybody you could possibly have wanted them to interview. Family, friends, Candy, and they just had so much information. They had so much information about Betty, who she was growing up. They had specific facts about the case and the evidence. and how it was processed and handled, the trial. So I really felt like there was nothing I had questions about when we came to film, which is a pretty amazing place to be.
And the weird thing is, he's been looking really good lately.
You know, I wonder if he's got this Madonna horror complex thingy, you know, where the baby is making it impossible for him to look at you as a sexual creature. It's very common. Says Ladies' Home Journal.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that sounds really bad.
No, it's good that he sees you as the Madonna. You just got to remind him that you can also be the you know what.
It was a really great experience working with Jessica Biel. I was a fan of hers already. I just think she's such a great actress. And then to get to know her as a person, how warm and lovely she is, it was great. Candy is very, very different from Jess. Jess is a lot softer, kinder, sort of like a really open-hearted, like easygoing person. And Candy's a bit more strident and, you know, outwardly jolly. And she really was great at portraying a person who's not very much like her, and she looked completely different. I think that we both had a pretty easy time slipping into the characters, because when we looked at each other, we didn't look like the people that we knew and loved. We didn't look like the friends that we had become. I think one of the things that moved me the most about the story when I initially heard about it was that, like with a lot of crime cases, the victim was kind of put on trial, and Betty's personality was talked about on the stand. People basically got on the stand and said, oh, I didn't really like her. She was difficult. She was awkward. And it's just heartbreaking that this awful thing happened to this person, and it became somewhat of a popularity contest during the trial. And she's not there. She doesn't have a voice. She doesn't get to stand up for herself. And some of the people who I think she believed were closest to her kind of betrayed her in those moments. And the outcome of the case is just one of the most fascinating parts of the story to me. It's such a crazy story, and I think it really makes us ask ourselves, like, what am I capable of if I was pushed to the brink? I think I'm excited for people to watch something and decide if that feels like something that is possible for them, if that seems like something that their mother would be capable of, you know, and for them to have a deeper understanding of what these women's lives were like. And then also, there are just some great performances in it. I just think top to bottom, the cast is incredible. I'm excited for people to see Jessica's work. And then a couple of surprise actors who show up in episode 4. There's a lot about it that I'm just so proud of it as a show, and I hope people like it.
Big thanks to Melanie for chatting with us, and you can check out Candy, which looks great, on Hulu. Just ahead, a terrific clip we found in our vault that features Hollywood icon Katherine Hepburn reflecting on how she grew up.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Pop Star Plus. Tomorrow marks the birthday of the late, great Katherine Hepburn. So today we're remembering her with a clip from our vault. Here she is, going back to 1991, talking with Today about her memoir and what her childhood was like.
She has been described as a unique blend of sass and class, puritanism and passion. She is witty, smart, and tells you exactly what she thinks. Katherine Hepburn is an American classic, but ever since she burst on the scene more than 60 years ago, Hepburn has been the most private of celebrities. Until now. At 84, she has written her autobiography entitled simply Me. I recently spoke with Miss Hepburn in her New York townhouse, and I asked her, why me? Why now?
You mean, why did I decide to tell all? Well, I don't know. I thought I'd discovered some interesting things in life. And I thought, when somebody writes the story of me, God help me, they won't know what I know.
Katherine Houghton Hepburn has a rich past to remember. But after 43 movies and more than 20 plays, she says her most vivid memories are of her childhood. Her father, a surgeon and an early crusader against venereal disease, and her mother, an advocate for birth control and women's rights.
I think I was so damn lucky because they were brilliant and they were fun and they had a wonderful sense of values. You know, they were my slaves for a long time. I miss them. I stop now sometimes and think, damn it all, I wish I could say that to Mother. I wonder what she'd think.
Do you think that they're largely responsible for shaping your independent, somewhat irascible character?
I don't think they encouraged me to be awful, but I think they had their own opinions of. I mean, long before women were considered mentally the equals of men, Mother and Dad were fighting for women.
All I'm trying to say is that there are lots of things that a man can do, and in society's eyes, it's all hunky-dory. A woman does the same thing, the same, mind you, and she's an outcast.
Finished? No, but I think the sexes are different, and I think whoever designed us very carefully and cleverly. For brain power, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another, but for muscle, I'm just not as strong as my driver.
Having said that, would you consider yourself a feminist?
Yes, I'm an absolute feminist.
You were quite a tomboy as a young girl, weren't you? You were called Jimmy.
I was called Jimmy, and I hated being a girl. I really hated it. I had 3 brothers, and I just shaved my head and thought, I'm a boy.
How long was your head shaved?
Until, I would think about 13, 12 or 13.
What did your parents think of this?
They thought it was great. They didn't have to brush my hair or wash it.
And neither did you.
$25? Where did you get it? I only sold what belonged to me. Your hair! I thought it'd do my brain good to have my mop cut off, and so I did.
When were you bitten by the acting bug? When did you decide?
I think very early. Show-off bug, wasn't it?
You like a lot of attention.
I don't know whether I like attention, but I like to reach for attention. I must, otherwise I wouldn't have done it.
Your first acting experience was at Bryn Mawr or earlier?
Oh, no. I played the Beast in Beauty and the Beast to raise money for the Navajo Indians in New Mexico. That was my first job. I was about 11.
Was it a good role, a plum role?
A splendid role.
But Katherine Hepburn was destined to play more beauties than beasts, first on Broadway and later in Hollywood.
You probably never heard of me because I'm just starting. If Mr. Easton takes me, it'll be my New York debut. But I've acted ever since I was a child. My parents objected, of course, to my having a career. Parents always do, I believe.
How did your mother feel about acting?
I don't think either of them thought it was the greatest thing in the world, you know. But Mother was all for my doing what I wanted to do. as long as I just didn't get married and sort of sing the song the usual way. I think Dad was thrilled when I was a success because he's practical. He was at Scott, you know, and it brought in the cash. But when I started to do it, he thought, well, what the hell is the matter with her? She must think she's pretty or something, and she'll have 5 or 10 good years, and then I'll be supporting her. And she should do something that makes some sense.
He compared acting to street walking?
Well, it is to be compared to street walking, isn't it? You're trying to get attention. What's the difference?
Trying to sell something.
What are you doing? What am I doing? God knows.
Very cool. All right, guys, that's going to do it for this edition of Popstar Plus. As always, thanks for joining us. We hope to see you again tomorrow. If you're available, we'd love to have you as we gear up for the finale of This Is Us. Have a great day.
They're there.
Oh,
Today on Tape Fans.
Oh my gosh, hi.
They're just there all day. We love it. When you tune in, we're here. Okay? That's how it works. This is a digital show. It's called Today in 30. Today is Wednesday.
We sleep here and we wait for you. Savannah, we're so glad that you're back. We're going to get right to it. We're focusing on your bottom line with a closer look at what's being done to address record inflation. It's driving costs up on just about everything.
Yeah, everybody feels it. Plus, I am so excited to share with everybody our powerful and exclusive conversation with Selma Blair. She opened up about so many of the struggles she's faced in her life, including, of course, her battle with MS and her brave fight to rise above all of it.
And then on our series celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, we're introducing you to someone who is breaking barriers in the highest levels of sports.
And then Hoda, I heard you and Jenna had quite the mystery adventure, getting a taste of New York like never before.
It was awesome.
Is this one of those surprise things you guys do
blindfolds on, and then before you know it, you're transformed to an awesome
We should go on some of these adventures.
You can come.
Okay, well, I'm going to count that as an invitation. Let's get this show started. Time for
Today in 30.
NBC's Jolene Kent in Washington with the latest on what we can expect. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Hi, Savannah. Good morning. There is new pressure on President Biden this morning to get the high cost of living under control as he calls inflation his top domestic priority, and yet another attempt to reassure an anxious public that his new policies will eventually bring down these rising prices.
I want every American to know that I'm taking inflation very seriously, and it's my top domestic priority.
On defense, facing low approval ratings on the economy, President Biden says the pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine are largely to blame, along with congressional gridlock.
Look, I know you got to be frustrated. I know. I can taste it.
The president also calling out Republicans for what he called an ultra-MAGA agenda. But some Republicans are pushing back. Senator Rick Scott calling on Biden to resign over inflation.
He took no responsibility, and he has no plan.
With inflation soaring above 5% for a year now, the pressure is mounting as gas prices hit another record high. The national average now $4.40 a gallon, up 18 cents from just 1 week ago.
And when it affects my budget, it affects my family also. I can't afford to buy the food that they need because I got to put it in gas.
In order to pay for gas, groceries, and other essentials, Americans are increasingly turning to credit cards to make ends meet, even though rising interest rates make that debt more expensive. 229 million credit card accounts were opened in the first 3 months of the year. And the impact of higher prices is hitting retirees especially hard.
I never thought at 73 I would be going through making these kinds of choices.
Some have even returned to work as living on a fixed income has become more difficult with prices going up.
I'm very frustrated because I recently retired and spent a couple of years just building up to paying everything off so I wouldn't be in this bind. And now I had to take like a part-time job. just to get through.
And Joe, today's inflation report is expected to be a key measure of how long the worst of it may last. What is the outlook? What are experts expecting?
Savannah, inflation for April could very well plateau or come down. We may have peaked already, perhaps dropping to 8.1%. But listen, that would still be at 40-year highs. Now, hopefully the worst is behind us as the Federal Reserve continues to raise those interest rates, making borrowing money more expensive and cooling off that huge consumer demand that is really driving this inflation. Savannah.
All right, Jo Ling Kent, important day. Thank you. A new initiative in Texas. This is fascinating. Trying to tackle rising fuel costs and recycling at the same time. Would you like fries with that?
Exactly. Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport has become the largest airport nationwide to take waste materials gathered inside its own terminals and convert them into jet fuel.
NBC's Morgan Chesky is right off the tarmac there at DFW. Morgan, anyone flying through Dallas over the last year could have actually been part of this without even knowing it.
Yeah, guys, good morning and greetings from the tarmac here at DFW. And Tom, you're absolutely right. If you got a hot meal last time you were traveling through Dallas, you may have at least partially fueled one of these DFW jets, because some of them are now flying on what's called sustainable aviation fuel. It is a one-of-a-kind product promising to rewrite the aviation game by taking your next order of French fries straight to the skies.
It's an ambitious goal at one of the busiest airports on the planet. Net zero for greenhouse emissions by 2030, as fuel prices continue to spike nationwide. And with the TSA now anticipating even more people flocking to the skies post-pandemic.
We expect this to be a busy summer.
Getting there is requiring some supersized creativity and a heavy seasoning of science.
If you're out at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport and you have a fryer in your restaurant, you're recycling oil.
And it's what they're recycling that sold McDonald's owner Chalmer McWilliams. A company called Neste asked if they could collect used cooking oil from his store and transform it into pure jet fuel.
When it's no longer at the quality to make those great fries and we can repurpose it, why wouldn't you do that?
The initiative between Neste and DFW Airport: drain each fryer in each airport restaurant to fill up a massive tank. Each batch of oil, every order, adding up.
So if you think about it, the fuel for your next airplane ride could start right here?
It could start right here.
That's wild.
Pratik Chandok, the technical manager behind Neste's Sustainable Aviation Fuel Program, says it all comes down to chemistry.
If you look at any oil, they all have this building molecules called hydrocarbons. And we can take those atoms, we can then do some processing magic in our refineries and actually mimic the chemistry of a jet fuel.
Once the company gets the oil to a refinery, it filters out all those nuggets and fries, heats it up, then adds hydrogen.
At the end of the process, is there any difference from your fuel to existing fuel?
There's no difference. It's the same jet fuel that you are using right now.
From fryer to fleet, the conversion takes a couple months. But the company says one load alone, about 8,000 gallons worth, has been shown to reduce carbon emissions by 19 metric tons. Music to the ears of Robert Houghton, who oversees the airport's environmental affairs.
Do you see this as a way to fight climate change?
Absolutely. This is one link to help us to get there. In and of itself, it's not going to accomplish everything that we need, but it's a starting point that helps to transition to what's next.
The challenge now, convincing other airports to take part. A tall order, but one they say that technology is ready for.
I just spent $3 on fries. That oil could be going into a jet going halfway across the world. It's amazing.
Indication on whether other major airports are open to this idea?
Yeah, Tom, I spoke to Neste, and they said that Dallas-Fort Worth, not the only airport using it. They mentioned San Francisco International Airport specifically and said that jets coming in and out of that airport are already using SAF. They're able to blend it with existing fuel with no problems whatsoever. And in case you're wondering about kind of the exchange rate from oil to jet fuel, they tell me for every gallon of that used cooking oil they get from those airport restaurants, at the end of the process, it equals about 3/4 of a gallon of jet fuel. So not a bad exchange rate if you consider what they're taking and what it ends up being used as.
No, it's absolutely incredible, and we've never wanted chicken nuggets more in our life.
I was about to say, I'm going to supersize it next time, and I'm going to be like, it's for the environment.
We'll all do our part.
Yes.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're back with a Today exclusive. It's been nearly 4 years since actress Selma Blair bravely shared her multiple sclerosis diagnosis with the world. And ever since, she's not shied away from documenting her experience with the chronic illness.
Yeah, she's been really brave about it, and now she's out with a stunning new memoir. It shows how much of a fighter she really is. I got to catch up with Selma in Los Angeles near her horse stable, a place where she's found peace and hope. How are you doing? I know every day is different.
It is the strange thing about MS. It really is so variable and changes. I'm feeling really great now. I mean, I'm here with you. We're in front of a fire. I have my dog.
In many ways, Selma Blair has arrived again. The actress fans came to know and love in Cruel Intentions and Legally Blonde, back in the spotlight after revealing her multiple sclerosis diagnosis in 2018. And most recently, starring as herself in Introducing Selma Blair, a documentary with an unflinching look at the chemotherapy and stem cell transplant she underwent to treat her MS.
My abilities after stem cell, I had a really hard couple years. It really shook my faith. It really, really, really threw me backwards. By the act of being as honest as I could, it did something for other people.
It's in that same spirit of candor that Selma details her life struggles and triumphs in her new memoir, Mean Baby. You had your first drink when you were a little girl, 7 years old.
Yeah, my first drunk when I was 7. I had my first drinks, much younger. Even as a little kid, you're like, that's a comfort.
But no one noticed. Not a teacher, not your
much.
parents.
Mm-mm.
You didn't get in trouble. You drank through elementary school, middle school, high school, college. How did you do it? I mean, how did you function?
It was hard. I don't know, but maybe it was easier. Maybe I would have never survived without a drink.
Selma writes, the desire to drink as much as I could, as often as I could, stayed with me and did not let go for more than 20 years. When you were thinking about writing a memoir, it feels to me you were quite courageous.
It really was the gift that I had received when I was vulnerable about the MS. There's no real room for guilt in moving forward.
You write in the book about some very painful episodes, including an educator who violated you. And you say, he didn't rape me, but he broke me.
He broke me. I loved him. Loved him. Father figure. Having a personal betrayal of someone that loves you, be so inconsiderate of your life path, really hurt. It hurt me.
In Mean Baby, Selma also describes being raped several times during her life, writing, these were the things I drank to forget. I didn't drink for attention. I drank to disappear.
You bury it. You really do. It's a big deal to have these things happen and to hold that shame. in your cells.
Selma recounts 2 occasions where she tried to take her own life and how she found her way back through dark times and her health struggles with the help of loved ones. You fought to still be here.
Yeah.
With
I'm
everything
doing
you've
really
got.
well. I really did. We all will come to times where we're gonna have to fight harder than we think, and I was supported. I was lucky.
Selma says she hasn't had a drink since 2016 after she passed out on a plane with her then 4-year-old son, Arthur, and his father, Jason Blake. How did you finally conquer it? What made the difference for you?
That I could have died on that plane. I mean, now that I was a mother, it just changed everything. It changed everything. It's gone from me. I'm not cocky about it. You have to always be vigilant, but it really is gone.
The 49-year-old says she's grateful to now have answers for the physical pain she's experienced since childhood.
I had so many things that were so indicative of MS.
Have you ever been told that probably was the beginning of MS, or that's somehow connected?
Absolutely, the ailments as a kid connected. I do know for sure I had it by the age of 23. It was definitely there for so long. And the pain is still there. I'm in remission. I built no new lesions, but I still have the, some brain damage and things that are there. But I'm okay with it. I'm okay. I'm grateful because I'm doing so much better.
Very nice. Riding has been a touchstone throughout Selma's life, and she says it's more important to her now than ever. How did you feel the first time, like when you started to get better enough to get back on the horse? How were you, like, how
it's
did
happening like right now.
Yeah.
But, I think I was impatient.
Yeah. But were you scared?
No. Scared not. I get so excited that I think it can read to him, maybe like fear or anxiety.
Yeah.
I just get so excited, and I'm learning patience.
Physical and emotional challenges still present themselves. Selma recently filing for a restraining order against a former boyfriend alleging abuse, and he did the same. Both say they were defending themselves.
I really never in a million years thought that I would be in this situation. But what I can say is I will respect this process.
You would like to see the justice system play out.
I would. And it's hard to do.
Still, she says she's in a new space in life and is ready for whatever comes next.
I'm really, really happy to be able to walk into this space of empowerment and realizing I am a calm and stable grown-up. I'm okay, even though I've not always been.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are back with an NBC News exclusive in our series AAPI Amplified Stronger Together. We're talking to someone who is breaking barriers in the highest level of sports.
Lo Van Pham came to the U.S. as a child after spending time in refugee camps in Laos, Thailand, and in the Philippines.
Well, very soon he's going to become the first Asian American to officiate an NFL game. And we are so thrilled to welcome you, Lo. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on the show.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks for being here. So tell me which part is more exciting, being part of the NFL as a field official or being the first Asian American to officiate a game?
Well, this is a long ways coming. I've worked hard to get here. It's just an honor to be able to work in the National Football League. And I just a real honor and a real excited to be a part of it. The Asian American label, that's great, but at the end of the day, I'm just so humbled to be here, and I look forward to the challenges of working in the National Football League.
Yeah, and imagine it comes with some challenges, but your whole family must be congratulating you. I mean, how does your mom feel? How do your two young boys feel?
My mom, she's 75 years old, and I told her the other day, and it didn't really register with her, so which is okay. Mom's got other things to worry about. My two young boys, obviously, when I told them, they're like, "Well, Dad, you already, aren't you in the USFL already?" So I said, "Yes." So that's kind of the same thing. But yeah, they're all so excited for me.
Well, I was looking at your journey to the NFL. It started with officiating Pee Wee football games, working yourself up to college games. Why were you interested in getting on this side of the sport?
Football is such a great sport. It's kind of a combination of, the grace, the speed, the power, just the camaraderie, just being around the coaches and the kids. That's what I fell in love with, just at whatever level that I'm working in. I'm just so thankful for this opportunity. When I came over to America, I never thought that I would be, an American football official. Most people thought, well, why don't you go ref soccer? That's, obviously very, very popular in Asia. But something about the football game, the strategy, the talent, the gift, the speed, the force of the game. It's just a wonderful, wonderful American pastime sport. And I'm just so honored to be a part of it.
So, Lo, I don't think a lot of people realize that these referee jobs, these field jobs, are kind of part-time. So you've got a main job, and you're raising two boys. How do you juggle all this?
The number one thing is obviously my wife. My wife, Kelly, she's so supportive in everything that I do. I couldn't do it without her. And, it's just a matter of just prioritizing and compartmentalizing the things that are more important to you. And, to me, family's always first, family, friends, and then football. And, I just try to make the time the best of my time. Sometimes I wish there was more than 24 hours in the day, but I just try to juggle it the best I can. And just try to prioritize and just realize what's more important at the time and just try to take care of business when it's time to take care of business.
I know you also officiate basketball at the local schools down there in Texas. You also coach your son in basketball. That's my main question. How's the dynamic? I could never be coached by my dad. How does your son handle it?
Well, number one, I'm a horrible basketball official, and obviously, and a coach. And when I try to tell him to do things, he tells me he already knows how to do things. So I wouldn't advise any parent to coach their kids. But no, I just love being around, youth sports, and I just love being around, the camaraderie of the players. It's kind of watching the kids grow up. From the time they're playing Little League basketball to high school basketball. It's just, a wonderful sport. And basketball really has helped me transition to the football field in terms of being able to train to see the little details that it requires at the high level football.
Well, Lo, it's you really are inspiring and make us feel like slackers. Really appreciate it. All the best. Good luck, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me on the show.
Absolutely. You bet. Lo also spoke with our pal, NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicky Nguyen as part of an hour-long special called The Racism Virus. It's a conversation on healing and solutions. Other guests will include actor Daniel Day Kim and basketball star Jeremy Lin. Streaming tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
That'd be good.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Okay, now to one of our favorite series. It's called H&J Love NYC, where we're blindfolded and taken on a secret surprise.
We do love these, as you guys can tell. You guys know our cooking skills aren't so hot. So our producers thought it'd be really funny to throw us right in the fire at one of New York's finest restaurants.
Okay, there's no queso in the kitchen, which was okay, but you can probably guess we may have bitten off more than we could chew. Take a look.
So, Jenna, we don't know where we are.
No, we don't.
We were guided here. We've been blindfolded for the past 15 minutes.
Right. Should we put this in our mouth?
You are in Paris.
Okay, so maybe not France, but trust us, a close second. We are at Michelin-starred New York City culinary landmark Danielle, perhaps one of the world's most famous restaurants.
And our host today, Chef Danielle Ballud, who has cooked for high-profile guests around the world.
Restaurant Danielle has been around for 28 years, and today, it's all ours, baby.
And you're going to be cooking with me.
Oh my gosh, what?
Welcome to the kitchen at Danielle.
You have your own chef's jacket.
We do have your own jacket too.
Awesome.
It's quiet. Normally there's 25 chefs here working. The other side is the meat side. This is the white asparagus from Provence.
Oh, I've never seen it like that.
It's huge.
The morel, also from...
Can I eat it raw?
Upstate New York, yeah. Oh, no. No, it's not so good, but it's okay. No, it's not so good. The trout and the asparagus. Okay. Also, we're gonna do a poached eggs dressing. You know, sorrel, that's what I want you to taste. Because,
what is that?
you know, rarely you taste sorrel raw. It's very tough.
Yeah.
Metallic-y a little bit.
Yeah, metallic. It is. Tastes like a penny when I used to suck them in 3rd grade.
Exactly. We're gonna make the sauce.
Good job.
You do it.
Start to add the oil inside.
Is your hand burning?
No,
I'm putting salt.
I just got scared.
Yeah.
What is that?
Oil.
Easy. We put all the oil. Normally we...
Yeah, get it. Oh, wait, something's happening over here.
Wow, that's
really good.
Now we taste it.
We do?
What if you don't like it?
Too bad. Some people will. Isn't it?
Yes, it's
Crazy good. So the salt, you use 2 fingers. Good turn on each one. That's it. Rare. So now we turn it.
Wow.
Look at that.
Oh, I see.
That's crazy.
You take those tweezers.
I could use these for some large hairs. I have a crush on that mushroom. I can't even tell you. I'm obsessed with that mushroom.
Oh my God. Do you like chirping chicken?
What is that?
Do you want to know how Hoda cooks?
Yeah, tell me.
She gets a fish. She puts it on a pod. She puts a little salt.
I put it in there.
You stir it in there.
Put it in the oven.
Just marinate it, shove it, open the oven, put it in.
That's good.
We heard there was a small yet hungry lunch crowd.
Better known as some of the staffers who put this show on the air.
Oh, well done.
This is trout with white and green asparagus.
Nice.
Morel mushrooms.
And what kind of sauce?
And a poached egg and sorrel sauce.
Yes.
As you present the
open-handed.
dish, you're always hugging the guest.
From the right side.
Oh, from the right.
Never seen such a
You're getting a
Wait to the
Bon appetit.
How is it? Good.
Delicious.
You are been named Employee of the Month at
For your
Danielle.
outstanding work ethic.
Merci.
Oh, that was so sweet.
Danielle,
Oh,
he gave us a
this little
gift.
packet. Let's see.
Oh, we loved these mushrooms.
These mushrooms. Remember
But
what
don't
he
eat
did?
them raw.
No, he said cut them, wash them.
Oh, so we have to take off the stem.
The stem,
Oops.
yeah. There you go.
Anyway, they're delicious. Thank you so much.
Thanks to Chef Daniel Ballou and the amazing team at Danielle for an incredible experience.
Yes.
And we just love y'all. Thank you.
Yeah,
and
thank you for these bag of mushrooms. Okay, you can get that recipe. By the way, it was kind of easy.
Yeah, it really was.
I mean, we had a master chef teaching us how to do it, but honestly,
But the way he cooked the fish, it's actually worth even that little piece of information, how he cooked it.
So
All right.
make it with us, okay? And you can go to today.com/food.
Come back and join us. Another big show tomorrow on Today.
Yeah, we'll see you then. Have a great Wednesday.
Bye.
Let's get the cots out.
Yeah.
Call it a night.
Good night.
We'll do
Nighty night.
nothing. Over the years, I've been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. We had made that pesto, which was, darn. I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook. But I'm hoping to put that all behind me. Today, cookbook author and Southern comfort food extraordinaire, hostess with the mostest, Elizabeth Heiskell, is here to teach me the basics of how to cook. She's going to be my guide as I attempt to make steak two ways. First, marinated skirt steak with roasted pepper and onions, and then a steakhouse-style filet mignon with roasted Brussels sprouts. I've been waiting a long time to use that cast iron pan. Frankly, I've been avoiding it, but no more. So let's get started. Again.
I know, I'm so excited.
You are my Obi-Wan
This
to my
is
Luke
it.
Skywalker.
This is it, honey. I promise we're gonna make it happen. And I mean, honestly, who does not love a perfectly cooked steak?
I love a steak.
Everybody does. And I swear, it's so much easier than you could ever imagine, okay? This is our plan. Marinate the skirt steak, cut and prep the vegetables, grill the skirt steak, sear, baste, and finish the filet mignon. Let the meat rest. Cut and serve. All right, so here is our marinated skirt steak. Go ahead and get this out.
Do I just go to the butcher and say I want skirt steak?
Exactly.
They won't laugh at me.
No, let's unfold him.
Why do we call it skirt steak?
It's just that cut of meat. It goes actually under the abdomen. That is
yes,
exactly
it's like-
where it
goes
goes.
like- fits you-
All
the
right, now,
waist. Okay.
Yes, if you have a piece of meat that is as big as your waist,
Yes.
you're going to want to cut it.
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to cut this into 4 pieces so that we can manage it in our skillet.
Now,
okay?
is this one of those against the grain things?
Not right now. After we cook it,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
absolutely. But right now, I just need you to cut this into
Cut in
4
fours.
pieces.
Okay, I got it.
Yep. Yeah. Nice, long, good. Very. Look at you. Oh my goodness. Look, we get some skills. We're just gonna measure out all of our ingredients for our marinade.
Okay.
And put them right in the bag. Cheers. I mean, seriously, it's Wednesday.
Cheers. Only on days that end with Y. Those are the only days I drink. Okay, let's go. 1/4 cup packed light brown sugar. This I know how to do because of baking.
Now, and remember this, yes, open this up. This is kind of interesting. So we put a little piece of bread in here.
Why?
Well, because it's gonna keep the brown sugar from getting hard.
This is very soft brown
I'm
sugar.
telling you, that's because of the bread. Roll it in there. Let's do our soy.
2 tablespoons soy sauce. 1 tablespoon.
1 tablespoon of
balsamic
balsamic. Very good.
1 can chipotle in adobo
Well,
sauce.
first, it's tomatoes, onion, garlic is making
Oh.
the sauce. It's earthy, it's smoky, and it's gonna add another depth of flavor to this marinade. So let's chop this up.
Okay.
We wanna chop
Are we
it
gonna chop up all the
No,
all of them?
no, that would set us all on fire. And so we want it to be, you're good.
Okay.
Yep, And then once you kind of get through,
It's real
then you
juicy.
can always go back over it.
Yeah, like I would just, my instinct would be to kind of like do this thing.
Very nice. Yes, look, that, see, did you just see that? Instinct.
Instinct.
You're getting it, you're getting it. So because it's a little bit of a tougher piece of meat, that's why we're gonna marinate this. Now
Okay.
listen, you can do this for 8 hours. We would love 24 hours.
You mean marinating?
Exactly. So, I mean, if you ran home and, you know, even if you only had an hour, you know, that's gonna be good. First,
Something
we
is
wanna
better
pull all of this air out of this. I'm sorry. That's one of my favorite parts. I don't know
Me
why
too,
I love
love
doing that.
I love you. Skirt steak, I love you.
And so then what we'll do is massage it.
Do you feel like this is
I do.
fully
I think
coated?
you've done an
And
absolutely
I put it in the
beautiful
fridge.
job with that. And then, yes, that is going to go into the fridge to marinate. And so we'll just put it back here.
All right.
So now we finished our marinade and we're going to start our roasted vegetables.
Okay.
And I have got something that is going to change your life when it comes to this.
Tell me.
So this is, it has all the vegetables that you might want to roast and then the different times. And you don't have to have a recipe. This is going to be so freeing for you, honestly. So we're going to start with our Brussels sprouts. I'm going to show you and then you're going to finish. So we're going to cut the end off of it and then we're going to cut it in half and it's going to go into our bowl.
Okay.
Okay?
What about frozen? Sorry.
Brussels sprouts?
Yeah.
Well, what happens
That's how we
is-
did in the 70s in my mom's kitchen.
and that is why we didn't like them.
Oh, I hated them.
They were disgusting.
When I was a little kid, to put one bite of a Brussels sprout in my
there
mouth was
oh
as
God, it was hell
close
on
to
earth.
torture as you could
Hell on
imagine.
earth. If you roast them though, it's a whole new world. And then here we are again. You've got those done. Those
All
are
right,
beautiful.
set 'em over here.
And that's what we're gonna pair with that filet mignon. And now we're gonna move on to our peppers. And so what I like to do is cut it in half. Go ahead and cut it straight
Just
in
like
half. Being very careful to see where you're beautiful. And then I just pull this right out. And then we're gonna make nice long slices. You want to keep it even. That's one of the main secrets about roasting vegetables is that they all need to cook and get finished at the same time.
What about these white bits? Like
So
I used to cut those out
And
sometimes.
you can. I want to show you something. So if you will hold your knife here, it's going to give you a lot more security, and I think you're going to be more comfortable with it.
I like your grip. The grip is better.
It's so much better because you have more control. And when you have more control of your knife, you're more comfortable. All right, so now we're going to get to our onions.
Oh, onions. How are we doing it though? Dice?
Now, we're gonna do just like a rainbow, so just a half moon. So we're gonna cut it in half.
Okay.
Both ends off, and then keep going. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna roast all of our vegetables on separate pans because again,
Well, that sounds like
they're
a pain.
well, it is, but it's really gonna make that much of a difference. When you're only using a few ingredients and salt and pepper, the technique is so important in making this successful.
Okay. I would've just thrown them all in the same pan,
I know you
'cause
would
who
have,
cares?
and some of them would have burned, and some of them would have been raw, and then you would have been frustrated and said, I don't know how to roast vegetables.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's technique.
Yeah.
You're getting very good with your knife, and I'm proud of you.
Well, thank you. I'm working on it, but I do have to be reminded about where to hold it, to grip it. It's like a bat when you choke up on the bat.
Or your tennis racket. You know
Yeah,
this.
I do.
If you held your tennis racket with your finger hanging out like that, you wouldn't be worth a damn. Okay.
I'm still not worth a damn. Just FYI, but point taken. Point taken.
So now I want you to generously olive oil these. There we go.
Okay.
Beautifully coated. Good. And that's going to help to ensure that this is going to caramelize. We want it to get that beautiful brown color.
Now I can't stop.
See, I know, it's kind of fun,
Yeah.
isn't it? Now we're going to salt it generously. We're going to pepper it generously.
Now, do I need to like sprinkle, then toss, or just
Sprinkle.
throw it all in there?
Sprinkle.
Too much?
That's
a
it.
lot.
That's going to be done. Okay, that's all you need, and then we'll toss it. It kind of helps if you want to, go ahead and go in the circle so you're not just dumping it in the middle.
okay.
That will kind of help it just a little bit.
I would say less pepper than salt, no? 'Cause
And
it's
that's the
pepper
great
kind of
news. It's yours.
Okay.
So do whatever you want. This recipe is not the boss of you.
Yeah.
You are the boss of it,
stuff.
okay?
Right. Take that recipe. I'm not going
All
to
right,
take
now
it
we got
anymore
these
from you.
mixed. Now, and also at home, listen, if you don't want to pull out 3 different sheet pans.
I don't own 3 different sheet
Well,
pans.
that's the deal. Okay, I get that. You can always separate it.
Okay.
So you could do Brussels sprouts here, onions here. So let's
Okay.
throw the onions on one.
Okay.
Uh-huh. On
Okay,
pan,
just not to share. Okay.
Yes.
It says don't crowd the pan.
Correct. We do not want to
These
crowd
Brussels
it.
want to keep their social distance.
Let's flip these little guys over because the more surface area that's on the bottom of this pan, the more beautiful they're going to be. All right, and now we have one more. Spread that
And why
out.
are we doing 3 pans again?
Because they're all going to cook at different times.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and if we otherwise, the Brussels sprouts are going to be raw, these are going to be overdone, and the onions are going to be burnt, and we cannot have that.
No.
And so now we'll go in the oven with these. Why don't we put peppers and onions on top, and then we will do our sprouts on the bottom.
Okay. Well, that was easy enough.
There we go.
Ooh,
Now, so what we'll do is we're going to let that cook for a little bit, and then what we want to do is we'll want to rotate the pan.
Like just move them around.
Exactly.
But do I have to flip them? I could get obsessed about flipping each onion.
You could, but you don't need to.
Okay.
Very nice. That's good.
Okay. All right.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
All right, so now our vegetables are roasting in the oven. You just gave them a nice toss, so we're gonna leave those alone for a minute, and we are gonna get ready to cook that beautiful skirt steak.
Okay.
All right, so we'll go ahead and grab that.
It's 24 hours it's been marinating.
Now, what we're gonna do is pull it out. We're gonna put it on this paper towel. What will happen when we get ready to cook this?
Smells
our
amazing.
pan is going to be as hot as the hinges of hell. Do you understand me?
Okay.
And if this marinade is still on here,
Like that was drippy.
No, you're good. We're gonna pat it. I mean, we're about to get serious with this.
Okay.
Because it will end up just steaming it and almost boiling it.
Oh.
And that's not what we want. We want that beautiful caramelized crust. So we are really gonna get all the moisture out of it.
Okay.
So we are gonna press on this.
We're soaking it up.
Now let's come over here. I want you to.
Okay, just a question. Is this pan hot?
Hot as the hinges of hell, honey. It is hot. Do not touch it. Brush it with the canola oil, and that will help it not stick. When we did that marinade, you have to remember that we added a little bit of sugar. We've also got balsamic that has sugar in it. It's going to smoke a little bit, okay?
Smoking now.
Yes, because it's hot. So let's turn our vent on, which is that little button right over there, and that's gonna pull the smoke up.
Okay. That vent's over there. How's that gonna help?
It will.
Okay.
All right, let's
Okay.
put that down.
Doesn't matter which side?
No, just put it down.
Woo!
Very good. So, but this little bit of smoke, it's gonna be so worth it, I promise. Let me get the grandma timer, grandma timer.
Grandma alert.
And so literally it's just gonna take 3 minutes on both sides.
Why do we use a cast iron pan? Why couldn't I just use a skillet?
Oh, honey, because cast iron holds the heat. It cooks so evenly. It really is just the absolute best way when you're getting ready to cook a steak.
Now,
So-
is it hot?
It's hot as the hinges of hell.
Just kidding. Oh my gosh, it's
You're
sticky.
okay.
It's broken.
No,
I
it's
burned
not.
it.
No, the reason that it's sticky is we had a little bit of sugar in the marinade. But look at that! It's beautiful.
Okay, I gotta tell you, I would have said that's burnt.
No, it's caramelized. That is absolutely gorgeous.
God, I need the jaws of life
Calm
to get
down.
this thing
Deep
up.
breath. Deep breath. You're good. There you are.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Look at those beautiful marks.
I mean,
You're
it looks
killing
pretty. It smells good, but see, this is where I would have felt like I did it wrong.
Absolutely not. That's what you want. That's that wonderful, crisp, caramelized. Oh,
let's get on there.
That's the heaven.
I mean, come on.
You got it. You got it. There you go.
The stubborn one. Okay, 3 minutes, said Grandma.
Beautiful.
3 minutes on the other
beautiful,
side?
Beautiful, beautiful. Yes. I think we're right there. We're about there.
Just pull it up.
Good.
Look at that.
Excellent.
It doesn't matter what side.
Look at how beautiful that is.
I must say it is.
Let's put it over there and let it rest.
Okay. Rest for 10 minutes.
Be careful, that pan's hot.
I know.
The pan is hot.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is the pan hot? We turn this off. Now it's not hot.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
All right, let's get these veggies out of the oven before I burn them. Ooh,
Oh, they look good.
I think they do.
And now we've got our onions and then our peppers.
Should those have been browner, or does that look good to you?
I think that's nice. I think that's really good. We're gonna use these for fajitas after we slice that skirt steak up, and then the Brussels sprouts, we will have that with our beautiful filet
This is a
mignon.
fajita seed.
You are absolutely right. All right, so now we have our vegetables out, and we're ready to go with the filet mignon.
Oh,
We have two beautiful fillets.
They're so cute.
Aren't they lovely? There's two beautiful. One for me,
you.
one for you.
One for me, exactly.
So salt and pepper generously. If you don't season it well now, you literally have missed the boat.
You said generous.
Generously.
Sides?
Absolutely. If you're gonna eat the sides, you want it to be seasoned, right?
Okay.
Just there. Good. Very nice. Let's do that on both fillets. And then we'll do the same thing with the pepper.
Do you know if I served filet mignon to my husband?
Oh, he'd lose his mind.
I was going to say he'd have a heart attack, not because of the red meat, but because I had actually
I'm telling you,
cooked something. He'll just be like, "Where's
and
Savannah
I love how you just did that. That was a pro thing.
Woo, dang
that
it.
was pro.
You know what? I don't like things to go to waste.
And there you are.
Okay, how do you think? Good?
It's perfect.
Okay,
Absolutely
great,
perfect.
great.
I want you to go ahead and at least smash your garlic, and let's go ahead and pull our rosemary off. Use the side of this. Hold on. Let's
Like
do
this?
one clove at a time.
Oh.
And let's turn the knife away from us. Okay.
Okay.
Good.
And then, but I'm gonna smash
and then
it.
you're gonna use
Should
your
I cut
hand.
these tips off before or no?
Oh no, it ain't gonna do it ain't gonna do anything.
Okay.
Perfect. Good.
Now, is that smashed enough?
Well, I mean, I would have put a little more
that
effort
doesn't seem
into
that more
it.
smashed.
Let's do it. Come on. Okay, good. Very
That's
nice.
good, but
That's
they're still
it.
big old.
Well, if you
It's
want to
okay.
cut it up, you can.
Well, I
It's
do.
not necessary.
It
It's
says
more
smash.
just.
I want to be smashed.
Okay, smash it. Smash it. Smash
And
it.
not just with
smash
the
it,
margarita.
And not just with the margaritas. And
That's
then we.
smashed enough, you're saying?
You're beautiful.
Okay.
It's just a quick, easy. You know, it's just a throw in, just a little flavor.
Okay.
And then we have our rosemary.
Leaves from one sprig. Is this the pull-off deal? You
Is
taught me that
it?
before.
Is it? I think it is.
Okay.
So we'll start at the top, and then you're going to
start at
pull
the top.
back. Good. And now You can do it. And doesn't that make it so much easier? And then just pick off the little ones on the end.
I enjoy brushing oil.
Now, before we go, we're already starting to smoke. Let's get that vent on, okay?
Oh,
let's turn the vent on. Hey.
Okay. Whew. So should we go for it?
We're ready. Let's do it.
Okay.
All right, so here we are. Oh, and hear that? So that's nice. That sizzle was ready.
How long does it do?
I think it's probably going to take about, 2 to 3 minutes. We just want to get that beautiful caramelization. We want to lock in all of those juices.
This is about like the crust, basically.
Very much so.
Should I be doing something with this butter to get ready for this whole scene?
Well, I mean, you could go ahead and cut it.
You think that's 3 tablespoons?
No, that's not.
Like there.
Right there.
That's right.
And
I know
a
that
little
from
more
baking.
isn't going to hurt this.
Correct.
And just know, Savannah, that smoke is normal.
All right.
All right? Oh, that's nice. That's very, very good.
Isn't that?
And now we want to go side, side, side.
Okay, so that's how it should look.
I love it. I love it.
All right, so now this seems like a tricky little thing here.
Why?
Is
You've
it 3
got it.
Okay, is it 3 minutes on each side?
Do you want to go ahead and do the
yes,
other one
either.
too?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Are you just not concerned about my steak,
I know.
Savannah? As long as yours is
What about
perfect.
me? Okay, yeah.
So let's do a flip.
Does each side, like, oh, jeez. Oh, boy.
You can do it. Let it go.
Can I go? All right, and then your guy goes over.
I swear it is just like Mr. Miyagi and the Karate Kid. I'm so proud.
It really is.
I'm so proud
Look
of
at
you.
Elizabeth,
But I mean, that
Savannah.
was beautiful the way you just flipped
Oh,
that.
thank you.
You're getting this.
There's nothing like low expectations, Elizabeth. This is fun.
All right, and let's get that side right there.
I'm getting the bottom, right?
We're still doing sides, and
Yes,
then we're
sides,
gonna
sides.
Okay.
And I still have this too.
One more little side there. Very
This one
nice.
doesn't have another side, interestingly.
Okay, so then we have the bottom.
Like some people. But wait, now should we do the other? This is still a rare side.
And
Should
so
I do
now
that?
we'll put that one down.
Get
And
it on
while
down.
that one's working, then we're gonna do our little pan sauce.
Okay.
So we'll add our butter.
And I'm just throwing it in there.
Yeah, throw that in.
Fun.
And then you can kind of hold the pan with the towel, okay? Be very careful. And now let's add our garlic and our
Now
rosemary.
look how it looks like it's burning.
It's
sorry.
not. It's just,
Okay.
it's not.
Just
It's-
throw this all in?
Throw it in.
Just sprinkle it around.
Very good. And then we have this spoon, and we're gonna just baste it. Be real careful of that.
So what's basting?
That
Just
pan.
spooning it on?
Just fill up a nice big spoon and pour it over. Oh, look at you.
Talk to me.
Okay, that's it.
Come
Keep
on.
going.
Is it already like the leaves and the bits are there?
Uh-huh.
Now is it
Very
bad that I
nice.
just moved it?
It's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Look at that. I mean, that looks like, that's it.
Come to mama.
That is that's it.
I'd eat
That's
it right
what
now
you're
just
looking
like
for.
that. Keep basting?
Uh-huh. And now we're getting ready. One more baste. When we put our thermometer in, you want to be really careful that we go right into the middle of this steak, okay? If you go all the way to the bottom, it's going to give us a false read. It'll be too hot.
Oh.
So just stick it in. Let's go all the way to the middle. Right now, we're at 74 degrees on this
Okay.
thermometer.
I want to go like in the middle.
Uh-huh. Are you in the middle?
I feel like I am.
Okay, good. So this is going to be a team effort. Look at how it's coming up. I'm going to hold this. You're going to put one hand here and one pan there.
Yeah.
And then we're going to take it to the oven.
Oh, but we didn't check the other one. Do you want me to take this out?
No, it's fine. They're same size. They're going to
Okay.
cook just about
Do you
the
want me to
same.
take this out now?
No, it's going to go into the oven with the thermometer. It's an oven read.
It can go into the oven?
Well, this is going to stay out. That's going to stay in.
Wow,
And we're
okay.
going to do this together.
How we-
now the
which wrap?
oven's hot. Go on in. So if you were at home by yourself,
Yeah.
yay! You would wait and you would put your thermometer in now, and then you would shut it. And look at it here. Look at there.
Wow!
Isn't that fun? And then we could even turn on an oven light if we want to look at it in here. So we want to get up to about, 127.
Okay.
Because once it comes out, the temperature's going to raise a few more degrees.
Okay.
130 is going to be a perfect medium rare.
Okay.
So we'll just sit here and let this
So you do
come
127, figuring it's going to continue to cook when it's out on the...
up. Correct.
How long in the oven is
That's
it
why,
good?
I mean, it's like, what, 4 minutes,
Yeah,
3 minutes?
so it's quickie. Okay.
It is quick, and that is the thing that's a little unnerving, because it's not hard, it's just fast.
You just gotta be
so
ready to
those
rock.
sides and ready to roll. I mean, seriously, would your husband not die? And you can do this at home.
You'd be dead. I'd have to step over his dead body. He died in shock, and I'm like, excuse me. Well, I made
Hold
two
on,
steaks,
we
but
had
now you died in
steaks.
shock. So I'll have to eat both steaks myself. Or 1 degree.
Okay, there we go, go.
Okay, now where do I put it though?
All right, we're gonna put it back on our induction. Okay?
Oh, jeez.
It's
I would
okay.
be like, it's
Be
dead. I
careful.
died
Wait, let's
here.
focus. Focus. Deep
crap.
breath, and we're gonna focus.
Oh, jeez. This is terrifying. Ah!
Shoot.
That one's on you.
Okay.
Where do I put it?
Right there.
It looks incredible.
Please, would you just look at that? It's absolutely beautiful.
Remember that time you burned me with the thermometer?
No, I don't.
It's a hot
Savannah, I
pan.
don't remember that.
So where do I put these? I should take them off
Yes,
this hot
take
pan.
it off the hot pan.
These look delicious.
And then let me grab our sprouts, and we'll scrape them on, and then this one is gonna be done. We'll grab our vegetables.
Okay. Is it okay that they've just been sitting on those? They haven't like continued to burn or anything?
No, not at all, not at all. Just kind of add those to this.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's it. So now let's grab our beautiful skirt steak. It's been resting, so now all of those juices have reabsorbed into the fibers. Let's move this here. We can still use those
Should I
tongs.
serve it, or should
no,
I
we're
put it on
gonna
the
cut
cutting?
it. We're
Oh,
gonna
okay.
thinly slice it. And this, without a doubt, is probably one of the most important things. We are gonna cut this across the grain. So do you see these long fibers that are going this way?
Yeah, I guess.
All right, so if we were to cut it with those,
Yeah, I would have followed the
then,
line.
I mean, if we did this, it is going to be so tough in your mouth, you're not gonna be able to chew it.
Really?
So then we will cut this way. And you wanna kind of do it on the bias. So just a little bit of a angle, okay?
Okay.
All right, now I know you can do this. Very
Okay,
nice,
Yoda.
very nice.
There is no try, there is only do, says
But look,
Yoda.
and there you are.
I do.
I mean,
Figure that out. Like,
this is
you
just
have-
wonderful.
Like, isn't it funny that like someone figured out at some point
That we need to go across the
Yeah.
grain. And now you know what they're talking
so this
about.
is this, and now I'll go like this.
Perfect,
Right?
across the grain. And that is gonna make sure that every single bite is so tender and so delicious and so flavorful, you're not even gonna believe it.
It's taking all of my self-control not to just start eating this.
Always remember though, Savannah, that since you're the chef, you get to have the chef special.
What's that?
You know, which is just like one little piece, like before it goes. Well, you gotta make sure it's amazing,
Taste
you know?
test? Okay, let me finish this and I'm gonna do
Oh,
it.
it is, I'm sorry, I'm making you do all the work and I'm just sitting over here enjoying
Oh,
myself.
I love it.
Oh,
Is it really good?
It's absolutely delicious.
I hate these last little bits. That's where it's like the risk of blood is high. Okay, I'm gonna take a little chef's special.
But because we did that marinade, the caramelization, you know, it's got that little bit of crunch, that beautiful
Real nice.
depth of flavor, that little bit of sweetness. So let's add it to our tray
Okay.
here.
Tongs? What?
Yeah, let's do
Okay.
tongs. Tongs are gonna be perfect.
Best steak I ever made. Only steak I ever made, but
Is
still.
it really? You should be very, very proud of yourself.
Is this it? Is it dinner
This
served?
is it, honey. I mean, we can go ahead and take this over to the table.
Okay, yay.
And I will grab these beautiful steaks.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better. Absolutely does not get any better.
It looks incredible. I
And
must
a
say.
margarita. But so see, you could serve this with the flour tortillas and the pico de gallo and cheese, or you could do that with the mashed potatoes and maybe some roasted carrots. Whatever your kids love, now you know how to roast every vegetable that there is.
This is the first time I've made a steak and the first time I've roasted a vegetable.
Cheers!
Not my first margarita. No, let's do this.
We're good at this.
This is so fun. Okay, so what do we do?
Let's do a little bit of this.
Come to mama.
And then here we are with those beautiful roasted vegetables that you
love
did.
it.
You know, it's that moment right before you cut into your steak that you kind of take that breath, wondering, you know, was it cooked properly?
Well, that's what
Is it just like I like? Look,
It's so tender. Oh my gosh. This is my Christmas card.
That's it. That should be absolutely.
I mean, this looks incredible.
That doesn't get
Okay,
any
let's
better.
taste it. Delicious. I
mean,
gotta say.
I'm sorry. You killed it.
So
Absolutely
good.
killed it.
It's so tender. Let me try these Brussels.
And I love
Not mom's frozen.
the aromatic of just that little bit of garlic and rosemary that we threw in at the last minute was beautiful.
It is really delicious. Okay, now I gotta try skirt steak. Tender, not chewy, because we cut it across the grain.
And that's the key.
I might have added a little more salt.
And that's fine.
Lesson learned.
So now you know. We've opened up so many possibilities to you because you saw two ways to make a steak, one with a marinade, one without, and then we know exactly how to roast vegetables. So you've got everything from roasting an onion and peppers if you wanted to make fajitas, all the way to beautiful Brussels sprouts or butternut squash. I mean, it's unbelievable what you can do now.
I know, it's so are you saying that like other cuts of steak I could prepare in the same way?
Absolutely. So it doesn't matter whether it's a ribeye or if you are doing a filet like we did today, it's the same method. It just depends on the cut of the meat. You're either gonna marinate it and have to be very careful with the way you cook it, or you're gonna go sear it on all sides and go in the oven to finish. So you've done it.
Now I can make anything.
You really can. Any sort of protein and vegetable.
I just have one final question.
What is that?
Is the pan hot?
Honey, that pan is hotter than the hinges of hell.
How about this drink? It's cold as ice.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and each week I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Makon Jovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
I'm Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock, and I know shopping trends. I seek out new and notable products so you don't have to in editors' picks. This is Shop All Day, women-owned businesses.
Hi, I'm Chassie Post, and we're back today with a new episode of Shop All Day. And in honor of Women's History Month, we are celebrating women-owned businesses and the ladies who built them. From cosmetics to jewelry, we even have bathing suits made for all body types. And later, a conversation with Nancy Twine, the woman who founded Buzzy brand Briogeo Hair Care. And remember, see that QR code on the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. First, we have Fortune and Frame, a woman-owned business known for their wonderfully unique jewelry and accessories that are designed to hold fortunes, love notes to self, and special messages. So the original concept came about when designer Gretel Going got an insightful fortune from a fortune cookie and wanted to hold on to it. And she shoved it behind a refrigerator magnet and forgot about it. So when the fortune kept falling onto the kitchen floor, an idea was born. And Gretel didn't have a background in jewelry, but she took a leap and spent the next 2 years knocking on doors in Manhattan's jewelry district, hoping that someone would show her the ropes. And right when she was about to give up, she met her mentor, the wife of a jeweler, who took her under her wing and taught her everything she knew about making models, molds, and casting the pieces. And these designs became the brand's now iconic Fortune lockets and frames. So here we have some of her best-selling pieces. So starting with the Secret Diary book locket. And look how beautiful these are. Also, we have the Fortune locket and, of course, the Fortune cookie locket. And what is so amazing about these lockets is they open up to reveal these little beautiful special messages. And the cool thing is you can choose from over 600 different messages on the Fortune and Frame site. Or, and I love this, you can actually personalize your own message. I also think these make really, really special gifts, and they come in these gorgeous little boxes. Next, let's talk beauty. Bossy Cosmetics was founded by a Boston-born and Nigeria-raised Aisha Dozier, a self-described lipstick junkie who says she never imagined starting a global beauty brand when she started her career as an investment banker over 20 years ago. After leaving her finance career, Aisha was diagnosed with severe hypertension and took a sabbatical at Stanford University. And it was there that she realized that what really brought her happiness was mentoring women. So she committed to building a business that combined her passion for beauty and mentorship. And gosh, she's done just that. Bossy Cosmetics was created as a beauty brand that cares more about how women feel than anything else, with the intention to empower women to look, feel, and do good. And it all started with lipstick. Yes, Aisha says she defines lipstick as her love language. And she also calls lipstick a superpower that boosted her confidence throughout her career in a male-dominated profession. So today we've got some of Bossy's best-selling products, starting with, you guessed it, a lipstick. So here we have the Power Woman Essentials Bullet Lipstick, and this is the #1 bestseller for them. And the brand says they're infused with watermelon seed oil, and they give a really velvety, ultra matte finish. Plus, they're also vegan and cruelty-free. Now, we also have another bestseller of theirs, the Power Woman Essentials Liquid Lipstick, and the brand says that these formulations are infused with vitamin E. And lastly, Bossy Cosmetics is not just about lipstick. Here we have one of their best-selling eyeshadow palettes, which also happens to be their first eyeshadow palette, and it has 9 gorgeous colors. Now, if you've ever been intimidated by fake lashes or have always wanted to try them but have been worried that they might be too much for every day, then get ready for some good news. Jenna Lyons, the former creative director and president of J. Crew, and in my opinion, one of the most influential style arbiters of the past 2 decades, has reinvented the fake lash. Yes, Jenna is making waves once again with her launch of Love Scene, a collection of accessible fake lashes designed for women who are looking for something more natural-ish. That's her word, and I love it. Jenna saw a hole in the market for less dramatic fake lashes, and she says that she wanted to create lashes that would amplify one's own beauty and help people look like themselves, only brighter. So she teamed up with makeup artist Troy Olivier, and they went to work in true meticulous fashion. Love Scene offers 8 different styles of cruelty-free and affordable lashes in different colors, and you can also choose from different lengths and fullnesses and looks that take you from no makeup to a full beat of makeup. And the brand even says that each pair has been designed to work on every eye shape and skin tone and can be worn up to 10 times. So here we have Love Scene's starter kit. It comes with 2 sets of lashes, some of their favorite tried and true glue, and it also comes with this case, which I think is so chic. And because you can use the lashes up to 10 times, you can store them right in here. And here's an eyelash tool that they invented that helps you put on your eyelashes more easily. And lastly, meet Asutra, a women-founded and women-led company dedicated to creating products that help to promote active self-care. And I really love their motto: self-care isn't selfish. Asutra is owned by Stephanie Morimoto, who is the CEO, and Venus Williams. Yup, That Venus Williams, who is part owner and their chief brand officer. And the brand also says that they are passionate about the natural ingredients that they use in their products, like organic plants and minerals and essential oils. And they also say that their products are paraben and petroleum free. So we've got some of their most popular products here with us, starting with one of my absolute favorites that I have personally used. This is their Soak the Day Away Ultimate Relaxation Dead Sea Bath Salts. They've got a lavender and rosemary fragrance. They also have one with eucalyptus. And I've got to tell you, when you use these, you just take a scoop, you put it in the bath, and it really does feel like a spa day right at home. Next, we have another product that really put the brand on the map, and these are the natural yoga mat cleaners, and you can choose from 7 different essential oil blends, and these also smell just so fabulous. And lastly, we have 2 of their newer products. First, the Melt Body Butter. It is so luxurious, and the brand says that it has lavender and magnesium. And also, we have another new product, and this is the lavender body oil, and oils are such a big trend right now. So let's go through these products one more time, and you can use the QR code to get instant access to these items. We've got the Fortune and Frame jewelry, the Bossy Cosmetics lipsticks and palette, the Love Scene false eyelashes, and the Asutra products. So that's it for Style Finder. Up next, Mako and Lovu has an inspiring conversation with the founder of Briogeo Hair Care, whose deep conditioning mask is sweeping social media.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Her name is Lester. Who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hi there, welcome back. I'm Makon Jovu, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders, and they'll share their favorite products and must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget that QR code on the corner of your screen. Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it to shop these products. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. Nancy Twine traded in her Wall Street career and created Briogeo hair care using her mother's beauty recipes. I love that. Hi, Nancy. So glad that you are here. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm actually in Utah right now for a ski weekend.
Oh, nice. You have this amazing hair care brand called Briogeo. What inspired you to start it?
Yeah, it's so funny. People ask me that because I'm not a hairstylist and I'm not a chemist. And actually the inspiration comes from my mom, who was a physician and a chemist. And growing up, my mom used to make so many of our beauty and personal care products from scratch in the kitchen of our home. And I was essentially her sous chef. So at a very young age, I learned about the possibilities of taking clean, natural ingredients and transforming them into highly effective beauty products.
Oh, that's beautiful. How do you see your mom's influence from that time in the kitchen sort of transferred to the products, or is there any influence right now?
There's so much influence. So the formulas that we create at Briogeo are a lot more complex. They're utilizing a lot more just advanced natural chemistry and ingredients that just weren't accessible to me and my mom when we were doing this back in the day. But so many of the ingredients that have inspired the formulas are the same ingredients that we use at home in our formulas. So there's definitely a lot of inspiration from those childhood memories.
Oh, I love that. I know mom has got to be so proud. I'm looking at your hair and it's so beautiful. So the person who uses Briogeo, what is their hair story?
So one of the things that makes Briogeo so unique is that our hair care products are for all different hair textures and types. And one of the things that I really sought out to do when creating Briogeo was to really unite people through one hair care brand. And also, instead of using harsh chemicals or additives, we use clean, naturally powered ingredients that really bring out the healthiness and the shine and the beauty in your hair naturally.
I love that all hair textures can use this product, and it's all about the luster and the shine. I have to tell you, the name of the product line is so interesting to me. What was the inspiration behind Briogeo?
Yes, so Briogeo is a unique word to our brand. It's not used anywhere else in the world, to my knowledge. And the word Briogeo is broken up into two different parts. So the word brio is actually an Italian word that means vibrant, colorful, full of life. And that really represents the passion and the essence of our brand that we really hope to inspire in every person. It's really all about celebrating what makes you unique. And the word geo is a Latin word that means of earth or of nature, and that speaks to our clean ingredient methodology. So Briogeo really encompasses who we are from the inside out.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love that explanation. You know what else I love? Following the brand on social media. They have a cult following. What's the #1 product that you get the most feedback on? What do you think people love the most?
So the #1 product is this product here. I have it with me. It's the Don't Despair Repair Deep Conditioning Mask. This is a holy grail. Like I said, I'm out here in Utah. It's really cold, and oftentimes the winter months can bring about a lot of dryness to the hair. And dryness is one of the biggest culprits to damage. And so this product is clinically proven to reduce breakage. It brings back the natural shine, luster of your hair. And not only does it help to repair breakage, it also helps to prevent future damage. And it's a really, really fantastic product. And I see you opening it up right now. And I'm so glad that you did, because it has this incredible like texture that almost looks like pudding. It's kind of like this pudding treatment for your hair. It has really concentrated natural oils, vitamins, and antioxidants that really restore the vitality of the hair. And this is our #1 best-selling product. And it has been since we launched the brand back in 2013.
I can see why. It feels so creamy. It feels like it's going to nourish my hair. And so how do you use it? Do you put like a shower cap on top of it? Do you put it when your hair is wet? How does it work?
That's a great question. This is actually a weekly treatment, and you use this in place of your conditioner when you use it. So after shampooing, you rinse out the shampoo, you wring the hair of excess water, and then you apply 1 to 2 walnut-sized amounts from root to tip, or where you're experiencing the most damage. You leave it in for at least 10 minutes and then you rinse it out. But you brought up a really good idea, because those that have very severe damage may want an even more intense mask experience. So you can actually apply it out of the shower, put a plastic cap over the hair to really lock in that moisture and seal in the nutrients, and then you can wash it out an hour later. But you certainly can do that.
Let me tell you something. My hair is heat damaged, so I'm always in search of products that will restore my hair to its original form. Okay, let's move on to the other product that you brought for us. This is also another favorite of yours. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so this actually comes from another brand. It's a Black-owned brand skincare line at Sephora. It's called Shani Darden. I had the pleasure of meeting Shani Darden. She's an esthetician and has been creating incredible products. And this here is the Retinol Reform Cream. And I've got to tell you, I've used retinols before and they tend to dry out my skin. What's so unique about this product is that it's so hydrating. So you get the benefits of retinol, which is really great for fine lines, wrinkles, any sort of blemishes over time. It really helps to fade them, but it also locks in the moisture. So I don't wake up the next morning with dry, flaky skin. My skin is actually hydrated. And this is like one of the only formulas of retinol that I found like this.
Oh my gosh. You see the difference in my hands where I put the product and where I didn't. I can just imagine that on my face. Okay, thank you for putting me onto this. I love it. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about your journey. I'm so intrigued by it because you started in finance and then you transitioned to being sort of your own boss. What was that transition like for you?
Yeah, you know, it was a bit daunting, especially because I didn't have a start in beauty. I had never even worked in marketing. So, you know, so much of what I had to learn just came from my experience as a beauty consumer and trying to figure out what would I want. You know, if I was the Briogeo client, how would I want to be marketed to? You know, obviously there's such a diverse spectrum of hair textures out there. And as I mentioned before, Briogeo is for everyone. It's not just for me. It really is for everyone. So one of the things that I had to do very early on was to create a very diverse focus group to test the products to make sure that all hair textures and types really got great results with the formulas. But there was certainly a lot of trial and error during the early years. And as I've expanded the business, I've brought on employees and a really top-notch management team that does have that industry experience to help me to continue to scale and grow the company.
You can't just do it alone, right? It's good to have a team of people that can help you sort of pursue that dream. And one of the things that you're really passionate about is giving advice to entrepreneurs. You tell them to keep pushing through. How do you do that in your business journey?
Yeah, it's such a great question. And so much of my ability to be able to do that has really just been focused on my own personal wellness practice, being able to make calm decisions, not out of haste, being able to kind of step back and process things. And then also realize that when you get bumped up against challenges, it doesn't mean that you should stop. It means that you just have to find a new way of doing things. So to me, my wellness practices of meditation and yoga have allowed me to kind of create a mindset that really has been able to fuel so much of my entrepreneurial journey.
Balance is everything, Nancy, right? Sort of having those tools to help you be equipped with dealing with the challenges. Speaking of the challenges, what's the biggest no that you've received in your career and how did you bounce back from that?
I remember early on, there was a big retail chain that I was exploring. And I remember I didn't get the opportunity to retail because they felt like I didn't have enough brand awareness at the time. And I'm actually so glad that opportunity didn't work out for us because in retrospect, I realized that they actually weren't the right fit for the brand in terms of what they would really be able to bring to the table to support us. So in that moment, when I got that no from the retailer, it felt like doomsday. But I kept pressing on and looking back, it was actually a bit of a blessing in disguise.
Oh, you know, when you get that no, when you're on the other side of it, you can understand why it needed to happen that way. But when you get that initial no, it is so crushing. So let's go back to being with your mom. What would you tell that little girl?
I think that, you know, being open-minded about your career, but also leading with passion. Passion allows you to unlock so many opportunities and gifts and strengths within you that perhaps you didn't know even existed. So whether you go down the entrepreneurial journey or maybe you're working for a company, both are great opportunities, but just try to find something that you can root yourself in passion, because that's where you're going to find the most happiness and the most success.
That's really good advice. I love your passion. Thank you for sharing it with us. Nancy, it was a pleasure chatting with you today. Enjoy your time in Utah, okay?
Thank you so much.
You too. Take care. All right, now let's run through the products one more time. The Briogeo Deep Conditioning Mask and the Shani Darden Retinol Reform. Up next, Adriana Brock continues celebrating Women's History Month with her editor's picks. She has more on the inspiring women who founded bathing suits and undergarments for all body types. Don't go away.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Her name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hi, welcome back to the show. We've been celebrating the women behind iconic brands we love and use. I have my own editor's picks that include everything from fashion to beauty, all founded with a purpose by women. And see that QR code on the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. Let's get started. Lori Coulter and Reshma Chatterjee Chamberlain only founded Somersault in 2017, but it has already made some serious waves in the world of swimwear. The brand used over 1.5 million measurements from a group of 10,000 women to create what we've dubbed universally flattering for all women. It's the swimsuit called the side stroke. And according to the brand, it's made with a fabric that provides compression, support, and coverage, which is just what we all need in a swimsuit to make us feel confident. Somersault also makes clothing items from swim cover-ups to dresses and loungewear. We've got the French terry shirt and shorts, which are made for life away from the beach and pool. Reviewers love how versatile the pieces are. You can mix and match them. And from bathing suits to undergarments, Parade founder Cami Tellez didn't feel as though the underwear models she saw in the mall growing up were truly representative of what real confidence and self-expression felt like. So she created her own brand to change the narrative. When the brand launched, underwear was its main draw. Now Parade has become a buzzy destination for everything from briefs to boy shorts, bralettes, loungewear, and bodysuits. All of the brand's fabrics are made with recycled materials. And two of the brand's best sellers are the triangle bralette and the briefs, which according to the brand is made with the replay fabric, which is a blend of recycled nylon and spandex. Now, this next product was created out of problem solving. Melissa Mash, Deepa Gandhi, and Jessie Dover launched Dagny Dover in 2013. The goal was to create problem-solving bags for every kind of lifestyle. Today, the brand makes everything from weekender bags to pouches. we have the Dakota backpack, which is the perfect solution for everybody from busy parents to commuters and travelers. It is the perfect size to fit all of the essentials that you need, and it's made with a stretchable neoprene fabric, so you can really pack it full. Most of Dagny Dover's bags are water resistant according to the brand, and they're designed to stand up to whatever the day brings, with features like a laptop sleeve and a shoe bag. And in the beauty department, we talked to Nancy Twine of Briogeo earlier. The brand makes award-winning products that are free from sulfates, silicones, parabens, and other harmful chemicals that can damage hair and are made with naturally derived ingredients according to the brand. The deep conditioning mask is made with hair-loving ingredients like rosehip oil and algae extract to repair damage and deliver on shine. And another one that our editors love from this brand is this Scalp Revival Drops. It is a treatment made to target dandruff, and it's formulated with tea tree oil and biotin. After one use, 91% of users in a study felt that their scalp was less itchy, according to the brand. Next up, Coco Kind founder Priscilla Tsai couldn't find any products that helped treat her hormonal acne, so she created her own. She quit her job in Wall Street to launch Coco Kind in 2015. The brand launched with just 5 products hitting the shelves of Whole Foods, but the My Matcha stick came later on, and it has become one of the favorites. Our editors on the team love this little stick. It can be used to treat dry skin anywhere on your body, including under your eyes, on your hands, on your lips. It is made with just 3 ingredients, which is also really great: coconut oil, beeswax, and organic matcha tea. And it smells so good. And lastly, this Brazilian beauty blogger Camila Coelho started her career by uploading makeup tutorials to YouTube in 2010. Today, she has her own fashion line, beauty line, and over 1 million YouTube subscribers. Ella Luz is her beauty line, officially launched in August of 2020, and has become a favorite of beauty lovers everywhere. The brand's beauty oil is a no-brainer for nourishing your skin year-round, according to the founder, who says she can be really picky about skincare products, which is why she launched it. It's super hydrating and lightweight, and also packed with Brazilian superfood ingredients.
The Shop Today team also really loves the oil-infused lip gloss from the brand. It comes in 5 different shades, from neutral tones to a bold, bright red that you're gonna wanna keep in your makeup bag all season long.
And let's run through the products one more time. The items from Somersault, the Parade undergarments, the Dagny Dover backpack, Briogeo deep conditioning mask and scalp treatment, Coco Kind moisture stick, and the Ella Luz beauty oil and lip stain. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. Tune in next week for another episode of Shop All Day.
A lot of people have something difficult happen in their lives and they move on. You're different. You turned it into a mission.
I think for me, whenever I've had any kind of like serious challenge in my life or loss, the way that I've been able to work through that has been to just dive in. That's the way that I process.
So we're here in the offices. What are some of these memories?
Oh, this is from our trip to Tanzania recently.
Oh, wow. I look around in this office, Every Mother Counts. Could you have ever imagined where your traumatic birth story would have ended up and how this would have become your purpose?
No, I really would not have known that Every Mother Counts would grow to be able to create so much impact around the world, all from my story, my one story. But that's, I guess, the possibility of all of our stories.
Could you ever have thought that, you know, we all know you as you were a runway model, you're one of the most famous faces in the world, that this would ultimately become your real mission?
I mean, I always hoped that I would do more than my first career and job, but I wasn't really sure what and how that would play itself out. I was very much ready for an opportunity like this. Not that I would have looked for a birth trauma to sort of set me on a different path, but I was preparing for something more and something more meaningful for a very long time.
You were looking for a purpose.
Absolutely.
Tell me about the birth of your daughter, Grace.
I came into this place of my life of wanting to be a mom, of being prepared to be a mom. I'd had a one full career and had gone back to school. So I, in my early 30s, was like, I'm ready for this next challenge in my life, for my next big transition. And so I had lots of choices. I had given some thought to how I wanted to bring a child into the world, and I really wanted an unmedicated birth. So I knew a midwife was the best possibility for me to ensure that outcome. So I found a great midwife, I found a great doula, I found a birthing center here in New York City that was wonderful, and there was an OB that backed the midwives in that delivery. And so I felt really prepared. My husband, Eddie, was very much supporting my choices and was right on board with me, and we were really ready. We were 2 weeks late, or she was 2 weeks late. And so if we'd gone any longer, we would have had to deliver in the regular maternity ward. So just before that deadline, I was able to go to the birth center, and I was in labor for about 12 hours. It was intense, but you know, what I kind of imagined. And then she was born, and we didn't know that we were having a girl, so that was exciting and wonderful. And everything was perfect. You know, just the energy was really upbeat and wonderful. And then after a little while, as like the nurses were kind of cleaning up and scurrying around doing different things, the sort of tone in the room started to shift. And I wasn't delivering my placenta, which I didn't realize was such a big deal. And so they would kind of come and check on me. And then at a certain point, they called the backing OB, and he came in, and just the energy in the room shifted pretty quickly.
So because you had planned this non-medicated, you're in a birthing center, there's a midwife, a doula. When the OBGYN walks in, he's there for emergencies.
He's there for emergencies, and yet they didn't move me, which was, you know, so good for me, because to be separated from my baby would have been, I think, scary and traumatic in and of itself. They managed as a team the postpartum complication that I was enduring, and he ultimately had to extract the placenta. I didn't need to be moved to an operating room or anything like that. It was all done in the birth center, but it was incredibly painful because of my wish to have an unmedicated birth, and there wasn't enough time to do anything else. You know, it was unsettling, it was confusing, it was painful. And then, you know, I still kind of wondered, like, why did this happen? And how did this happen so quickly? And I, as prepared as I was surprised that what happened was even a possibility at the point that it was. So I went back to see my midwife and had a lot of questions, and learned that I'd lost a few liters of blood actually in the whole process, and that there really wasn't anything that could have been done in advance. There's no test or scan that would have revealed that I had a retained placenta to have prepared us better. But I did feel very grateful that the team that I had in place worked so well together, and I felt safe. But I did think immediately about everyone else that goes through this experience, all of the people in the world who don't have a supportive partner, that don't have a midwife, a doula, a nurse, an OB backing them. You know, there are a lot of people that go through this experience in life by themselves, with one person who may not have the tools or the education to be able to understand the complication, let alone to be able to manage it. And so I felt grateful, and I felt like I needed to help to pay forward for the next mom that needed that care.
Something about that moment, you go from the ecstasy of having your first baby to the trauma of having to go through a medical procedure that was painful and you did not plan. And that moment gave you a mission.
It really did. I mean, it definitely took a little time. I didn't know, you know, in the moments after or the weeks after even, but I started to talk to other women after I came home, and more women were sharing their stories with me. There were all these stories that I hadn't heard until after I became a mom. And that's too late, I think. I think it's too late to know the possibilities. I think it's also just too late because, you know, if we had the information and we had the awareness, I think we would be better prepared. We'd have a better plan in place that if plan A doesn't happen, there's a plan B, a plan C, and so forth.
You started to do your homework. You started researching maternal health. And what did you find?
I learned that around the world, hundreds of thousands of girls and women die every year from pregnancy and childbirth-related complications. And that shocked me. Like, that seems like something that happens in a different time.
It does. It feels like some old-fashioned Victorian book you might read.
Exactly.
To
cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
You started researching, you started looking into it. The first thing you did a documentary about some of these issues. How did you start?
It was really actually when I was pregnant with my son, Finn, a couple of years later, where I was able to travel down to Central America, where my mom is from. And that's where I really had that aha moment. I was maybe about 6 months pregnant at the time. And I remember visiting a small community in a rural setting. There was no access to clean water, there was no paved roads, there were no vehicles. I hadn't seen a hospital in miles. That's when I kind of realized if I'd had that same complication that I'd had with Grace, that there's no way I would have gotten to the care that I needed in time to save my life. And so I came back from that experience. I applied to Columbia's Mailman School of Public Health here in New York, and I started working towards, really understanding global health, public health as it pertained to maternal health, and really in educating myself and being around folks who were really committed to maternal health and ensuring safer outcomes for moms in all kinds of communities is really where the pieces started to come together. And that's what led me to make this documentary film, No Woman, No Cry, which came out in 2010.
While I got the care I needed, too many women don't.
It's been like one piece at a time. It's like you sort of, scratch the surface and then you learn something. And then once you know that information, you can't unlearn it. And so each step on this journey has really led me to the next step. And I guess that's why looking back 12 years later, I'm like, I can't even believe that we're here or that we've been able to do as much as we have. I think if I'd looked that far forward, I might not have been able to do what we've done. I might have been overwhelmed by just the need and just the scope of the problem globally. But looking at it, thinking about my own situation, thinking about the people in my circle, thinking about my community at large, this country, it just allowed me to continue to look up and try to do more. A lot of the same challenges exist here as do in Haiti or in Bangladesh or in India, which I know is surprising for a lot of people. But ultimately, distance is a huge barrier. If women live far away from care and don't have transportation, don't have childcare, it's sort of you can put yourself in the shoes of another woman and travel through a country or a rural part of this country and imagine what would it take if this happened or that happened, and how would I get there, and who would be able to care for me, or who would be able to care for my child. And just being able to put my feet in the shoes of other women has really allowed me to, I think, make a bigger impact for larger populations.
You've raised tens of millions of dollars for this cause. How do you help?
We really worked hard to build relationships with community-based organizations around the world. And through those community-based organizations, we trust them as the sort of front lines of what the needs are in those communities. And we want to make sure that every mother or birthing person has access to high-quality care, the highest attainable possible quality of care, and respectful care, most importantly. And then policy. We really work closely with policymakers at the local level, the state level, the national and global level to really create change that can make a difference in our institutions. If the world is sort of in agreement that every life is of equal value, that maternal health matters, that motherhood is something that should be valued and revered in our culture, then we're going to do more to ensure a positive experience and a safe experience, a respectful experience for all. If people are treated with respect and dignity, they will want to seek care throughout their pregnancies or in a timely way. If people are afraid to seek care, they'll wait until they need it, and sometimes they might not need it until it's too late. The other big piece is the storytelling. Since No Woman, No Cry, we've continued to really tell many more stories. I mean, there are countless stories to be told. They not only model initiatives and like sort of approaches to being the solution to this issue at every level, they also really kind of put the voices and faces to this issue. And I think people start to see themselves in a way that might otherwise feel that's a problem from over there, or that's a problem with this community or that community. So really to try to personalize it and humanize this issue, because it is the most human experience that one can have.
Are there stories that have stuck with you over the years, people you've met?
Gosh, there's so many stories, but yes, every time I come back from any kind of field visit, I have a new story. But then there's also those just very first stories that always stick with me. I mean, just coming back from Tanzania, I think of Janet, who I met in a small health dispensary in rural Arusha, outside of Arusha in northern Tanzania. And she was pregnant with her third child when I met her. She had walked nearly 5 miles to get to the dispensary. And then her pregnancy wasn't progressing, so the staff, which was very limited, they sent her home. And, just watching her leave, I knew that she wasn't going to come back, whether she needed it or not. And so we actually ended up giving her a ride back to her village. This was just how we learned how far away she lived. And in the end, she needed a ride to the hospital, and we were able to provide a ride to her, which was more than an hour away. And she was able to give birth to her third child safely, but through a C-section. So she needed that. If she hadn't had access to that C-section, her baby would have died, she would have died, and the family would have lost a mother.
It's stunning because it can be something as simple as a ride. The need can be that simple.
It really can.
You wrote a book called Arrival Stories, which has a lot of other women's stories of birth, stories of pregnancy. Amy Schumer shared her story. Why did you feel like that was something that needed to be told?
Amy had reached out to me after she had her son, and she'd had such a difficult pregnancy, which she was very, very transparent about all the way through. So she reached out after she had Gene, and she said, I really think that what's needed out there is a birth anthology. Like, we don't tell our stories. Wouldn't it be so much more helpful? Couldn't we do that? And I was like, I feel the same way, but let's do it. It really was coming from such a natural place and such a place of really wanting to, make people feel not alone in this journey. There are funny stories in this book. There are some really sad stories in this book. And while there is really a spectrum of stories that are shared, there's so many more. And so we really want to get people talking and sharing and just being that circle of support that I think we all wish for ourselves, for everyone. And I've seen that in other women and other families who've had experiences around this topic and issue, like being able to share your story, being able to connect with others. It does create this kind of community of support and this way forward that might not have been possible had we tried to do it ourselves or put it in and bury it. And I mean, trauma does manifest and it does weigh us down. If not immediately, over time it does. And so I just really encourage people, no matter what it is that you've gone through, to really dig in, try to learn as much as you can about whatever it is, to, talk, to seek help, to seek guidance, to share. It's really the most powerful way, I think, to get through.
Well, all that pain is not for no purpose. Go through it and then to have nothing come of it, it's just pain for no purpose at all. But here's this situation where if you're going to have to go through this difficult thing, you know?
Yeah, use it to the greater good. Absolutely, absolutely. The full life experience really is all things, right? It's not all good, it's not all bad, hopefully. And so, you know, to share those experiences and to be thinking about our experiences as a way forward, as a way to share this human connection, I think it's sort of very life affirming, I would say.
Serena Williams tells a story about her birthing experience, and she really had to advocate for herself.
She did. I mean, her story is so powerful, and it's one that I think will never lose its power. You know, here we have such an incredibly strong and resilient and like physically powerful force, and someone who knows her body. She knew that something was wrong after she gave birth, and she was demanding the care. She was knowing exactly what she needed, and maybe had she not been Serena Williams, she wouldn't have been listened to in the way that she had, and she saved her own life. And I think that's a really powerful thing. We shouldn't, in that state, be expected to have that voice because it's hard, but we really want that self-advocacy. It's so important in order to have the advocacy of the person who is by your side to say, no, my wife needs you. You have to listen to her, or my friend needs you to listen to her. It's so critical.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We've all been so moved by the images of newborn babies in Ukraine, moms who are pregnant in the middle of a war zone. Have you been able to reach organizations there and spread your mission in Ukraine?
Yeah, I mean, the images that have come out of this conflict have been just devastating. And, you know, in these instances, we've tried to build a real network of organizations around the world who are focused on maternity care in particular. But in this instance, you know, we reached out to another organization called Global Response Management, who really works in emergency settings. And when we reached out to them, of course, they were already on the ground, already doing an assessment in the Ukraine, and were able to help us navigate how best to support them.
You have a presence internationally, but you also have a strong presence here in the U.S.
There's so much need in the United States. Not only are we one of only 2 industrialized countries with a rising maternal mortality rate, we have really seen the numbers escalating and really impacting women of color most significantly. And so really our investments here have been at the local level. In California, in Texas, in Louisiana, in Florida, in New York, in New Jersey, in Massachusetts, in Minnesota. The thing that's sort of the common piece is that these are organizations that are led by incredible women of color who are midwives, they're doulas, they're birth justice activists. They are powerhouses, and they are really modeling for young doulas, young midwives, just how to be. I mean, the modeling of this kind of leadership is so essential. And then as well, when we have emergencies that happen, whether they're here in the United States with climate change related issues, hurricanes, crazy storms that happened in Texas last year, we are able to sort of jump in and support those needs, which come back down to those basic, housing, food insecurity, shelter. And so, because of those community-based organizations, we really are able to sort of wrap our arms around their needs and the community's needs that they're serving.
You've raised so much awareness about maternal health and pregnancy. It's something that for a long time people didn't talk about. If you had a difficult birth or a difficult pregnancy, I don't know if there was a stigma, but people didn't talk about it.
I think there's a sense that, because in the culture, we really see happy pregnant people, if we see pregnant people at all. If we even see a head attached to a pregnant body, it's such a strange thing. It's like we all expect that this is something that happens. We know it happens. We all came into the world the same way. And yet, it's not like we want to talk about how it happened or how we got in that state. I think there's a lot of just mystery around it, which I don't think is helpful. I think maybe it sort of speaks to the way that birth has become so medicalized. There's not this sense of, that this is something that that happens that could be difficult, that could be painful, and there's so much in our culture that says we don't want pain. We want to turn that part off. It can be sometimes difficult, it can sometimes be painful, but to have a sense of the spectrum of the experience, I think, is the most useful for people.
And what a resource, that well of wisdom, women sharing their stories with other women.
I think so. Passing forward, I think about my daughter. When I started this work, I would say, by the time that she's of an age where she wants to become a mother or is thinking about becoming a mother, I hope this is a very, very, very rare event. I want it to be better for the next mom, our daughters, our sisters, our neighbors, everyone.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You are an avid marathoner. I've even run with you.
I love you, Christy, but this might be the end of the road for me.
I know you really have.
Just a few steps, not very far at all. How does your running match up with your mission?
Yeah, distance is a big barrier for women to access care. And so the idea of running 26.2 miles was this is a distance that a woman will have to walk or have to be transported. And my mantra became every mile, every mother. It's really that distance piece is so rooted in what we're trying to do. As well, I feel like it's such a metaphor for childbirth. I didn't realize that to the extent of, but my midwife had tried to assess my endurance, my strength, my determination, my ability to manage pain. And I wouldn't have known until after childbirth, okay, now I know what she's talking about. And then when I ran my first marathon, I was like, okay, I really, really get it. You need a team, you need to train, you need to be prepared, you need to have a coach. You need so many of the same things that you need to be able to complete a distance race. And so it still feels like it really resonates. It's the way we can bring in men and the rest of the family into this experience. And we've really built a strong community through the running initiatives that we lead.
Motherhood is a marathon.
It really is. The biggest endurance sport of all. Here's a picture that has Grace in it as well.
Oh, she's so cute. There she is. Was this the first time she'd come on one of your travels?
She's come actually on a few travels.
Yeah.
She's come with me to Guatemala a few times.
And your daughter Grace recently ran the marathon with you. That's a full circle moment too.
It really is. She ran her first marathon in November, a couple of weeks after she turned 18. We started together and I was able to greet her at the finish line. I'll say her old mother is much faster, but then we ran again together in Tanzania. She ran the half and I ran my 10th full marathon. And, you know, she just had her own experience and she has her own motivation for it, but she's so connected to the mission of this organization. She takes all credit for everything that we do.
Well, it did start with her.
I mean, 18 years, that's a life. To think of like carrying her as a tiny person and then to be basically the same size as her and side by side with her, woman to woman, it's really powerful.
But you're faster.
But I'm faster.
What does inspiration mean to you?
Inspiration is sort of like that turning a light on, you know? It's like sometimes you don't even know yourself what you're capable of until someone turns that light on for you.
And listening to that as well.
And listening to that, because it can be really an internal experience, absolutely.
And what inspires you now?
Women, other women, stories, connection. I'm so inspired by how honest and how brave women are and resilient.
What do you say to people who call you inspiring?
Thank you. Yeah, I think we all can inspire each other, and I love to hear that I have inspired anyone.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A
little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment, your moment.
Welcome to your almost end of the week Pop Star Plus. Coming up on the show today, we are gearing up for the finale of This Is Us, now just a few weeks away. So we're catching up with one of our favorites this week, Mandy Moore. Plus, one of the young stars on the drama spoke to us about some advice that he was given from co-star Sterling K. Brown. That's all on the way. And later, a Throwback Thursday with Lena Dunham from her girls' days. But first, let's check out today's Pop Start headlines. First up, we mentioned this a little bit earlier last night. So much fun for us. We're all a little tired today, but for a good cause. It was the Today family getting together to celebrate our show's 70th anniversary at a special Paley Center event right here in New York City. The great Harry Smith did such a great job moderating for the night as we took a look back at today's historic run so far and reflecting on the many groundbreaking triumphs of our show. We have to single out Hoda sharing the moment when she realized the impact of being, you're right in front of me here, the time when you remember when the impact, when you were first named first female co-anchor along with Savannah on Today.
I remember I went to a Soul Cycle class the next day. And I walked in, and usually it's someone's birthday and everyone's always applauding. And I walked in and people started applauding. And I literally was looking around. I was like, whose birthday? Where's the little cake that, that they all bring out? And they said, no, what you and Savannah did today, that changed everything. And it wasn't until that moment that it hit me that it was something that meant something to other people. And like a woman came up
and then
with her
grab a
hands
Kleenex
on.
because Savannah follows that up by not
gosh.
leaving a dry eye in the house, talking about what it's like to be a part of this team.
It's wonderful to have a female partnership, but to me, it's like to have this friend and cheerleader and partner, and I really feel that from her, and I hope we share that. It's like, it's incredible. I say, I'll hold my hands and close my eyes and go anywhere with you. I would.
Oh. Willie and I had a nice moment. We were held up in a stairwell for about 20 minutes before we walked out on that stage, and we were looking at each other going, look at us, it's a work night, and Willie said, and I totally agreed, he's like, you know what, but if I had to be anywhere tonight, doing anything, work-related or not, these are the exact people I would want to be with.
So true.
It's so true.
Right on.
Like, it's true.
That was,
We had fun.
Yeah.
Nope.
No. You're right.
That was a great night. Next up, Downton Abbey, A New Era. Entertainment Weekly sharing a sneak peek at the upcoming Downton sequel, the latest chapter of the story of the beloved Crowley family. Sorry, I don't watch the show. And
Crawley.
Crawley. Thank you. Help me out. Heading across Europe to the French Riviera. I cannot wait. After the Dowager reveals that she is the owner of a mysterious villa. But look out, because now the favorite, Mr. Carson's
Great name.
stuffy.
Yeah.
They're always so stuffy. He struggles to acclimate to the relaxed French lifestyle, and the language barrier certainly isn't helping him.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Glare. No. Cover. Cool. Yes.
Carson? May I be of help? On va prendre celui-là, s'il vous plaît, Monsieur Roussel.
I thought maybe this one.
It makes you look like King Zog of Albania.
Oh, Carson.
Look at
so
Carson.
stuffy.
Sure, Carson.
Carsons are so stuffy.
Yes.
We cannot wait to hear all about the cast when they went abroad to film that, and we're going to ask them all about it because they're going to be swinging by Studio 1A next week to give us the inside scoop. All right, next up, Avatar: The Way of the Water. It's been 13 long years since audiences first dove into James Cameron's world of Pandora, and now a teaser trailer for the sequel is finally here. It dropped earlier this week, and guys, people are pumped for this. Let's just get to the metrics of trailers. In the first 24 hours, the trailer was viewed almost 150 million times.
Yep.
There's numbers for this. That trumps the debut streaming for teasers from other mega franchises like Marvel's Black Widow and Star Wars Rise of Skywalker. So a lot of action on this one. After building up more than a decade of anticipation, The Way of the Water's got a lot to live up to. We'll find out if it does when it premieres in theaters this December. You excited for that, Al?
Oh, yeah. I watched the trailer 3 times.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
I did. It's stunning.
Wow. Okay.
And
I never saw
finally,
Avatar.
Speaking of stunning, or perhaps not so stunning, Blake Shelton.
Hey.
Our friend is jumping on the latest TikTok dance craze, and we're not sure why. Take a look at Blake's dance moves to Lizzo's About Damn Time.
It's about damn time. In a minute, I'ma need a sentimental man or woman to pump me up. Feeling fussy, walking in my Balenciagas, trying to bring out the fat bitch.
He's so likable, though.
What is he
so
doing?
likable.
What's happening, though? But that's
Looks like
not.
he works at a local airport and he's guiding Cessnas.
I know.
What is it supposed to look like?
Park this
Can
way,
we see?
come this way.
It's not sexy, I'll say that.
That's a good thing.
What's it
Okay,
supposed
here we
Oh,
go.
is this it?
Okay.
Okay, let me
Okay.
see.
Oh, well, that's much better.
That bears no resemblance.
All right, it's Pop Star Plus. A few more headlines now. First up, this was great. DJ Khaled, another one. The music superstar is going viral after lending a hand or two at a recent Miami Heat basketball game. The video starts off with Khaled returning an out-of-bound ball to the Heat's Max Struz, but then, here's the part that's lighting up the internet. He walks to the sidelines, gets all the fans pumped up here, before giving Coach Eric Spoelstra a quick impromptu massage, as you see there. At the post-game press conference, Spoelstra said he didn't even notice DJ Khaled at first, but said that the shoulder rub was awesome, calling DJ Khaled a great fan. Pretty funny. All right, and finally, Jimmy Buffett. Last night, the laid-back hitmaker stopped by The Tonight Show during Fallon's audience suggestion box segment with a Margaritaville performance like you've never heard before. Check out Buffett, Fallon, and the great Florence Welch of Florence and the Machine jamming out to this beachside classic.
Some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's nobody's fault.
That is an unlikely trio of making some great music, though. Super fun. Look at Jimmy Buffett. He's the best. And there you have it. That's all you need to know for now. But the show continues with our friend Mandy Moore, who's going to update us on her life. She's a mom, and of course, the finale of This Is Us. Plus, she's got some new music coming up.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. If you love This Is Us, and who doesn't really, you know this series has almost reached the end. And ahead of the final episodes, we had a chance to talk to one of the stars, our friend Mandy Moore. She told us about what it's been like to wrap up the show and so much more.
After 6 heartwarming and tear-jerking seasons, the beloved show This Is Us is coming to an end.
Yeah. Oh, can we get some tissues? Pass them over.
We need them.
You need them. All right. This all-star cast, as you know, includes Mandy Moore, who played the matriarch, Rebecca Pearson. But don't worry, all you Mandy fans, you're going to be hearing and seeing a lot of Mandy soon.
Yeah, she's out with a brand new album. It's just beautiful. It's called In Real Life. And she's headed out on tour, so I feel like there's going to be a lot of people coming
right
just to
they
be
want
in your
closure.
project.
They want more of
I
Mandy.
will give them some musical catharsis.
I was going to say.
We have so many cool things to talk about, but Jen and I are just oohing and going over your little baby. Aww. I mean, how old is he?
14 months.
14 months?
Yeah.
What is motherhood at this stage like for you?
I mean, he's walking and talking. You guys remember it well. He's such a happy, sweet guy. He's like a mini version of my husband in every way.
He really is.
He looks like
just
him,
like
but he has the same personality. He's the best.
Okay.
I can tell it's so moving just even seeing pictures of that little guy.
He's just
wow.
So much fun.
And how is being a mom? I mean, you play this very famous matriarch who, like, This Is Us is going to be one of those classics.
Yeah.
And you are the lead role. So how did becoming a mom yourself change everything for you?
It's changed everything on a cellular level. I feel like I want to go back to the beginning of the series now and like completely redo it. Well, because I'm like, I have some just inkling of what it means to be a parent now, and I was faking it, you know, before. It's so strange.
Well, you play that role so beautifully.
Thanks.
We know it. Sterling K. Brown knows it. Sterling K. Brown is on a mission for you. Okay,
a one-man campaign.
A one-man campaign. Well, it's probably a lot of people who get on board.
It's spread.
But let's just take a look at him. He wants you to get that Emmy. Take a look.
I want anybody who votes in the Academy, okay? Anybody who's got a say in what happens, the tastemakers, et cetera, Mandy Moore is killing the game, son. Y'all know Mandy Moore is 8 years younger than me. And she played my mama. The beautifully subtle, nuanced work and the portrayal of someone going through what her character's going through. It's just exquisite, man.
Oh, I love my friend. You know what? We are such a family unit, and we have been from the very beginning. God, I love him. I'm gonna cry just thinking, like, I miss my friends, my family already, but I think we are all each other's biggest champions. Like, the fact that we've done 6 seasons, 106 episodes together, and I think we all collectively feel like, wow, the quality of the work never wavered, and we're just proud of each other. We support each other. He's the best.
I mean, I was gonna say, I think that should be an example of what true friendship looks like.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But also, can we just add to that we also think anybody voting for the
Yes, we agree 100.
should take it up.
I remember after you had one scene, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but he started a round of applause for you because it was so moving to him in that moment. So all that love, I was just thinking about saying goodbye, like knowing that this is the final season, knowing that when you said goodbye, you weren't coming back after summer break kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think we were just talking about it. I've fully processed it yet. Like, I get emotional thinking about it. It was probably more emotional being on set for a lot of the my other friends last day. Like, I was there for Susan and for Chris Sullivan. Sterling and Chrissy and Justin shot after the next day, but Milo and I wrapped together, and Chrissy, Susan, and Sterling all stayed around, a couple hours after they were done with work to watch Milo and I wrap. Like, that's how we feel about one another. It's very emotional.
How do you feel that space? That's a big space to fill.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm gonna fill it, but I'm curious to figure that out. I don't have anything planned right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go on tour, but that feels like that's a fun, cathartic experience, and I'll be able to hopefully process everything that I've just lived for the last 6 years. But work-wise, on that other side of my life, I don't really have anything planned. I'm excited to be mom for a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think not rushing is so smart. We showed, there's a picture of you. We played Candy as our opening song, which I feel like we're similar age.
Yeah.
How old are you?
38.
Okay, I'm 40. So I listened to this song.
Oh my gosh.
As a teen.
Yeah.
And to watch your evolution, your music is different.
Yeah.
What does it feel like to come into to this age of you?
I mean, to have been doing this for 23 years now, to still have a career to speak of, to me is that kind of longevity is something I never could have imagined for myself. But yeah, I mean, I started out as a pop star back in the late 90s, where that was the thing, and I had no creative control. I didn't write my music. So now to jump forward 2 decades and being in the driver's seat of what I'm saying and how it's sort of presented to the world is everything.
I have to say, Mandy and I go back to my MTV days. I knew her when she was, just 15, coming on the music scene. So it is always great to see her, and I'm so happy for her success. Mandy, love you. All right, we've got a lot more coming up from This Is Us just ahead. One of the younger stars, actor on the show, sharing some advice that he received from his older co-stars.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. Niles Fitch has spent 6 seasons playing teenage Randall Pearson on This Is Us, and now the 20-year-old told us what it's been like to soak in advice from his co-stars and mentors, Sterling K. Brown and Milo Ventimiglia.
I've been able to build a family through This Is Us. It's been a learning experience. I feel like there's been a lot of ups and downs, a lot of scary moments, a lot of happy moments.
No one person has had the greatest impact on my life. No one person could be my MVP, my most valuable person.
Oof. Hush. Go on now.
When it comes to being able to contact Milo and Sterling for advice, it's been such an amazing time. And I feel like it's kind of prepared me to, in a way, become a man. So I'm sad but excited to finish this because, you know, everything good must come to an end.
A British anthropologist named Robin Dunbar wrote, "We meet approximately 3 new people a day. That's 1,095 people a year. I'm 17, which means I've met 18,615 people so far. So how am I supposed to pick the most impactful one out of 18,000?
I was doing a scene and it had to deal with me having a transformative moment, and I couldn't be a kid anymore. I had to be, in a way, Sterling. And when, you know, I did it, him and I had a conversation after, and I was like, dang, 6 years, you know, and me, Sterling, Lonnie, none of us have ever really talked about what it is that we do that makes us Randall. So for the past 6 years, for everybody to be saying about how we play it so similar, and you know, all that has been such an interesting thing. But I would say, Sterling, instead of giving me acting advice, because I feel like any actor can give you acting advice, he gives me real life man advice, and that's what I need personally. So it's because that makes me a better person, a better actor, better everything. So that's kind of the advice that I'm always trying to hit Sterling up about, because there is no blueprint in order to be, you know, get to where a Sterling, is. So being able to just have somebody that I can talk to about, you know, things like that is really interesting. Because I do mainly only work with Kevin or Logan, Hannah, Mandy, and Milo. It is sometimes hard to run to the other cast, but John is the funniest man on set. Chrissy is the nicest lady ever. Literally every time I see her, she puts a smile on my face because of how kind she is. So there's every cast member I probably have a funny, interesting story with. I for sure have my favorite episode, and I'm super biased. It's the one that I was featured in the most.
Let's go find the library.
Okay. Me and Milo got to go to Washington, D.C. to film at Howard because it's an episode about Randall going to visit Howard. It was the most fun I'd had. I was maybe 16, 17 at Howard with friends. It was a very fun time for me.
That's nice. Yeah. RP at HU. You still rocking that box, man. I told you about that. I like it. I can't wait to show you around, man.
6 years of doing This Is Us, when it comes to the character, I'd say be yourself. I think I spent a lot of years when I was younger thinking that there was some type of way to be cool, but cool doesn't benefit happiness. Cool is something that other people put on you. But I know after playing Randall for all the years, even though he was sometimes socially awkward and had his quirks and all that, he was happy. You know what I'm saying? That's what I learned about in my 6 years of playing Randall, to be more confident about myself like he is, be a perfectionist. I've been doing this just for 6 years, and one day I'm gonna finish it, and I'm gonna wake up, and they're gonna be like, what's next? So I think that taught me to never get lost in the moment. That's why I'm at SC right now for filmmaking, because I'm trying not to get lost in the moment. Always trying to get people prepared for something else, so I can, you say what's next.
Thanks to Niles for chatting with us. And don't forget, just 2 more weeks until This Is Us finale here on NBC. All right, still to come, we're heading into today's vault for a clip with the cast of Girls.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. Lena Dunham drew inspiration from her own life, of course, when she created and starred in the Emmy-winning series that everybody was watching called Girls. And ahead of Lena's birthday tomorrow, we thought it'd be fun to take you back to 2013 when the show was starting off a successful second season. Take a look.
Lena Dunham is the series creator and star, and she's here with her co-stars Allison Williams, Jemima Kirk, and Zasha Mamet. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Let's catch up. Last season was eventful for all of your characters. We had one accidentally smoking crack, a surprise wedding, a freak relationship-ending accident, a groping incident with the boss. What do you do for an encore, Lena?
Well, we're keeping it. We're continuing to push the envelope, I hope. I think that if you loved what we were doing last season, we're going to push it further. And if you hated what we were doing last season, you will hate it even more.
Well, let me throw some adjectives at you. Critics have called this smart, funny, groundbreaking, brilliant, brilliantly raw, true breakthrough. Does that make it a little intimidating when you sit down and start trying to write a second season?
You know, I think it's really easy to get sort of caught in that sort of sophomore syndrome and have this incredible amount of anxiety about following something up that's received some kind of praise. But I feel so inspired by the people that I work with and so kind of keen to kind of keep my creative bubble going that you really have to separate sort of the reaction from your own creative process, not to sound like a hippie. Of course, it's important to respond to your viewers, but it's also important to really stay connected to the reason you started doing it in the first place.
And I watch this show. I don't feel that I am that old, but I have to say I find myself mortified a lot. Is that the point? Is it supposed to be shocking? Jemima, what do you think?
I would think so, yeah. I think it is supposed to be a bit shocking at how realistic it is, yes.
Do you think it's realistic, Allison?
Yeah, and I think also part of it is like holding up a very harsh kind of funhousey mirror to people, and that's very uncomfortable at times. I don't think people are used to looking at themselves that closely.
I don't think the intention is to shock people. I don't think Lena's writing it being like, oh, this is going to be a shocker.
Yeah.
You know, I just think that is a side effect, yeah.
It sounds so cool when you say shocker.
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 That's a shocker.
You should write that for her character, but since it sounds so good. You know, there are people who love this series, and then there seems to be a category of people that love to loathe it.
I haven't heard about anyone who doesn't like it.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Okay, so all right. I'm so gullible. I was like, all right, well, that's great. I guess you don't get online. But I mean, some people think, oh, these characters, they're so entitled. These like 20-somethings, they're so self-absorbed. What do you say about that?
Well, I don't know. I'd be curious to know what it was like for you guys to play them. For me, I think that I sort of object to the notion that characters have to be likable. I feel like I don't like most of my friends. I love them, and that's the same way that I feel about the characters that I write. And I think it's really important to have characters on television who are sort of ambiguous and complex the way that people are, especially female characters, because so often women are sort of relegated to sassy best friend or ingenue or evil job-stealing biatch, and it's really nice to work somewhere in the middle. I don't know. Do you ever have trouble sympathizing with your own?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't say so. I mean, I think that's what humans are like. Humans on any given day are wonderful or totally unlikable. And I think that's like the brilliance of our Miss Dunham here is that like we all play against type constantly. And it's a terribly selfish period of life, Like your early 20s, you were literally trying to figure out like yourself and what you were doing with your life. So I think that's normal that they would be slightly self-involved.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention, by the way, Allison, that we are on the Today Show set right now, but we were also at the world headquarters of the Allison Williams fan club because your dad, Brian, of course, is
the president.
Yes, he most certainly is, and with
he
many,
will tell you that,
many enthusiastic members around here.
He comes to set more often than some of our crew members.
He does. Is it a little bit stalkery at all, or?
Well, it's definitely like there's definitely disorienting moments where it's like PAs start to cry because Brian Williams is at Video Village. And
no, I mean, he's just really proud. He's proud of all of us. I also think he feels paternal about all of us. I think he'll probably he feels a lot of love for this whole show, and obviously he's really excited that this has happened. So,
and I imagine all of you have had to kind of conquer any fears because these are fearless portrayals. Has it been hard to do for any of you?
You guys have been all so brave and so game.
You're really brave. You're really maybe the bravest person I know.
Yeah, that's so nice. I always think it's like brave to like step into the mouth of a lion or do something that you're actually to save a baby, but it's not that brave to get naked if you're not stressed about being naked.
And by the way, that's a good teaser. There'll be a lot of that in season 2, that we know.
Boy, it's fun to revisit moments like that. That was such a great show. Thanks for being here, by the way, on Popstar Plus. It's time to go. We'll do it again tomorrow. See you then. So long. Bye-bye. You can go now. You're still here? Go.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All
day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day.
We see you. We always see you. We're happy you're watching Today All Day. You're tuning into our digital show Today in 30. It's a Thursday.
It's a Thursday. And as always, another really busy, fabulous morning here in Studio 1A. We start our program With something that's difficult, a lot of people are feeling it.
Yeah.
Inflation, it remains at its highest level in 4 decades, forcing many people to make tough choices as they figure out how to pay the bills. We've got a full report from Tom Costello straight ahead. Then we're going to head from the beach to the pool. We placed a pool actually right outside on our plaza and then filled it with Olympians, and water, to give us an important lesson on water safety ahead of the summer season.
All that and more of our week-long celebration of nurses. We got a story you do not want to miss. A reunion between a nurse and a former patient. So inspired by her that she herself became a healthcare hero. That's pretty cool. It's all coming up on
Today in 30.
Inflation remains the source of a lot of pain for millions of Americans. And while the April Consumer Price Index shows the rate has slowed down, inflation does remain at its highest levels in 40 years, and it's forcing a lot of people to make hard choices as they figure out how to pay their bills. NBC's Tom Costello is in Washington with more on this. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Yeah, hi, Hoda. This report really underscores just how entrenched inflation has become in our lives. We see it at the gas station, the grocery store, buying airline tickets. But core inflation, which excludes food and energy, is still accelerating. That's putting new pressure on the Biden administration and the Federal Reserve to get inflation under control without pushing the economy into recession. For millions of Americans struggling with the high cost of living, there is still no relief in sight. According to the April Consumer Price Index, the inflation rate rose 8.3% compared to a year ago. While that is an improvement slightly compared to March, inflation is still running at 40-year highs. It means families are spending $450 more per month than a year ago, posing a serious political threat to President Biden and the Democrats in the midterm elections. The president in Illinois announcing new assistance for farmers is linking the fight against inflation to the war in Ukraine.
America's fighting on two fronts. At home, it's inflation and rising prices. Abroad, it's helping Ukrainians defend their democracy.
To rein in inflation, the Federal Reserve has raised interest rates twice so far this year, while trying to avoid an economic downturn.
The very fine line it has to walk right now. So it's got to be very careful that it can tamp inflation down without sending the economy into a recession.
Among the biggest drivers of inflation, housing up more than 5% in a year. Food up almost 10% compared to a year ago.
I'm only buying what I could buy on sale.
The soaring cost of groceries is forcing more Americans to rely on food banks. In Plano, Texas, demand for meals is at its highest level in a year.
People are having to make those hard choices between paying for food, paying for housing, paying for medical costs.
Gas prices did decline slightly in April, but the average for a gallon of gas on Wednesday, $4.40 a gallon. Airfares are up a whopping 18.6%, the largest monthly increase in nearly 60 years. That's leaving travelers with sticker shock, including Morgan Finkel, who recently booked a flight to Utah for a friend's bachelorette party next month.
We're really surprised and shocked when we first saw the price of the flights, so we just sucked it up and just ended up spending a lot more for that specific flight.
Yeah, jet fuel is also surging. Now, the supply chain crisis still not improving, with Chinese cities still dealing with COVID outbreaks and lockdowns. However, used car prices did fall slightly. That may be some good news that inflation may have peaked last month. Hoda?
Finding a little silver lining there, Tom. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Let's get a boost. Here we go. Two toddlers, they tried to look like they were mad at their mom during a trip to the supermarket, but they forgot that teaming up to get your way only works if both of you can keep a straight face.
No. Get over it. Life's great, man. No. Want some candy? You want candy? Say cheese.
The other one's like, come on. Oh. Here's the deal. They both got the treat. Yeah. The plan did work, after all, because they're both cute, whether they're scowly or not.
Cute.
Look, that was.
I love. Okay, that is adorable.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, welcome back. May is National Water Safety Month, and as families gear up for beach and pool time, we are doing our part to highlight the importance of swim education.
Yeah, it is important. According to the CDC and the U.S. Swimming Foundation, drowning is the #1 cause of accidental death in young children, and black children are 5 times more likely to drown than their white peers. The good news is swim lessons can reduce that risk by a whopping 90%.
This is really important, and we've got some valuable tips this morning, and we got some star power to deliver them. 3-time gold medalist and NBC sports analyst Rowdy Gaines, who is also a paid spokesperson for Step Into Swim, funded by the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance, and 2 Olympians, Cullen Jones and Camille Adams.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for being here.
I mean, this is obviously a mission for all of you. Cullen, I read that you actually almost drowned when you were a youngster.
Yes, I'm happy to be back at home, but I was actually in Pennsylvania at Dorney Park, and I was 5 years old, only child, and wanted to get on the biggest ride there. I ended up going down underwater, flipping upside down, and because I didn't have swim lessons, I really didn't know what to do. So that's why this is so important.
Yeah.
Rowdy, this is an important issue for you. You've been advocating for this for a long time. I have a 2-year-old who's mobile now, but falls in that gap where our local swim teacher, Mrs. Goldsmith, won't take Goldie till she's 3. What is the proper age where kids should get proper training?
Carson, I say as soon as they can walk, they should be learning how to swim. Because, like you said, they're mobile, and water is a magnet to kids. And as soon as they see water, they're going to be totally heading that way. And it's really important. Accidents, as you said earlier, can happen. And we just really believe that swim lessons are the key. And that parents need to be that first line of defense.
You have to. Camille, you run a swim school.
I do.
So what age are you seeing kids come in, and what's your best advice for folks who want to get their kids, waterproofed?
Absolutely. So I have swim schools with the Streamline Brands. I have Safe Splash Swim Schools in Houston. There's over 200 locations across the country. So I really believe, just like Rowdy, as soon as they can walk, we need to get them in the water. We need to get them comfortable. It's a life skill that every single person, child or adult, needs to learn how to do.
Right. Colin, you've been working, that stat I said about black kids being 5 times more likely than their white peer counterparts. Yeah. You've been working in that space. What have you seen, and what are you doing to make that better?
I was almost one of those statistics, wasn't I? So, in this space, Rowdy and I have been doing it for about 13 years, and we've been just trying to be advocates to try to get more and more people to learn to swim and understand how important life-saving lessons are.
All right, well, guess what? Cullen and Camille are getting in. Rowdy, I don't know how you didn't get, you didn't want us to see you in your bathing suit? Okay, we take the mics.
I'll take the gold medals.
You don't want your medals to get wet. Okay. We've got Esme and Benjamin. Hi, guys.
This is New York. I'm going to go pawn this.
No. All right, Esme and Benjamin are in there. Hi. They're swimmers. They know how to swim, but Camille and Cullen are going to give us a couple of tips. And what's the first one? Blowing bubbles?
I'm going to start with blowing bubbles.
Okay.
Take it through.
So Esme's going to do blowing bubbles. It's a real basic drill, Savannah, to kind of give them confidence. Kids are so afraid sometimes to put their faces in the water. So she starts off very easily with just the face, just the face itself, or excuse me, the mouth. And then the nose, you see Esme's doing nose, and then all of a sudden they go all the way underwater. Each time it gives them more and more confidence.
You know what, my 5-year-old won't stop. He plugs his nose when he goes under, and I'm trying to get him to just blow the bubbles.
That's exactly, and right. And just all you have to do is softly get them to blow flow through the nose. You don't want to do it all at once.
Okay.
We've seen videos of kids who get on their back. How important is that ability to do that?
So that's what they're doing now, Carson. So this is my favorite drill because when a child falls in the water, there's a panic that sets in. But they float so well on their back. So you want to teach them, and this is a parent that can do this. You don't have to go to an instructor. You put your chin back, right, because the head is so heavy. When you have your chin up, it sinks that body. Then they get their tummies up and make sure that they float on their back. And that way they can scream for help too. Exactly.
Yeah, as a parent, you have to say, look, you're going to float. If you just relax, you're buoyant.
That's exactly right.
All right, our next demonstration has to do with getting out of the pool.
Yeah, so when a child falls in the water, you know, what are they going to do? Well, in a shallow pool, they can actually jump off. Let's say they fall in. They jump down to the bottom of the pool, and then they turn around and then grab the pool. They grip the side of the pool. It's really important because if somebody's inside and they fall in, you can see them jumping and then pushing off the bottom of the pool.
Using the bottom of the
floor. Now, if it's too deep, then what they do is they kick up to the surface and then head to the wall.
And then free swimming. Ultimately, you want to get to a place where the kids can just freely swim in the pool.
Yeah, so these kids are experienced, as you said, Savannah. These kids are actually on asphalt green swim team. Okay, we're going to do swimming. So we're going to actually have them swim against the current.
Let's turn on the current.
So this pool, this great endless pool that shoots a current out at the kids.
Oh,
and
wow.
These kids can actually swim. And
look at that stroke.
This is the guppy upstream come to life.
Right? So this is where we want to get all kids, man. Get them in the water. Love the water, right? Brings joy to families. And we want more swimming pools. We want more swimmers. And then they can be like...
Don't we, Rowdy, also need more instructors, especially in communities of color where we're not finding people who are out there teaching. So maybe somebody who is a good swimmer to change a career and get into instructional swimming.
Absolutely. You know, we have a little bit of a shortage of lifeguards, too. And a lifeguard situation is so awesome to pursue. And we just, you know, the stats are staggering. And we just really feel like swim lessons. We found the cure, Carson. And the cure is literally swim lessons.
Well, Esme and Benjamin, Camille and Colin, thank you so much, Rowdy. This is so important.
Thank you, kids. Nice work.
Yeah, good swimmers there. Great
Especially with Ironbound out there. You got to know how to swim.
Exactly. Future Olympians. We're back in a moment. This is Today on NBC. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As you know, all this week, Today is celebrating nurses. The care that nurses provide can have a powerful impact on their patients. And for the woman you're about to meet, one nurse actually influenced the course of her life.
In 2004, Sierra Flores was a vibrant 18-year-old, spending quality time with her family and newborn sister before leaving for college. But just 2 weeks before she was set to start school, she got a life-altering diagnosis: cancer. Hodgkin's lymphoma. She was admitted to Mount Sinai Union Square, undergoing chemotherapy and radiation. That's also where she received solace in the form of nurse Karen DeVries. Karen sat in for every one of Sierra's treatments, providing a private room, going above her duties to tend to her family and a scared but resilient teen. When Sierra completed her treatments, they parted ways.
Wow, your blood pressure's better than mine.
15 years later, inspired by the woman who took care of her, Sierra is now a nurse at the same hospital, in the oncology department.
How are you feeling?
Karen is now a nurse manager, continuing her compassionate care. She got this email from Sierra fresh out of nursing school. The care you provided to 18-year-old Sierra was something I will never forget. Ending with, if I can just be a fraction of the nurse you are, I will excel in my nursing journey.
Wow, it's truly incredible the impact nurses have. And Sierra is with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Sierra.
We're so glad you're here to talk about this. You're cancer-free, and you're now a nurse. You have a family of your own. What was it like when you were 18? You were about to turn 18, right? When you were given the diagnosis. Can you take me back to that time and what was going through your mind?
Well, it literally was like 2 weeks before my 18th birthday. I was about to go away to college. I had a roommate, everything planned out, and then I was told, you need to put that on hold. And it's a lot to grasp and understand when you're that age. You know, I'm over here thinking more of, I'm gonna miss out on so much. And I didn't realize just how much my life was about to change.
You've talked about how difficult that time was, and understandably, you threw out a lot of the pictures because you didn't want to remember, but we have a few. Take me back to when you met Karen and what it meant to have her there with you by your side.
She was just great from the very beginning. I think I was your typical nonverbal 18-year-old, you know, how we are when we're teenagers, like, don't talk to me. But she was just so great. Like, she always knew what I needed without me saying it. And I saw in the little teaser you guys had there, she mentioned the private room, and she did that for me every time, because when you go to chemo, it's like in a suite, you know? And I was just so embarrassed to be like the youngest person there, but she always got that room for me. And that helped a lot. It made me feel more comfortable.
Well, I know you've been waiting all morning because it's been 15 years since you've seen Karen. Even though you work in the same place, you still haven't seen each other. And we want to bring Karen out right now.
So I get
Karen,
to stand
come
up
on out.
now?
Yes. Yay.
Hi, Karen.
We're not gonna cry. Of course we're gonna cry. Oh my God, you look amazing. Thank you. Oh, I'm so proud of you. Good job.
Here, sit down.
Come have a seat. So, Karen, you haven't seen Sierra in 15 years. What are your thoughts right now? Seeing this incredible woman.
She looks amazing, absolutely amazing. Amazing.
You haven't changed.
I don't know about that. No, we haven't seen each other in 15 years. And when she reached out to me last summer or last May, I was like, oh my God, of course I remember you. I remember her mom and her sister and everybody else that was there. And so amazing that, look at her now.
And Sierra, what are you feeling right now?
I'm just so happy to see her. Like, I always get asked if you could thank her. Like, what would you say? And there's not enough words to say. You know, like
you did it by going into oncology nursing. there you go.
But you're both at the same hospital.
Yes, I work ambulatory, so she works in inpatient.
And you haven't crossed paths.
Because she just started.
Oh, you just started. Oh, my goodness. So, Sierra, Karen's impact on your life was huge. I'm assuming it's also going to impact how you are a nurse.
Of course.
In what ways?
Well, beyond being empathetic, you're so compassionate. And like I was telling them, you always knew what I needed without me saying it. So if I could just be aware, and I think I will be able to because I've been in their shoes before, you know, like to anticipate what do they need without them asking me for what they need, to just be ahead of the game and be there for them like she was there for me.
And Karen, what would you want to say in behalf of nurses? You know, we've said on the show, nurses make the world go round. When you are down and out, to have a nurse by your side, sometimes through the middle of the night, some of the most challenging times in your life, you guys make it possible. What would you like to say in behalf of nurses?
I think you go into this
job for a reason. You know, you start out wanting to help someone, and you hope that you make that difference. And if you really find your passion, this is the place you want to be.
And Karen, I think you have a little something for Sierra. Mikey, one of our stage hands, has it for you.
So you have to open the card, leader, because there's no way you're going to do that. But after you open the gift, I'll explain it, because it needs an explanation. It needs a little explanation.
Okay. I can't believe this has been 15 years. I know.
Yeah.
Okay. And you've been doing this for 40 years.
Oh, my goodness.
Which is incredible.
Oh, I should have taken that wrapper off, right?
The anticipation.
It's okay. That's right. It's building suspense.
Yay. I hope you can have good glasses on, because you have to read it.
Can't get it open.
Here, let me help you.
Sorry, guys.
No, it's hard to open a box.
Okay, Karen, why don't you tell us about it?
Okay, so during the pandemic, I was out with COVID I was sick with COVID, and I just blew that secret. Anyway, my staff was really incredible, not just to me, but to everybody. We had a lot of patients that were sick that we lost. And so the bracelet, because I have the same one. Oh! We all have it. It says, let's turn it over. She stood in the wind, she stood in the storm, and when the wind did not blow her, she adjusted her sails. And what I want you to know is that you're going to have good days, you're going to have bad days, but you'll always just adjust your sails, and you're just going to keep going, because that's the kind of person you are. You're going to be an awesome nurse.
That's right. And you both will be North Stars to a lot of people.
And the impact you're going to have.
Oh, she's going to be amazing.
Patients as well. Karen,
and I'm swiping you to ambulatory as soon as you get better.
I'm going to hold you to it.
I know.
Exactly. Got a job for life.
Both of you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Okay, it's one of our favorite times. It's times for Bobby's Best, and today it's all about that hot new beauty trends. They're popping up on social media. Are they real?
Bobby's going to tell us, our today's style editor. She's going to let us know if they are buzzworthy or buzzy.
Tell us.
Okay,
tell us.
It drives me crazy. I have to say, we were just talking about, a younger generation coming up with new terms. And so there are all these terms like slugging, and do you know what glazed donut skin is?
No, what is
I know what a glazed donut is.
Basically, it's hydrated skin.
Oh, I like it.
That's glossed over with a thick occlusive or emollient. So I'm going to get really technical. But basically, this trend, you're seeing it everywhere. Wow. And it's all about, going to bed. Hailey Bieber put a video up on YouTube, and she says you can't go to bed without your face looking like a glazed donut, which is really good advice.
So what happens? You put the cream on first and then the stuff on top?
It's really important to know how to do that.
Tell us how to glaze ourselves.
So step one, double cleanse. And you might say, why double cleanse? You start with an oil-based cleanser first, because makeup and sunscreen don't melt with the traditional water base.
Okay.
So first you have to dissolve the makeup in the goop. Then you use a water-based cleanser.
Okay.
Now, people at home might be like, really? Yes. This is going to help save your skin. It's anti-aging because your pores don't stretch.
Okay.
Do this.
Okay. And then
I
what?
have some examples of my favorites. You
Okay.
can get an oil base because this is what most people don't know.
Okay.
Elf at the drugstore and Elemis is my all-time hero, cult favorite. I do not get any money from them. I just love this. It's definitely a splurge, but it's wonderful.
Okay.
Then The Ordinary is an example of what you do to hydrate your skin. And one tip, hydrate damp skin. So when your skin is wet, you want to add a humectant, which is just a hyaluronic acid or a thin serum that's going to penetrate and give you moisture. And then you trap it. It's a thirst trap for your skin.
Thirst trap. Jenna's ears perked up. Okay. Yeah.
So you trap the moisture in with an emollient, which is like an oil or an occlusive, a cream.
Aquaphor.
Aquaphor, Vaseline. This is why it doesn't make you break out if you double cleanse.
Oh, you have to have
because
double
people
cleanse.
try to go right to the third step, and you have to be careful because you could be trapping bacteria in there.
Yes.
And
Cleanse,
hydrate, trap.
Serum, trap. Wait, do you put any kind of moisturizer first?
In between. So you
between.
cleanse, you moisturize, and then you
Serum.
trap, seal it, cover it.
You know what? Charlotte Tilbury, one of our favorites around here, has a good trapper.
Okay.
It's not here, but it's good.
Her Miracle Overnight Cream.
Yeah, you knew it.
And just FYI, if you're using an acid or an active at night, like a retinol, do not trap it because it can become more sensitive. So you do this on nights or days where you're not putting the active
Is it a buzz
on.
or is it just buzzworthy or whatever?
The routine is buzzworthy. The names are buzz. Okay, this is going to be one of your new favorites. Danessa Myricks. She did my Modern Beauty Basics with me. She is amazing, and she's gone viral for her chrome flakes. They've been all over TikTok and social.
Wow.
She's known for her color fix. Smell this. This is called Yummy Skin. It is it's a thin serum that has super duper coverage,
So
which
it's not
means
it's not like a foundation?
it's a serum. And what's amazing is that means Hoda, no creasing, no cracking.
That's what I was always looking for.
This is a weekend save,
It's
right?
great. I have even better. Her blurring powder.
Which is that?
Multiple shades sold out. The blurring powder, you can open it up, is right here. It's a blurring balm to powder. It's the first in the world to use a new Swedish ingredient that's really absorbent, and basically you put this on and it minimizes your pores. You'll feel it.
When do you put that on? At
You
what
put this
point?
on first, or you can use this alone. So the blurring powder you use alone. Kris Jenner actually used this for the Met makeup. She looked flawless. We should have a picture of her. Look at her face.
So you
She
put this on clean skin.
Clean skin after you've moisturized.
Okay, and then
put that on. That sort of blurs the skin.
And then you add the
then you add the Yummy. You could add the Yummy for a really full face, or you could keep it at the blurring powder.
I like it.
Is Yummy easier on your skin than a foundation?
I think it just depends on how you're doing your skincare.
Okay.
So
Smells good,
just
too.
make
Okay.
sure you know this comes in multiple shades. So you can use the clear, or you can use a tinted one for the weekend. And then last but not least, pink eyes. Pink under eyes have been trending all over social. Yes, people have been saying, take your blush and put it with your concealer. And while this has been really popular, all this is color.
That does look good.
It's color correcting. And notice hers is dark. It's not a light pink, where if you're fair like me or Jenna, you'll use a lighter pink. At Credo, one of my favorite online retailers, their pink Exa has sold out multiple times, the pink and the peach, because this has been so popular on social. I did it this morning. Maybelline has one at the drugstore. Morphe has a pink setting powder.
You know who loves this?
Who?
Not the pink one, but just the concealer is Savannah. She says
I knew you were going to say Savannah. Savannah's name has been mentioned 15 times on the show. You know who loves this?
Well, Savannah does love it.
I know.
Insert Savannah.
I am sorry, but she recommended this product to me.
Well, and tomorrow she's going to have another product.
No, tomorrow she won't have a product because she just recommended this one.
We'll eat something.
When was the last time I brought her up?
Yesterday.
No, I didn't. Did I bring her up yesterday?
Yes. You
No,
bring
we
her
are going to rerun the track.
Daily.
Rerun the track.
Yes, Anthony just gave me a yes.
Anthony, that was not a yes. Anthony, please give us a no.
Anthony, how many
They said-
times?
Thank you, Anthony.
That was just because
She
you
did
pressured.
recommend a product the last time I was here.
Yeah.
Well, that's because Hoda wasn't here.
I know.
All right.
I'm kidding. By the way, DM me any thoughts. I will answer you on social or comment.
Okay.
But
Thank you for these. Is this Buzzy or Buzzy?
I think it's Buzzy unless you have a darker skin shade. I want you to get a better shade.
Okay, well, we love you, Bobby.
Okay,
and
love you.
thank you for always
Thanks,
being
Bobby.
so kind and gentle.
Thank you.
Don't forget, how could you? 1 week from today, the one, the only, Harry Styles will be right here to kick off our City Summer Concert Series.
The countdown is on to what's sure to be an unforgettable morning. We are ready.
Fired up. And don't call us for tickets.
Yeah,
they're all out.
Yeah, tapped out.
Dunsies. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
When you think Texas, you think beef, brisket, and barbecue. But here in Austin, the state's capital, there's so much more than that. We've got folks and chefs from all around the world who are putting their mark on this city's culinary scene. And in fact, the spices and traditions that pay homage to their families are making Austin a hot food scene.
It's really kind of this melting pot of different people, their culture, and their food.
The creativity and the flavor that they put into the food is really artistry, right?
It's really the diversity of food. Like, you can get some of everything here.
So what keeps Austin weird and tasty? We're about to find out. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Austin is home to over 1,200 food trucks in food parks just like this one. But we're here for one specific truck. We're here for Tony's Jamaican, serving up fine Caribbean fare to Austin for more than 10 years. Meet food truck owner Tony Scott and his wife Kim. From humble beginnings in Kingston, Jamaica, Tony has made Austin his home since 2003, and he has always had a passion for flavorful food. When did you start cooking? How young were you?
10.
Tony's mother Hyacinth taught her sons how to be self-sufficient, especially in the kitchen. So you learned from Mom early on?
Yes.
What was it about cooking that you liked?
I don't know, I like food at those days.
Those skills learned during childhood would help Tony define his career. For nearly a decade, he worked a small beachside business, serving jerk chicken and drinks to tourists in Jamaica. But after 9/11, tourism to the island stalled. So Tony moved to the U.S. in search of better opportunities, eventually landing in Austin. With construction booming in the state capital, Tony quickly found a job as a painter, but it was his homemade lunches that reignited an idea. You're working, you bring in Jamaican food that you made, some of your friends taste and say, where'd this come from?
Yes, I cook my own food, and they was like, oh, you should, open a restaurant.
And it's been 10 years.
10 years now.
The 60-year-old chef opened Tony's Jamaican food truck in March of 2012. And his wife, Kim, has been one of his biggest supporters since the very beginning. What was the first meal he cooked for you?
Curry chicken and rice. And he invited me over, and once I had it, I didn't want to ask for more. You know how ladies are, we try to eat a little bit, maybe the salad kind of thing. Don't want them to know that we that greedy. But it was so good, I asked for seconds.
So when Tony says, I want to do a food truck, your reaction?
I said, a what? I said, a food what? And I knew nothing about food trucks or however, so it was just all his idea. I just followed along. He said he wanted to do something, he had a vision. I said, okay, let's try it.
Despite high praise from friends and family for his grub, Tony's business wasn't exactly booming from the start. When you first opened up, was it successful right away?
No. I came out here 10 o'clock in the morning and I was all here till 3 o'clock the next morning. I make $37.
Wow.
And, you know, I was still happy when I go home and she was like, how much money you make? And I was like, $37. And she break out laughing. You know? And I was like, don't worry about it. And next day I come and I make $50-something dollars, and the next day I make $80-something dollars. And I say, okay, I'm seeing an increase.
Tony taking advantage of the South by Southwest crowds that flocked to Austin in early March. Shortly after the festival, his fledgling business got a big boost with a small write-up.
Kim, what to you, what was the game changer? What put this place over the top?
Wow. His presence and his dedication.
Jerk chicken and oxtail?
Now, loyal customers are visiting this hotspot daily, decked out with the colors and vibes of Jamaica. From curried chicken and goat to jerk everything, food fans walk away feeling the island love. In 2018, Tony laid down more permanent roots in Texas.
You opened up a brick and mortar restaurant. Were you nervous about that?
A little bit. It was a lot of...
Let me hear. Kim, were you nervous
Oh,
about
yeah,
that?
I'm so glad you asked me that question. Yes, I was. It was something totally different, and from a food truck going into a brick and mortar. I didn't come from the restaurant industry. I came from the finance side. Coming in, I was telling Tony, I said, I got this, you know, I can run this, no problem. But oh, no. I was ringing the red light bell, like, hey, I need some help. It was challenging, but also it was fun.
Kim now helping run the business for both locations.
Family always mean a lot to restaurant. You know, sometimes she would say, you never know, one day it might be just me and you got to show me how to cut this meat.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together? Oh, I'm so happy.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. I love it.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Jerk chicken and oxtail.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a great day.
You too. God bless.
Tony Scott dishes out hundreds of plates to hungry customers each day, but he's best known for one Caribbean specialty.
My mother is Jamaican, and in our house, oxtail was king.
Yes.
Oxtail stew, oxtail and dumpling.
Yeah.
Oxtail.
My mom is Southern, and she actually mentioned it to me. I said, oxtail, and she just said it was a beef. So I've never really had it.
And then when you first had it?
It was delicious, and I eat it all the time now. That's the problem.
Isn't it interesting that it was the cheapest cut of meat? Now it's considered a delicacy. You go to all these upscale restaurants, oxtail ravioli, oxtail rice, all the. It's now everybody's into oxtail.
I know. No, I'm scared to go in a restaurant and not oxtail. Because the price is so high.
Bring on the oxtail stew!
Tony frequently sells out of the succulent oxtail, and it was finally time to see and taste why.
Welcome to the truck, Mr. Hahn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it smells good. Smells like Jamaica.
Oh, hey. This is the oxtail, the famous oxtail that everybody go crazy over.
Mm-hmm.
And these are like the Jamaican product seasoning that we use. This have a good flavor to it.
Oh, wow.
Tony's oxtails are seasoned with a spice mix that includes garlic powder, dried onion, paprika, black pepper, sugar, salt, and a few chef secrets.
This is my product that I make. It's have like onion, bell pepper, Scotch bonnet pepper. I also have a little bit of garlic in there.
So this is like your own concoction?
Yes. And then this is another Jamaican product they call. You ever have Blue Mountain coffee?
Yeah.
They say it's the best coffee in the world. Well,
Right.
this is the Blue Mountain product of burnt sugar.
Oh, wow.
And this is what we pour on it last. Give it that good color. Then we just mix this up. Make sure you rub it in properly. You want everything to rub into it. Normally, if you take a smell of it, even right now,
Oh, yeah.
you see, you can smell that flavor in it, and it don't even cook.
This smells good.
Right.
He then lets the oxtails marinate overnight. Then they're added to a pot with water and slow cooked for several hours.
This, what it comes out to be.
Oh, now we're talking.
For you to taste.
So I came to Austin. The result, truly out of this world.
You see how it fall off the bone?
Oh, yeah.
You know, we make sure we cook real tender because dental is very expensive. And you know, you go to some place, you have eating that meat and you have to be here to get it off the bone. You don't do that when you come here.
Good thing Tony feels like talking. I'm too busy eating. And it doesn't stop with the oxtails.
How is it, Mr. Hall?
It's fantastic.
This is curry goat right here. Taste that? This is the jerk pork.
Oh, jerk? I've never had jerk pork before. Oh.
And that's also
my.
my homemade jerk sauce that I make.
Whoa.
Okay, this is the famous curry chicken. And this is the carrot.
Oh, so at least I can say I had my vegetables today.
Yes.
Look at how tender that chicken is. Tony also serves traditional peas and rice, which brought on a wave of nostalgia.
This is black bean.
When you open that pot, I thought, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is my mother's peas and rice. This is great. And just when I thought I'd had enough, wait a minute, I noticed.
These are beef patty.
I gotta try that. Oh, that's a great crust. As a reminder of how far Tony's love for cooking has taken him.
If you look up here, you see these little pots. This pot right here is when I just started out. This is what I usually cook rice into.
Wow.
The reason why I keep this pot to show people is where Tony's Jamaican food is coming from.
So what would you tell people who are thinking they've got a dream, they want to start something like you did? What would you tell them?
First, you have to motivate yourself to do it. And never give up on your dream. My mama always tell me, don't make nobody tell you you can do nothing.
Tony, thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, Harlan. It is nice meeting you.
It feels like I'm back in Jamaica.
I'm glad you have that feeling.
Everything going to be all right.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Just a few miles from the hustle and bustle of downtown Austin is Mekong Bistro. It is a spot that's loved by locals and tourists alike for its Vietnamese comfort food.
Who's the better cook in the family? I'm not gonna even bother asking my mom about that because my mom is hands down the best cook.
Coi như là con tôi nó thằng này nấu ngon nhất.
Chef Will Hyun and his siblings opened Mekong Bistro to honor their mother, Anh Hang, a refugee who fled Vietnam after the fall of Saigon and working tirelessly to provide for her family in the United States.
She took a chance to travel across the ocean with nothing in hand, working ever since she's been over here, working from morning to night, and still provide us with a hot meal every day.
When Mekong first opened, Will hoped that his mom would finally stop working, but Anne had other plans.
Technically, she's retired, but like I said, she would not stay home.
Anne's passion for food starting in her home country.
Mẹ chỉ hồi khoảng 17-18 tuổi đó là đi theo mấy người ở dưới quê mình ta đi nấu đám cưới đó, này kia nọ. Rồi thì thích nấu vậy thôi.
In 1972, Anne married Kia Huynh. They had 4 children in Vietnam. Anne turning to cooking to help support the family.
Nấu ngoài chợ bán á, thì chỉ có khoảng 2 tháng cỡ đó à. Thì cô bán nấu hủ tiếu à. Nấu đồ Việt Nam thôi.
This is my dad and my mom right before the fall of Saigon.
When the Vietnam War ended, the family was looking toward a better future in their homeland. But in 1975, the Viet Cong began to invade Saigon.
Giải phóng vô thì mẹ muốn tự do, không có muốn ở bên Việt Nam nữa, muốn đi tìm tự do.
Anne's husband fled the city first, Will leaving when he was just 7 years old.
It was scary. We left separately, me with my uncle and my mom with my 3 sisters that came a year later, because if you get caught, you were thrown in jail. Luckily, we made it out. We were rescued by cargo boats, but they rescued us. They took us to the Malaysian refugee camp.
Will and his uncle secured refugee status, eventually reuniting with Will's dad in the U.S. In the years spent apart from his mother, Will began experimenting in the kitchen with a little nudge from his uncle.
He told me that, there's only 2 of us. You're gonna have to do your share, so learn to cook something.
In 1983, Anne made the journey to the U.S. with her daughters.
Đi vượt biên thì nó đi tàu nhỏ thì nó cũng hơi khó khăn, nhưng mà qua được tới ấy rồi đoàn tụ gia đình đó thì rất mừng. Tại vì chồng con gặp lại mặt chồng con hết, thành ra rất là sung sướng.
But adjusting to a new country as refugees was a struggle.
When we came over, nothing in our pockets. We relied on government assistance a little bit. Luckily, she's a great cook. So it wasn't bad for us at all. Growing up, that's how she shows us that she loved us by putting all that love into the food.
The family moving from Houston to Louisiana, finding work in the seafood industry. But Will wasn't so happy living in a small town. When his uncle invited him to attend high school in Austin, Will said yes right away.
I fell in love with Austin. The beautiful lakes, the miles of trails, the music scene. What's there not to love?
Austin's vibrant culinary scene struck a chord. After high school, Will found work in several restaurants, dreaming of being able to showcase his mom's cooking. In 2015, the entire family moving to Austin. But Anne still wasn't sure about opening a restaurant.
Asked her many times in the past to do something like that. She's dead set against it. She said it's just way too much work.
Eventually, Anne agreed to share her recipes for just one reason: her family.
Thích làm với con cái mới lên hát với cho con. Chứ giờ lớn tuổi rồi thì cũng còn sống được bao lâu nữa. Thì là giờ cho con được là ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy, thì hát cho con mình ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy thôi.
She's emotional because she basically she's doing everything for her kids.
The first dish Will added to the menu, his mom's pho.
So pho, at a restaurant is basically how we do pho at home. When we cook pho at home, it's a big pot that's gonna feed us for at least 3 days. We have pho for breakfast, we have pho for lunch, we have pho for midtime snack, we have pho for dinner, and pho at night for snack at night, until the pot's gone.
With the help of his family, Will created several new dishes.
Our menu does incorporate a lot of fusion Asian dishes, and that is because of the family business. My mom's a cook, I cook, my sister cooks, my brother cooks. Second beef dish was something that I've tried out. I consider myself a Texan. We love beef. It's a dish that my mom and I collaborated together to put out. Basically, just cubes of real nice tender beef that's been flashed in a wok.
It's been 6 years since Macon Bistro opened, and Will and his mom still love working together.
Làm ăn gia đình thì cái này cũng như giúp cho con thôi. Thầy thấy nó tự xúc động rồi mình ấy vậy thôi, chứ mẹ đâu có biết làm sao giờ. Mình thấy nó hy sinh cho con mình được ngày nào thì hãy ngày ấy vậy thôi. Mình thấy nó xúc động vậy thôi.
I admire her greatly. The courage it takes just to make that journey and to just stick with us no matter thick and thin. She's my hero. She really is my hero.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Using food to bring younger generations closer to their heritage happens in families all across America. And it's happening here at Habesha with a husband and wife team who's using their restaurant to bring their daughters closer to their Ethiopian roots.
We want, more than anything else, people to be familiar with not just Ethiopian food, but Ethiopian culture. My name is Ine Pantu. This is my wife, Salama Bebe.
We ran an Ethiopian restaurant called Habesha in Austin.
When it opened in 2013, Habesha was the second Ethiopian restaurant in Austin.
People, they come in here, we give them the food, they said, "Where's the fork?" Your hands.
Ethiopian food is eaten with injera, a fermented flatbread made with teff, a gluten-free grain.
You'll see a family dining, and everyone is on their phone eating and really not enjoying the event.
Not
you cannot
here.
do that in Ethiopian restaurants. You have to use your hands. You can't.
Both of them.
That emphasis on family is everywhere at Habesha, from the Ethiopian art and decor to Yidney and Salam's daughters, who can often be found studying at the restaurant.
I think I was like around 4 years old when we opened, so like this is like my second home.
Salam and Yidney were born and raised in different parts of Ethiopia. In the 90s, they left Africa to attend college here in the United States. Yidney immigrating to Texas, Salam to Maryland, where her family owned an Ethiopian restaurant. A chance meeting bringing them together.
My dad was visiting a friend dining at her family restaurant, and she happened to be the waitress. And he overheard a music playing and asked her, hey, where could I get this CD? And she was nice enough to grab the CD and hand it to him.
But Yidney's dad was thinking about more than music. When he got home, he immediately gave his son a call.
And he said, hey, just call her and thank her for me.
When he called me, I was like, I give it to your dad, not for you. And then he kept calling me. I was like, okay, I think he's not gonna give up.
My dad was one who hooked me up to him.
They dated long distance before Salam moved to Texas, the couple marrying in 2003. Their daughters, Edel and Azel, are now teenagers.
I think we've always been around food. My mom's always cooking. For me, I love her pancakes. She makes the best pancakes.
Salam left the restaurant industry to focus on parenting, but Yidney knew his wife's heart was in cooking professionally.
What I saw in her was the passion to own her own business.
I really want to open a restaurant, and I love the customer service and cooking.
In 2012, Yidney and Salam finding the perfect location for their restaurant.
Austin is a very unique town in that there is people from all walks of life. And I think part of the reason that we are successful is because of that diversity.
Habesha's menu honors their Ethiopian heritage with many vegetarian dishes, from stewed yellow split peas to braised collard greens. They also serve more than a dozen dishes with beef.
Texas has a lot of people that loves meat, so we have a bigger selection of meat as well. And I think my favorite dish, and that is the kitfo, or the steak tartare. When it's done right, that's probably the best dish in the world.
There's a ground beef and mixed with butter and spices.
When the pandemic hit, Habesha's popularity helped save them from closure.
And I said, okay, this is it. I think we're gonna fall down now. And then people, they support us. They love to be here. They send us check. They send us cards. We have a good community.
The donations from fans kept them afloat until they figured out a to-go plan.
Before COVID, takeout business was only 3 or 4% of our business. And overnight, we had to do 100% of our business. And by nature, Ethiopian food is not takeout, so we had to figure out a way to package the food, to market the food.
After laying off most employees, the couple had to work non-stop. As the to-go business began ramping up, Edel and Azel pitched in to support their parents and save their beloved second home.
I would write down like the orders, like the online orders, and I would like put them in the kitchen and cleaning, washing the dishes, cutting the injera, like folding it, boxing up to-go orders.
They did a lot, and they're part of the reason why we're still around. So I'm sorry I get a little emotional when I talk about them, but yeah, they're incredible. They're just a love of my life. One of the things that we instill in them is knowing who they are, where their parents came from, and learning the culture, learning the food.
Salam is looking forward to a busier future at her dream restaurant.
I want to grow this business, and a lot of people, they never had Ethiopian food. They had Chinese food, Italian food, or Indian food, so they don't know about Ethiopian food.
I'm really proud of her because like she gets frustrated at times, but she doesn't let that like stop her. A really big inspiration to me. Whenever things get hard, you just keep going.
best part working with your partner is the fact that you're there for each other, to comfort each other when it's down and to be there when your partner needs you.
The best part of it, he knows what I can't do, he covered. The same thing, he cannot cook. So, okay, she can handle it.
With Austin's welcoming atmosphere, it's no surprise that more chefs are putting down roots in this fast-growing city.
It's everything from James Beard award-winning chefs and taqueros and even home cooks.
The thing that makes a food scene good is different cultures meeting each other and being able to influence each other.
The fact that anything is possible is what makes Austin such a cool place.
One thing that rings true here in Austin, no matter your background or culture, there's room for everyone at the table.
You know, I love me some country music, and high up on my list of favorites, Thomas Rhett, baby. You know, I've listened to that Die a Happy Man song probably about a gazillion times. Okay, Thomas was born with a passion for music at his very core. He and his dad, country singer Rhett Akins, have worked on music together since Thomas was just a little boy. His love of music has carried him all the way to where he is right now. Thomas, his wife Lauren, and I have been friendly for years, but recently we've connected on more than just music. We're also parents by way of adoption. Thomas and Lauren brought their beautiful daughter Willa Gray home nearly 7 years ago. And they've gone on to welcome 3 more daughters to their family, Ada James, Lennon Love, and Lily Carolina. Between recording, touring, and parenting, it's kind of tough for Thomas to make space for much else, but I did catch up with him for a rare moment of quiet from his home in Nashville, just as he's getting ready to release his 6th studio album, Where We Started. And among the many topics we touched on, where he started. Stories that make me appreciate Thomas and his music even more. All right. Well, first of all, Thomas, it's great to see you. As always, how are you?
Good to see you too. I'm doing well.
So, Thomas, I feel like you're really going 100 miles an hour. And I admire it because we often say, this is my moment. I got to catch it. It's like lightning in a bottle. I don't want to miss it. But if you were to have a day that was just for you, again, Lauren and the kids aside, you have an open book, a blank slate for one day.
Yeah.
How does that day play out for you?
I think I would first of all have to get on a plane. I have a hard time finding peace in Nashville, but I've found a lot of peace and solitude out west, whether it's in Montana or Utah or Colorado. And I think a perfect day for me would be to take my fly fishing rod out to the Boulder River in Montana and just wade it the entire day. Just like start at the bottom, go to the top. Don't even care if I catch a fish or not. Just the simple act of throwing a rod in and out of the river. I think like that is the epitome of my perfect alone day, which I have not had an alone day, I think, in almost 5 years. So
yeah, at least
I need to schedule that.
So what is it that you get out of being by yourself and throwing that rod? Like, what feelings do you get from that?
There's no one to compare myself to except for myself. Like, I think as awesome as social media can be, I think it ruins a lot of people, and I'm in that box. And I guess I've had social media for almost 10 years now, and I feel like every time I log on to my Instagram account, I get this like really quick little rush of like, oh my goodness, what did someone say about my song, or what did they say about this? But then I see one negative thing, and like my day is just like ruined. You know what I'm saying? And so when I do like get to put my phone down for 5 or 6 hours, I find my anxiety level just going down and down and down and down. Now, I do have 4 kids, so the anxiety does stay at a little right here. But I just feel like the more that I can detach from the overload of information, you know what I mean? Like I just don't feel like we as humans were built to absorb and you absorb more knowledge than anybody that I know every day. And like, I just don't know that we were meant to know as much as we know. I think when I am away from anything social or news wise, I am a better dad. I am a better husband. I'm a better friend because there is space to give that part of myself.
When were you your happiest?
I think I was, in a strange way, happier at my core when I felt like I wasn't under a microscope, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I know you can relate to that, but like, would I change anything that I have for the world? No. But there are days where you do kind of wish you could just be just you at the core, no matter what restaurant you're in, no matter if you're at Disney World. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that has changed a lot. I mean, I have learned how to find joy a ton, like through quote unquote being famous or being under the spotlight. But there just seemed to be something so simple, I don't know, about being in high school or being in college. And so, you know, I think that's something that Lauren and I both try to create in our lives, is simplicity and normalcy. You know, a lot of people always ask how are we raising our kids, and we're trying to raise them as normal as humanly possible, which is really challenging because our lives are anything but normal, you know. But I think striving for simplicity has brought Lauren and I and our kids the most joy that we could imagine.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From the moment I met you, whenever that was, a long, long time ago when you were just getting started, to right now, you are, I mean, you seem exactly the same to me. I can still drunk FaceTime you and you'll pick up, which is definitely my litmus test.
It's my favorite part of my week, I'll be honest with you.
I don't do it every week, but I do it often enough.
No, I
don't want people to think I'm a stalker.
No, me and Lauren love it so much. And I would say the same about you. Not that this is like a compliment back and forth type thing, but it is very, very true. Like, you are one of the most down-to-earth people that I've ever met, especially with you're in front of the world every single day. And so when I describe my being under a microscope, you are a million times more than that. But I remember when Lauren and I first got married, I think I maybe had $500 to my name. And my dad had just bought a condo, and I told him, like, we can't pay rent, and so he just made us pay the HOA fee, which was like $45 a month, and even that hurt. It was our first Christmas as a married couple. I just signed a record deal, and we lived across the street from a Harris Teeter, which I don't know if y'all have those up there, but it was like a grocery store. And, like, I'm talking about 5 nights a week, we would buy a frozen pizza and the cheapest bottle of wine we could find, and we'd go to the Christmas tree lot. And I remember Lauren, I was like, why don't we just go to freaking Target and buy, a $9 fake Christmas tree? And she was like, well, because I've always had a real one. And Christmas trees are like $70. You know what I mean? A tree is $70. And I remember calling my business manager at the time and being like, hey, can I afford this? And we went back and put that Christmas tree up and made a frozen pizza and had a bottle of wine. And you want to talk about content yet proud that we had accomplished that.
Well, you and Lauren met when you were little and then ended up getting married after you guys have lived a little. But you all were both young, and people were telling you, what are you doing? You were like 22 or something?
Yeah, we were 22 when we got married, for sure.
Yeah. Who tried to talk you out of it?
I don't think it was like a talking out of. It was more of just like, make sure.
Make sure.
You know what I mean? Which is normal. You know, I think for a parent to say to a kid, like I might say the same thing. You know, if my daughters were like, "Hey, I'm 17 and I found the guy I want to marry," I'm like, "Are you sure?" You know,
positive.
But I can also be like, you know what? If that's your heart and that's what you believe, like, here to support you. You know.
So you were sure, and she was sure.
We were sure, but we also knew each other since like 3rd grade. You know what I mean? Like she knew me as a 6th grader, as a 10th grader. As an idiot in college. I mean, she was with me through every up and down phase of life. And so when we got married, we were already best friends anyway. And they, my parents had always said, make sure you marry your best friend, And I was like, well, I mean, this is my best friend, and she is very attractive, and I'm here for it. And but I think like at that time, it wasn't super cool to be married and be a country singer, you know what I mean? And I just thought that was the stupidest thing in the world.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was kind of weird. Like at the time, I guess this would have been 2012. I mean, there were love songs, but like there weren't like a lot of love songs about like from a country singer being like, y'all know who this is, and this is what I'm singing it about. This is my wife.
Yeah, this is for her, right?
From the get-go of my career, Lauren was just such a part of. I mean, we were a package deal. You know what I mean? Like she was at every show. The fans knew her. Everybody knew her. And so when Die Happy Man came out, like, yeah, I think Die Happy Man is good, but I think that it was great at the time because it hadn't been done in a while in that way. And it was almost like the stars kind of lined up for that song.
With all I got is your hand in my hand, baby, I could die a happy man.
Your parents are divorced.
Yeah.
Were you scared getting married? Did you think our patterns, do they repeat? Like, were you worried?
Yeah, I mean, there was a part of me that was just like, is that going to be me too? You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember, Lauren's dad, he flies like jets for a living. Like he owns like a charter company in Nashville. And, in the 90s, he would fly, you name that country artist, he flew him around. And so he'd been around the business for a while. And I remember before me and Lauren got married, he was like, you better keep your head on straight. You know what I mean? He was like, you better not do anything out there on the road because I promise you I've seen it and I will call you out immediately. And I was like, you don't have anything to worry about,
Yeah.
And but as I got into it, I quickly realized how easy that could be.
Yeah.
Without the right boundaries put in place.
Did your parents give you advice, like marriage advice?
Yeah, for sure. But I think like my dad and my mom were different. They kind of came from that generation of like, they got pregnant before they were married in South Georgia, and it was like one of those times in life where it was like, well, we should probably get married. You know what I mean? But I think kind of early on, I think my dad really wanted. I think he had more life that he wanted to live, and I think him looking back, like those are things that he may not be proud of, but like that's just life. We live and we live and we learn, and I feel like I got really blessed with an amazing family that has baggage, just like we all do.
When do you think your dad was proudest of you?
I think he may just be proud of how I have approached this career. I think he writes with people all the time that go, man, how'd your son turn out so good? You know what I mean? And it's kind of a joke, but I think he kind of gets like, my dad was pretty wild, back in the day, and I've definitely had my fair share of wild moments, but I knew that when I got married, like this was the goal. If everything else fell apart, this had to stay together. And that is what I vowed the day I got married, and that is what I plan on, committing to until the day that I die.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, I know having kids was something that was high on your priority list. The way you went about it was obviously very interesting.
Yeah.
Lauren was on a mission trip to Uganda.
Yeah.
And fell in love, basically. I mean, that's just how it happened. So she met Willa. What was it about her, about that specific child of all the children who Lauren met and you got to know? What was it about her?
Yeah, you know, that was such a crazy time because my wife up to that point had traveled with me and me solely. You know what I mean? Like she kind of gave up a lot to be along my side, you know, during this journey. I mean, she went to the University of Tennessee, graduated with a nursing degree. Nursing school about killed her. As I'm sure many nurses out there, it's freaking hard. But she finished that, and we went into marriage counseling, and our marriage counselor said, I think y'all need to be fully together your first year on the road, because the year that she graduated, I went on this thing called radio tour, which is where you're gone for like 8 months, and you're literally visiting every country radio station in the country. So if she had gone and worked in the hospital and I'd gone to do that, our first year of marriage would have been completely just split apart. And so she decided to come with me that whole first year, and that led into the next, 5 years of our marriage. I don't think my wife ever planned on marrying someone that was doing what I'm doing. Like, I think that if she could have picked at that age, she probably would have picked someone that was going to be home at 5 o'clock. You know what I mean? And she probably would have lived a whole lot simpler of a life had she done that. But there was just no denying, our love for each other. And to this day, I mean, I literally just look at her and say, thank you. Thank you for marrying me, because I would be a total disaster. I wrote a song last year called I'd Be a Nightmare Single, and it is very true. Anyway, back to your question, that was when she had met a few people that were already doing work in Uganda, and I think my wife at that point had felt a little bit passionless, if you will. I think she felt like her passions had to be my passions. And so we had that was like a year of like a long conversation of like, well, what is your passion? And she was like, well, I still want to help people medically. You know what I mean? Like I want to use the skill that I trained so hard for. And I was like, well, that's 100% understandable. Like, let's figure that out, and kind of a God thing that she met this woman named Suzanne who was already doing ministry and mission work in Uganda. And Lauren went with her, and I was still back in America, doing shows. And I remember she sent me a picture of this little girl, and in Uganda they had named her Blessing. That was the name that they gave her. She didn't have any parents, and no siblings that we knew of. And she sent me a picture of her holding Blessing, and she said, "We have got to help, find her family or find her a home." And they did a ton of research on, where she was found, all this kind of stuff, and it was heartbreaking. Like I can't imagine, I don't know, one of my children just not having a family to call home, and so it just can't. I don't even remember saying it, but it came out of my mouth. I was like, we'll bring her home, and my wife was like, are you serious? And next thing you know,
why were you so sure? What was it about that image?
I've just never seen my wife glow the way that she was glowing. Like, yeah, I can't describe it, but it already felt like it was a thing. I don't remember saying it. It just erupted out of my stomach, just like happened. And then we hung up the phone, and I was like, what did I just say? Like, and because I don't know that I was ready to be a dad yet. I don't think anyone's ready to be a parent until you are. You know what I'm saying?
You are. That kind of makes me like I feel like whenever the truth is told, like I get this weird wave of emotion. Like I get chills and I feel it. And that statement you just made there was like a tidal wave for me. It was a God moment, you said. Yeah, that's really, really big. So you got Willa Gray, and then Lauren gets pregnant. Then y'all are off and running. You got 4 girls now.
Yeah.
Do you want a boy?
I think I've passed that point, to be honest with you. I think that's like the most question I get asked is like, when are you trying again? I mean, Lauren's whole dream, she wanted to have 5 kids. Like that's
5,
since the day we got married, she's like, I want to have 5. And I'm sitting there going, that's fine. You know, 5 would be great. But we sit there and we go, they're all in such different phases of life. We're having a hard time figuring out how do we make one-on-one time for like all of our kids,
What you got now.
So I told Lauren, I was like, I mean, let's have 5, but let's take a 4-year deep breath. So
yeah, exactly. She'll get her 5 eventually, but
For
you're
sure.
right. Sometimes you need a minute. As you know, I adopted 2 children, and a lot of questions come up, which I'm already getting from Haley, and I will get from Hope too. What questions is Willa Gray asking, or are your other daughters asking, and how have you guys navigated that? Because I've got 2 kids from different countries, and it's
For sure.
There are questions that pop.
Yeah, it's hard, because I think when you become a parent, you're like, well, I'm a dad, I have all the answers, or I'm a mom, I have all the answers. And like adoption is one of the most beautiful things in the world, and I don't think at the beginning of it I don't think you go, oh, in like 6 years I'm gonna have to start answering some like really really intense questions, and I think, I don't know if you felt this at all, but it's kind of like you go, well, what age? Like what age is the right age? You know what I mean? Because the world is moving so fast that it's like, to have a conversation with a 6-year-old about that, maybe I'm too old school to think that way, but I go, maybe we need to wait till she's 10. And I love the innocence that they have, because they haven't been tainted yet by the world. They haven't been jaded by the world. Like they don't see things like adults see things. And so in your parent brain, you're like, well, how do I keep this innocence alive as long as I possibly can?
As long as possible, yeah.
Because I mean, I feel like I read the Bible and God's like, well, if you don't have the heart of a child, you ain't doing it right. And I'm like, well, how could I have the heart of a child when we're at war and this is happening and that's happening, and and they don't know any of that stuff yet,
Yeah.
And so we really just try to be as honest as we can without the confusion.
And how has, Thomas, having 4 daughters impacted you as a husband to Lauren?
I just had to sit back and like prioritize my life.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if music was number 1 for the last 8 years, music is now like number 3. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love it and I want to be great at it. But like, if me being great at music makes my parenting and my husband role suffer, what's it worth when I'm 50?
What's it worth? Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're right.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I remember interviewing you when you hadn't won an award and it was all brand new, and now you're just such a staple and such a name. What is it like now when you stand up on a stage and the stadium is full? Is it like what it was before? What does it feel like for you?
I still pinch myself. Yeah. And I'm also a perfectionist, I think in some good ways, but mostly a fault, which maybe leads back to my comparison issue because I walk out there and I go, gosh, this place holds 15,000 people, but there's 14,900 here. I'm like, where's the other 100 at? You know what I mean? Like, but then I walk out there and I go, golly, it feels like yesterday that I was 21 years old.
Yeah.
You know, opening for whoever it was.
Were you competitive about everything? Like, did you play sports when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you always wanted to win.
Very competitive.
Yeah, with everything. That's just in your DNA.
Yeah, like I have this weird fear of just like not being the best, and I don't know where that comes from, but it happens in every area of my life. Like I can go back and remember I was playing Monopoly with Lauren when we were 16 years old, and she's really good at math, and I'm I just learned how to tip 3 years ago, and she beat me, and I was like, I don't want to play Monopoly with you anymore.
You're so crazy.
And even with my hobbies, like when I get into a hobby,
yeah,
I go hard.
Like what? Give me a hobby.
Fly fishing, hunting, skiing.
Yeah.
Like I gotta have the best equipment. I gotta watch a million YouTubes. I gotta hire a trainer.
We need to get into this. What is this? No, this is deep in your psyche since you're a kid.
Yeah, and like I think I'm about to go on a kind of a weird tangent, but I'm getting to a point. I think the reason I hate so bad and like Instagram hatred or just even posting a song and someone being like, this sucks.
Yeah.
Like that should be able to roll off my back.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. Like it sticks with me for weeks.
Yeah.
And I go back into my 6th grade self and like I was kind of I won't say an outcast, but I just wanted to be different than everybody else. You know what I mean? Like if it was cool to play football, I wanted to start a lacrosse team. If it was cool to listen to the Backstreet Boys, I wanted to listen to the Ramones. And I was in 6th grade, and me and some buddies started a punk rock band. And on the night of prom, we scheduled our first concert because we were like anti-prom. You know what I mean? Probably because we didn't get asked or no one wanted to go with us. That was probably the real reason. But I remember we put these flyers up in the hallway, like come to see the high heel flip-flops at whoever's house.
Yeah.
And there was somebody on the football team that went through the hallway and ripped all of our flyers down and just started shredding them in half. And that was the first moment that I said, I will be better than that. I will always be a bigger person than that. I'm about to cry even talking about it, but I don't know if that was where my desire to prove people wrong so much came into play, but I can go back in my brain and see that so vividly. And so anytime anyone does something unique or weird or different in country music, in pop music, in sports, in whatever, when someone wants to tear somebody down for something, I'm like, you need to sit down.
Sit down.
Because you don't know.
I know we've been talking about life, and it makes me so happy, but let me just get to your music because I feel like it's evolving too. You were writing songs before you were singing them publicly.
Yeah.
And you still had, like, I was surprised at such a young age you had so much stuff to say. Like, I didn't even know you lived enough life to say those things, and now they're getting deeper even yet. But I feel like you must have lived a lot of life even when you were young.
Yeah, I feel like I did. You know, like I mean, I think, you know, our life, every bit of trauma in our lives shapes us in a way. You know, and you get to choose for the worse or the better. You know. You know, divorce is not a fun thing to go through, you know, as a kid. And for a long time, I didn't think it affected me until I started to become an adult and I started to pull out little bits of pieces of how that did affect me. And, you know, knowing Lauren and knowing certain people in our lives that had passed away way too early, like you kind of go, well, that's just life. But then you go, no, like that sucks.
That sucks.
That affected you, you know, and I think I've always just been a really old soul. Like, I think I've always been an overthinker and thought about my future probably way more than your average 18 or 19-year-old kid, you know? And so at a young age, like, I really was trying to be older than my driver's license said.
Yeah.
Which is a good song title. We'll write that together.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I've always just wanted to make sure that whatever I said, I mean, I've definitely released songs that were just for fun and just for you to dance to. But for the most part, if you hand me a guitar, I do want to write something meaningful, you know, and something that someone across the world can hear by accident and be like, man, I've felt that. I've been there. I've had that heartbreak. I've had that joy, you know. And so a lot of people ask, like, why I get so personal in my songs, and it's like really the only way I know how to do it. You know, like I've tried to write a quote unquote just like a hit, you know, like, oh, this would sound good on the radio, and I've definitely had a few of those, but for the most part, if I can write my honest truth and it be a hit, that is that's the mecca right there. So
well, Thomas, I just want to say it's always such a treat to visit and talk with you.
Likewise.
I love your music. We're going to be it's my happy place, man. I hit Thomas Rhett Radio, Thomas Rhett on Spotify, and I just can't wait to see you soon.
Well, likewise, Hoda. I hope you have a great day. Thank you so much for talking with me.
Thanks again.
And is now facing multiple charges for attacking 7 Asian women around Lower Manhattan.
Surveillance video in Little Saigon capturing one of the at least 70 robberies in the Bay Area targeting Asian women.
Remember a woman who was stalked and stabbed to death in her own home,
sparking pain and outrage.
New York City has failed AAPIs and Asians. We do not feel safe.
This is about the community, and our elected officials need to do something much different.
My hope is that we stop otherizing folks and recognize that we all want the same thing.
We know that this is a community effort beyond just AAPI. We all have each other's back.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Thank you for joining us for our second Racism Virus special report. It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're spotlighting the progress made over the past year, as well as the unprecedented hate, discrimination, and violence Asians in America are still facing. And yet, in a recent survey, 1 in 3 Americans said they were unaware of the spike in anti-Asian hate and racism over the past year. A lot of it came into sharper focus during the pandemic, with 1 in 5 people surveyed saying Asian Americans are at least partly responsible for COVID-19. So the problem persists, and it remains stubbornly and dangerously under the radar. Tonight, we're going to talk to trailblazers and activists about the ways the community is combating the hate with meaningful change, including actor Daniel Dae Kim, now working on what may be one of his most important roles as activist. He joins us to talk about the lessons learned during this violent period, as well as his new job on the White House task force looking to build equity and opportunity for Asian Americans. We'll catch up with Jeremy Lin, who has encountered hate and discrimination on the basketball court. For the very first time, you're going to hear the inspiring story of the first Asian American to officiate an NFL game. And we'll also talk about increasing representation for the Asian American Pacific Islander community with Survivor winner Yul Kwan and popular blogger Phil Yu, better known as Angry Asian Man. But first, New York City has been home to some high-profile cases of attacks on Asian Americans. The NYPD is the largest police agency in the country, and efforts here to curb hate crimes often have a ripple effect nationwide. I spoke exclusively with the department's chief of detectives on how the NYPD is handling the wave of violence against Asian Americans. A warning, some of the content you're about to see is disturbing.
The first viral videos were shocking. At the start of the pandemic, elderly Asians attacked, slowly spreading fear throughout the Asian American community. 2 years later, the violence continues. In December, 6 men arrested in San Jose. Police there say the suspects are tied to more than 70 cases of burglary, robbery, and theft, targeting primarily Asian Americans in California. 5 of the suspects have pled not guilty.
These suspects believe that they could prey on these victims
because of their ethnicity.
You just walk up and punch.
In Boston, a 70-year-old woman says she was punched in the face by a stranger in Chinatown.
Reports of hate crimes are up across all minority groups. But according to the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism, Asian Americans are seeing the biggest spike. From 2020 to 2021, the number of anti-Asian incidents reported across major cities increased 224%.
New York City making national headlines for brutal crimes against Asians. NYPD's chief of detectives, James Essig, leads the department's 4,000 detectives, including the Hate Crime Task Force, which is now under new leadership. He met us for an exclusive interview in Chinatown, just blocks away from where 35-year-old Christina Yuna Lee was followed home and murdered.
The one thing with the Asian hate crimes, more than any other particular ethnic group, it's personal. They're getting punched in the face, they're getting spit on, they'd be pushed.
3 months ago, police say a man attacked 7 Asian women in a 3-hour period. He now faces 13 hate crime charges and has pled not guilty.
Have you seen the Asian American community as out front on an issue like this?
No, never. The Asian community is very reserved, but never seen crimes like this against the Asians. It just seems like, again, 2 years ago, just astronomically spiked.
According to NYPD, out of 37 reported anti-Asian hate crimes this year, 95% were physical attacks. While there were more anti-Semitic hate crimes, 75% were property crimes. Chief Essig encourages victims to come forward.
We have spoken with some people who say that when they did come forward, that they felt that they were brushed off or that they were discouraged from reporting the hate crime. Are you concerned about that?
Well, from my perspective as the chief of detectives, when we get that case, we're going to do a full investigation.
What's your message to the officers taking these reports?
Well, taking a report, they don't fall under me. If somebody comes to the police and they're reporting something, we have to take everything serious, and especially a hate crime. If that's the case, then we have to do a hell of a lot better job.
Essig says even if a crime isn't technically charged as a hate incident, these unprovoked attacks are traumatizing, especially for Asian American women.
It's just very anxiety-inducing, and you don't feel safe.
After Michelle Goh was pushed onto the subway tracks, demonstrators rallied.
Whether it's conscious or subconscious, the way she looked played a role in why she was the ultimate victim.
A recent study shows that out of more than 10,000 hate incidents, 61% were reported by women.
My mother-in-law is Asian American, and she's been victim of this.
Denver Police Chief Paul Pazin says hate crimes have a ripple effect and need to be fully investigated.
When we're talking about bias-motivated crimes or hate crimes, it goes far beyond just the person that was the victim of this. Often it creates trauma for an entire community.
Do you think there is a renewed push to get prosecutions?
Absolutely, and I hear it from our other law enforcement partners across the country.
Over the past year, actor and activist Daniel Dae Kim, he was among the first to speak out against Asian hate, even offering a $25,000 reward along with actor Daniel Wu to help catch an attacker. Now he's on President Biden's AAPI Visibility Task Force. I had a chance to speak with DDK on his new role and what he hopes to accomplish. So good to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Always good to see you, Vicky.
Okay, so let me talk to you. Recently, you talked about how you have noticed a lot of changes in the Asian American community and how we've responded to the spike in anti-Asian sentiment. What has struck you about the community's response?
I think first and foremost, we've galvanized in a way that I've never seen before. Not just through organizations emerging that haven't been there, but I was talking to some people who have nonprofits in the community and who are community organizers, and they're saying they've never had a greater number of donations than they had over the past year and a half or so, and that's really encouraging.
Daniel, you testified before the House Judiciary Committee on Asian hate. This happened last year. I want to give our audience a listen to part of your testimony.
What happens right now and over the course of the coming months will send a message for generations to come as to whether we matter, whether the country we call home chooses to erase us or include us, dismiss us or respect us, invisibilize us or see us.
It's so powerful what you said. And just a few days after your speech, the president signed into law the anti-Asian hate crime bill. That legislation, just so our audience knows, it directs funding to help make it easier for people to report hate crimes, in part because it directs resources to local and state governments and law enforcement agencies. It also puts reporting into multiple languages. What more do you think the government should or could be doing to address discrimination?
Right now, as encouraged as we are by the passage of that bill, we are now focused on how we can actually make it happen. What are the logistics of how getting those funds to the right places? How can we streamline this, and how can we actually appropriate the funding to make it the most effective?
Talk to us about this AAPI task force. It was formed last December by the White House. You're one of 23 members of this task force. What have you all been working on?
It's a great question. We're actually going to be convening for the first time in person in a couple of weeks. We've been meeting on a regular basis to provide a set of recommendations to the president about how we can move forward from the events of the past couple of years, and how we can most effectively change policy and affect policy so that we can create a better environment, not just for Asian Americans, but for equality in general. Some of the things that we're working on specifically are how we can implement the terms of the No Hate Bill, and how we can effectively get money out to the community and best utilize everything that the bill hopes to be.
Do you get any pushback, Daniel? Are people saying, you're an actor, stay in your lane, stay out of politics?
Yes, I do. I remember a famous basketball player who was an activist was told to shut up and dribble, and I've been told to shut up and act. But I think, it's beyond being an actor. That's my job, but I'm also a human being. I'm also a citizen. I'm also a voter. And I think all of us who are those things, should have an opinion, an informed opinion about the world around us. And I happen to have a platform that I'm able to use, and I hope I use it judiciously to kind of shine a light on issues that are important.
You have also talked very passionately about how this isn't just an Asian American issue, that people of color and marginalized communities need to come together to be allies. Are you seeing that happen, in this past year? What have you seen? And also, how do we foster these allyships?
I'm really encouraged by the fact that groups like the Asian American Foundation have been working with other groups like the NAACP. We're trying to, and we've been working with the King Foundation as well. And these are ways to find intersectionality, because we understand and recognize that this is a larger problem.
When you talk about intersectionality, what do you mean by that?
It's about recognizing the fact that what's affected certain groups is part of a larger issue that affects other groups, and that we're all interconnected. And so finding ways that our experiences literally intersect with one another is a really powerful way of finding common ground, so that we can work together to solve the issues that actually affect all of us.
Daniel, finally, let me ask you about something you said in a recent interview with T-Mobile. You said pressure makes diamonds, and our community has been under pressure. Tell me more about that. And what do you think the pressure is that still faces the Asian American community?
I think it's the pressure of invisibility. I think it's a pressure of misperception, stereotyping, and just a lack of awareness. There is pressure for our community to speak up and speak out, and to come together, and to make sure that the people who can affect policy hear us and understand that we are a constituency that deserves respect. And so that is a kind of pressure that previous generations haven't really faced when it comes to Asian America. So I see it as an opportunity to really further our status in this country and raise awareness about who we really are and how essential we are to the fabric of America.
And our shared goals. Thank you, Daniel Dae Kim. A pleasure to speak to you. As always, we really appreciate your insight and checking in with you 1 year later.
Of course, always happy to talk to you, Vicki.
A look at the grassroots efforts the Stop AAPI Hate Coalition formed just a week
after the WHO declared a COVID-19 a pandemic. Well, that has been instrumental in tracking anti-Asian attacks across the U.S. Joining us now, Cynthia Chen with Stop AAPI Hate and Kareem Farishta from the Asian American Foundation, also known as TAF. It's a nonprofit committed to creating a sense of belonging for all Asian American Pacific Islanders. Thank you both for being here. Cynthia, I want to start with you. The coalition released national reports that track anti-Asian attacks. It is also recommendations and policies for addressing these hate crimes. Why is this data so important, and how does it inform lawmakers and other leaders?
Well, you know, we started Stop API Hate because our experience has been that without the documentation, that our experiences are overlooked and minimized. And so with our data, we have been able to demonstrate that anti-Asian racism and hate incidents are an everyday experience for our community. And certainly that was catalyzed by COVID-19. So it's being used to advocate for meaningful change. And we're really proud that we've been able to play a role in that.
I know we refer to the data at NBC News. The national report, the latest one you've released, said over 10,000 hate incidents have been reported to Stop AAPI Hate since it started. That's over 4,000 in 2020 and 6,000 in 2021. That's not a good trend. What do you think is behind the increase in these reported incidents?
Well, what I can say is that when we started Stop API Hate, you know, we were actually surprised by the number of people who reported to us their everyday experience with racism. And people are telling us what they and their loved ones are experiencing out in public and in places that are open.
And sometimes these reports don't even go to the police. Kareem, let me turn to you. We talk a lot about the model minority myth, and often that stereotype, that foreigner stereotype as well, it casts a shadow over our community. There was a report by TAF as well as Launch that found just 29% of Asian Americans actually agree with the statement that they feel fully accepted here in the U.S. Talk to us about the dangers of those stereotypes and how do we combat them, not just us, but also groups that are in our allies.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Vicki, for having me on today, and thanks for your reporting on this really important matter. The model minority myth often paints the Asian American community with broad brushstrokes. So the Asian American community has some of the highest levels of income disparity, the highest wage earners as well as the lowest wage earners within the Asian American community. What happens is when we're painted through the same lens, we're painted as a monolith. And that doesn't allow us to see the entire diversity of the community. At the end of the day, it reduces us and paints us through harmful tropes and stereotypes. So the reality of the situation is that Asian Americans today are feeling that those stereotypes are leading to scapegoating, and that scapegoating is leading to violence.
Talk to me about TAF. You raised so much money when you came out to help with, you know, Asian Americans and all of these issues. How are you measuring where that money is going?
It's really important that the Asian American Foundation is committed to creating an irrevocable sense of belonging. We came together in the aftermath of the Atlanta spa shootings, and we realized that in order to end the trajectory of hate, we need to do more to build belonging. And in order to really change the trajectory of this country, we're doing more to address AAPI bullying in classrooms. We're also working to protect our elders. We're working in cities like Chicago and Oakland and New York, cities that have had a high preponderance of hate, cities that have high densities of AAPI communities, to create an irrevocable sense of belonging, and making sure that we're doing this work alongside our allies, and making sure that this work is cross-racial, it is cross-religious, and it lifts everyone up, because everyone is impacted by the rise in anti-Asian hate.
Kareem Farishta from the Asian American Foundation, as well as Cynthia Chen, thank you both so much for joining us. When we come back, Trailblazer, an exclusive interview with the first Asian American the NFL has hired to officiate its games. What it took for him to make it to the top of the sport. Plus, lifting the taboo on mental health for Asian Americans. But first, a look at some of the work being done in our communities around the country, as reported by some of our NBC affiliates.
Here in the Washington, D.C. area, celebrations for Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month are tempered by continuing efforts to stop Asian hate. D.C. has launched a new campaign called Hate Stops With Us. This is an effort to prevent anti-Asian hate crimes, harassment, and violence experienced over the course of the pandemic. City leaders say they're working to support victims of these kinds of attacks, while also working to train teachers in public schools about the rise in anti-Asian hate and provide resources to teach tolerance in the classroom. In Maryland, the Asian American Hate Crimes Work Group was tasked with developing strategies and actions to address the rise in violence and discrimination targeting the AAPI community. And in Virginia, leaders are encouraging anyone who experiences anti-Asian hate or harassment to report the incident to police and to Stop AAPI Hate, a national coalition dedicated to documenting and stopping anti-Asian hate and discrimination throughout the country. Many victims in our area say they're frustrated that their attackers have not been brought to justice, and they want more to be done to keep them safe. Eun Yang, NBC4, Washington.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
So Jam, my sister, she had a patient who refused actually to work with her because he thought she was Chinese. Does that make the problem feel that much closer to home? And as a parent, how does that make you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly the fact that, you know, when it's as close to your own daughter, yeah, it feels pretty close to home. I guess I'm in part surprised, right, and saddened, and also maybe a little angry that, you know, someone would think that, right, and you know, kind of goes against what, you know, the Martin Luther King ideals were, right? That people are not judged by the color of their skin, but you know, the content of the character, what they know, or how, you know, as a physical therapist, you know, how much value she can bring, and that's you know, that's sad.
As anti-Asian hate made headlines over the past 2 years, it didn't dim the spotlight on important firsts to celebrate. The world was introduced to the first Asian American Marvel superhero, with Simu Liu starring in Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. And Domee Shi became the first woman Pixar hired to direct Turning Red, a coming-of-age movie featuring an immigrant family. And now we turn to a trailblazer on the field, Lo Van Pham. His parents fled Vietnam before he was born. So growing up, Lo bounced around refugee camps in Laos, Thailand, and the Philippines before coming to the U.S. as a child. He grew up in Texas, where he fell in love with sports, and he went on to become an engineer. But he still had the desire to connect with the game. So for fun, he started officiating Pee Wee football games on the weekend, and he worked his way up to Division I college football. Now Lo is breaking ground as the first Asian American to officiate in the NFL. Welcome, Lo. Congratulations. So good to speak with you. Talk to me about this. When you were first officiating Pee Wee games, you did that obviously because you love football. When did you start thinking about doing it for the NFL? Was this even part of the dream?
No, it was really never part of the dream. When I first started, I just wanted to be the best official I was at the Pee Wee level. It really didn't become a dream until probably 2 or 3 years ago when I was invited to participate in the ODP program, which is the official development program that the NFL has generated to try to train and hopefully look at the future candidates for the National Football League.
I love it. What does it mean for you to be the first Asian American officiating in the National Football League? And also, how have people responded to you taking on this job?
Well, the response has been overwhelming. It hasn't really hit me yet, Vicky. I just kind of been soaking in the moment. My first thought when I got the call was, I have to really work hard to try to do a good job for the National Football League. And like I said, it's just been a surreal moment here in the last week or so, just to be kind of the first Asian American to be invited to work in the National Football field as a field official. It's a big honor. I'm very privileged and very proud. And it's really for the people that's been around me. It's for myself, but for the supporters, my family, and my friends. I have people just coming from all over just saying, hey, thank you so much, and keep continuing the hard work. And I'm just so blessed right now to be a part of this.
Yeah, I know this. I mean, there's a saying, if you can see it, you can be it. You didn't see it, but you are still there. What's your message to young people who are watching this and seeing someone that looks like them for the first time doing something they may dream of doing?
Oh, the message is, that whatever dreams that you have, despite where you come from, if you work hard enough and you have a dream and a desire and you're passionate about something, anything's possible. And this great country of ours gives us the tool and the means and mechanism to do it. And so, yes, I highly encourage, other minorities, Asian Americans. I know there's a whole lot of, Asian American kids out there that play. So after you play, and if it's not something that's in your bloodline, then obviously officiating is another avenue to be part of the sport. It's a great, great resource, and it's a great opportunity to just experience the American dream.
Talk to us about what made you fall in love with the sport of football. You came here to the U.S. as a refugee, but you actually did play. And also, what does it take to be a great officiant?
You know what? I fell in love with just kind of being part of the sport. Just being out there with the guys, the gracefulness of the sport, the power of the sport, the speed of the sport, and all the team aspect of the sport. And when I played in high school, it was just something I just kind of fell in love with. And when I graduated, I wasn't a part of that any longer. And so I wanted to still be on the field I want to be able to contribute on the field. And it's just it's just something that's, not sure where I got it from. It was just kind of when I moved here and played when I was a youngster, it's just kind of stuck with me and fell in love with me. And, I'm glad I did it. It was something to pass my time, after I got out of college. And it's been a wonderful experience, just, to say the least.
And it's a ride that took you all the way to the NFL. Can't wait to see you out there in your black and white. Lo Van Pham, thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you, Vicky.
From one trailblazer to another, we are talking about basketball sensation Jeremy Lin. He's the first Asian American to win an NBA championship. As reports of Asians being attacked started to surface back in 2020, Jeremy Lin was one of the first to call attention to the hate and violence, and he joins us now from California. Jeremy, it is great to see you again. Now, you made some headlines last year when you talked about being called coronavirus on the court when you were playing for the NBA G League. There's trash talk, and then there's this. And you never identified the player, but you wanted to show that anti-Asian discrimination was widespread, even in pro sports. Talk to us about the challenges of the past year. How has it been for you since speaking up? And also, What is most encouraging to you about using your platform in this way?
It's been quite a year. So I ended up playing the season in China. But as I was reading on everything that was happening in the United States, it was just definitely a heavy heart for sure. There's a report that came out that said Asian Americans or API are leading in the rate of suicide, and the bullying and the hate that is going on is leading to really detrimental mental health effects of a lot of API. But at the same time, what I've seen in the last years, there's definitely also more conversation, more awareness, more willingness to talk about these things.
Yeah, the ongoing conversation, definitely a positive sign. And Jeremy, this past year, in addition to playing in China, you've also been working really hard to create some tangible solutions that help uplift Asian American voices and empower the community. Talk to us about some of these initiatives.
So the foundation, the Jeremy Foundation, we want to find and identify grantees that are doing really good work on the ground. And we're trying to really just empower the next generation of AAPI youth. And, when we talk to the kids in the grantees, man, there's so many stories. There was like one call that I was on where the kids were so proud to be Asian. It made me smile because I never felt that growing up. This next generation, they're proud. They're trying to speak out. They're trying to talk about mental health. They're trying to talk about representation. And so we're just trying to play a small part in allowing AAPI to have a lot more access and equity in their lives.
It has to fill your heart to know that your foundation is working to help that next generation. I want to talk about the 10 years ago. It's been 10 years, if you can believe it, since Linsanity swept the nation in response to your incredible performance during the 2011-2012 season with the New York Knicks. Now, a new documentary is looking at your story, your legacy, the NBA. It's set to premiere at the Tribeca Film Festival. Let's take a listen.
As amazing as that moment was, it was just a brief moment. Now we realize just how far we are from where we want to be.
No one's telling little Asian American boys, you need to grow up to be an NBA basketball star. This face is always read as being alien, a betrayer, a spy.
We all know what it took for him to get there.
Asian Americans have been yearning for someone to do something like this.
Jeremy, talk to me about some of the lessons that are highlighted in this documentary that you want people to reflect on.
We're celebrating just what that moment meant, because even for me, when it was happening, I didn't realize just the level and the layers of the impact and the meaning that it had across the board. And as I started to continue to go through my professional career, I realized people are still talking about it. And I'm like, you guys haven't forgotten about it? 10 years later. And then even in the height of COVID, when New York was really going through it, the New York Knicks could have done anything, and they chose to broadcast Linsanity Week. And I was like, wow, this story really impacted people. And so we're touching on the impact of the story in the first half, and then we're going to tie it into the current climate of what we're dealing with Asian hate.
We look forward to seeing it, and I think Linsanity is going to live on for a very long time. Jeremy Lin, friend of the show, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Good to see you again.
Still to come, meet an Atlanta mom who is turning tragedy into triumph. How the deadly spa shootings became a flashpoint for her to push for change. And later, Phil Yu, perhaps better known as the popular Angry Asian Man, talks about the importance of how Asian Americans are properly represented in the media.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
It's been a little more than a year since the Atlanta area spa shootings. 8 people were killed. 6 were women of Asian descent. The tragedy added to an already violent year. While the shooting sent shockwaves and fear throughout the AAPI community, some used it as an opportunity to push for change. Richard Louie has more from one mom on a mission.
That rampage in the Atlanta area that left at least 8 people dead.
This has rattled the Asian American community.
Investigators are not ruling out a hate crime.
That was March 16th, 2021, right here, the Atlanta spa shootings. For some, it was just a tragedy. Yet for others, it was the defining flashpoint for a generation of changemakers. What was your first reaction when you heard that happened?
Those are the women that reminded me of my mom and the women that my mom goes to church with, the women that when I was growing up really prayed for me, they took care of me, and it really felt like family had been murdered.
The mom of 3, Won-hee Shin, mobilized to create Asian American voices for education.
With the rise of anti-Asian hate crimes, and also after the spa shooting, which was only 7 miles from here, there was this kind of like a desire that I think a lot of Asian Americans felt for the route to change, which is this perception that we are foreigners forever. And that is because of miseducation. I didn't know that there is a story of Asian Americans in this country since the beginning.
So the organization started with the aim of incorporating Asian American history into the Georgia state curriculum and quickly expanded to be even more inclusive.
If we just say we're doing only Asian American history, then we're actually not doing anyone service, because history cannot be told unless it's all stories being told, because one led to the other. It's an interwoven thing.
The group is trying to show educators how these stories can be interwoven into lesson plans. One example, Ruby Bridges, who at 6 became the first African-American student to integrate an elementary school in the South. When students learn about Ruby Bridges, stories of other young girls who helped desegregate can be incorporated, like Chinese-American Mamie Tape in the late 1800s and Indigenous student Alice Piper in the 1920s. While some states like Illinois and New Jersey have mandated Asian American studies as part of their public school curriculums, there are similar pushes across the country. Whether big or small, change calls for collaboration. New social entrepreneurs like Won-hee Shin turn to established groups. Berenice Rodriguez, the organizing and civic engagement director of Asian Americans Advancing Justice Atlanta, helped Won-hee.
For students to have knowledge of different ethnicities, racial groups is very important. I think that creates empathy between one another.
This education issue is just one of several for Asian Americans Advancing Justice Atlanta. Talk about how Georgia's unique for this whole idea of coming together.
We have a rich history of the civil rights movement and a rich history of Black activism. I think that lends itself to more cross-racial solidarity. In order to really have real power, I think we understand that we have to work across racial lines.
Just like Wan He is working for representation of all communities in the curriculum.
It's about humanity as a whole and how it's all of our narratives that play into this world. We're not living in a bubble by ourselves.
Do you hope that your 3 children, because of your work and what AVID is doing, will have a different educational experience before they graduate from college?
Yes, I know they will. It can only get better.
Her message resonating with her kids, Aiden, Bennett, and Katherine.
Your mom said that she's doing this for you.
She is speaking.
She says she's speaking for you.
I feel like kind of like yes and no, because she's not only speaking for us, but speaking for other people too.
Are you proud of your mom?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm glad she's working hard just to give us an opportunity, give the next kind of generation, I guess, just a better shot.
Richard Louie, NBC News, Atlanta.
Our thanks to Richard Louie for that story. The rise of anti-Asian racism has taken a toll on the mental health of the AAPI community. Pre-pandemic, 1 in 10 Asian Americans reported psychological distress, such as anxiety and depression. During the pandemic, that number rose to more than 4 in 10. Joining me now is Dr. Jenny Wang, a clinical psychologist and author of Permission to Come Home, Reclaiming Mental Health as Asian Americans. Also with us, Yul Kwon, the first Asian American winner of the hit reality TV show Survivor. Thank you both so much for being here. Dr. Wang, first to you. With the ongoing racism and recent attacks as people are out doing daily activities or taking public transit, a lot of folks are just scared about going back to work or doing their normal routines. What do you say to people who are anxious about being out in public after seeing these videos and headlines?
I would say that the fear and anxiety is valid. Right? That fear and anxiety functions to protect us from environments that feel threatening or overwhelming. The problem with fear and anxiety is that if we don't have a corresponding action that follows that, it can lead to rumination and worry. So I often say, what could we do? What action can we take? Is it finding, protective devices? Is it finding different ways to get to work safely? What actions can we take that then diminishes the fear?
Thank you, Dr. Wang. Yul, last year, you shared some really moving details about bullying and racism that you experienced growing up and how that has impacted you today as an adult. We're going to play a clip for our audience.
Older white kids would bully a lot of the younger minority kids in the bathroom. And what they would try to do is they'd try to grab us and hold us against the wall while they would take turns pissing on us. And that gave me this fear of going to public restrooms. And I developed a condition known as paruresis, which is known as shy bladder syndrome. And I think a lot of my kind of early trauma really got me to think deeply about why it is that I was bullied, why I felt this way, why I felt alienated.
Yul, it was deeply personal, and we heard from so many viewers who felt it was one of the most memorable moments, in part because outwardly, right, you're so successful, you're strong. My goodness, I mean, you won Survivor. So why was it that you wanted to share that vulnerable moment and how it shaped you, and what are you hoping people take from that?
Sure. Well, I guess 2 reasons why I shared. The first is, as I mentioned, while I was growing up, and for most of my adult life, I was afraid to tell people about the psychological trauma and mental health problems that I suffered in part as a result of bullying and other challenges. There's such a heavy stigma against mental health issues, especially in the AAPI community, which often views these as defects of character rather than something that should be met with empathy and support. So for me, I really struggled in silence for years, and I didn't seek out the help that I think could have made a difference earlier in my life. And I think that if I had seen or heard someone like me talking about these issues openly, I would have felt a little bit less lonely. I would have felt maybe a little bit more hopeful that maybe I could find a way to cope with these problems and not let my fears and anxieties predetermine what my life would be, a life of loneliness. And for me, especially now that I have children, it's been top of mind for me because even with my 2 girls, I can see some of these anxieties emerging in them. And I want them to know that it's okay to talk about these problems openly, that it's okay to ask for help, and that they can always come to me and other people, and then I'll always meet them with understanding and love.
Dr. Jenny Wang and Yul Kwon, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure for us to see you, and I know that you make so many other people feel seen. Coming up, the effort to increase representation of Asian Americans in Hollywood and pop culture. First, NBC's Frances Rivera, whose family is from the Philippines, speaks to her mother on why they moved to America.
When I saw the United States, it was a place of opportunity. And I had an incident in the Philippines during the martial law when I have a family friend that was picked up because of the word rumor mongering. And I knew that I could not bring my kids on not having a speech, freedom of speech. And then we decided that that was the time for us to pack up and try to go to the United States.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me.
That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The rise in anti-Asian sentiment has done a lot of things for a lot of members of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. I'm kind of a little bit more keenly focused now on things like health and safety, or being aware of my surroundings, or what could be considered a high or higher risk situation or environment to be in. One of the things that I think that's been the most telling for me is the fact that I fear for my family, my parents in particular.
And that fear is one that many Asian American children share for their parents too. Dominic Chu, thank you. In the last year, we have seen major movies and TV shows feature strong Asian leads like Shang-Chi, Turning Red, and Bridgerton. And more is to come with the release of Ms. Marvel and a Crazy Rich Asians spinoff. We're also seeing more Asian Americans as content creators. They're making a distinct space for themselves, but it certainly has not been easy. Joining us now is Bing Chen, founder and president of Gold House, which is dedicated to advancing Asian representation in business and media, and blogger Phil Yu, who is also known as Angry Asian Man. Thank you both for being here. I'm going to start with you, Bing. As someone who's in the room where these decisions are being made about representation, what kinds of conversations are you having with these executives about diversity? Not only because Hollywood thinks it feels good when they have representation, but it's better for the bottom line.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. Goldhouse, as you know, is now the first API call for every Hollywood studio to streamer. And I would summarize our experience as we win some and we have to work on some. On the work on some, there are still some studios and projects that are, I'll call, in transitional phase. For instance, we just had a conversation yesterday with one well-meaning, but who think that tokenized accents that add no creative or cultural contributions are valuable, and they're just simply not. And so there's just a lot of education that we have to inject in a lot of the DNA of these companies. That being said, I would say the overwhelming majority are making truly material progress. The biggest revelation we've had in the last 2 years is that, of course, if something is not diverse on screen, it really begins on the page and within all levels of workers. So how do we think thoughtfully about D&I and B training with all employees, not just executives who have these big mandates? And how do we educate everybody?
Thank you. And Phil, I want to ask you about this. Earlier, we were talking about the importance of visibility and busting that model minority stereotype that we're all successful or all well-educated, when in fact, that's not the case, and Asian Americans have a high level of poverty. You talked about this in the Netflix documentary White Hot, and you talked about how Abercrombie & Fitch was trying to portray Asians. I want to give our viewers a look.
The one that everybody remembers, Wong Brothers, advertising a fictional laundry service. 2 Wongs can make it white. Asian Americans are often taught that, like, you're supposed to just keep your head down, not rock the boat, especially as a lot of us are the children of immigrants. But I think at that moment, I was like, it's okay to be angry about this.
Talk to us about what kind of impact that messaging had on Asian Americans and how we viewed ourselves, as well as how other communities viewed us. Because Abercrombie was hot at the time.
Yeah, well, I think at the heart of it is that representation matters. The way that people view us, it has an effect in the real world. The way who creates these images, right? At the heart of it is who gets to tell our stories. Do we get to tell our stories? Who deems what stories are important? And on that T-shirt, that's a story, and that's a story that rings false for my experience. But that is a popular image. And Abercrombie, being at the top of its game, was perpetuating this false image of me, even on a shirt, you know? And so I felt that it was really important for people to speak out, because honestly, you would see an image like that growing up tons of times, and you maybe just think like, it's just a joke, you know? But that image has an additive effect, and people over time begin to equate that shirt, those images, and images like that in movies and television with this, when they see this. And that we see it now, has a detrimental effect. When you can disassociate someone from their humanity, it leads to terrible circumstances on the street.
Bing, there's some criticism that Goldhouse focuses on elite images and specific kinds of Asian Americans. Can you talk to us about what you're doing to combat that? Is there truth to that? And what do you want to see highlighted in mainstream media?
Yeah, absolutely. We actually are fully reflective of the API diaspora, 20% South Asian, 30% Southeast Asian, and both employees as well as project supported. So by the numbers, we do try to make sure that we're reflective of the diversity of our community. That being said, we also have one of the most diverse communities in the world. So as Phil just mentioned, we have the widest income disparity. We are stretched to multiple third culture kids across different nations. And so like many organizations, we continue to try to be inclusive there. I think secondly, on the project side, we look at this in several different ways. One is that more projects are better. We think that the more specific anyone is empowered to tell their story, whether it's with a studio or with independent projects that we finance, that more is more. And we constantly search out for even more projects. I think second, though, that is something very difficult in our community is we won't just support any project. Right. Candidly, there's something that is said behind closed doors in the community is we feel obligated to support all API projects because we want to be encouraging. But unfortunately, when we support a project that's not high quality, it actually sends our community back in the eyes of those who are not in the community. And I think candidly, we are unfortunately still in the phase of the movement where we can only perpetuate en masse really high quality projects, right? These are not just projects that are well financed, they're just good stories that are well told, right? And so I think that's really where the criticism comes from. And that again is sort of a longer standing debate in the community.
And Phil, you, Angry Asian Man, has done so much for this community. We hope you will continue speaking out. Thank you very, very much to both of you. Well,
Thank
we
you.
asked Abercrombie & Fitch about the Netflix documentary. Here's what the company spokesperson said, quote, "The shirts and the associated language and design were inexcusable 20 years ago when they were released, and they do not reflect A&F Company's values today." Fran Horowitz joined A&F Company in 2014, and since that time, she's ushered in a spirit of inclusiveness and equity. We encourage a culture of belonging across all of our brands, and we celebrate the individuality and authenticity of our global associates, customers, and communities. All right, when we come back, how people have risen up against the hate and violence to create allyships and support for each other.
I'm Karen Hua in Philadelphia, and here in the Philly region, the Asian population has grown by 39% in the past decade, according to the U.S. Census. That's an increase of about 37,000 people. Because of this demographic uptick, for the first time ever, voting materials are available in Chinese for the primary election this month. Another first this year, all Philly public schools got the whole day off to observe Lunar New Year as a holiday. These are all triumphs for the AAPI community, but they're happening at a time when Philly has not been immune to anti-Asian hate. In just the past year, Asian teens attacked on the subway, a mother allegedly robbed and beaten at knife point in her Chinatown home, and Penn professor Amy Wax going viral for saying the country would be better, quote, with fewer Asians.
We are Asian Americans. We're going to stay. Our culture matters. I think it's so important, especially right now.
Now, Philly is bouncing back from the pandemic, and the AAPI community here knows that being visible is all the more important. I'm Karen Hua, NBC 10 News, Philadelphia.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
During difficult times, there are those who rise above, people fighting to make things better. NBC News Asian America is highlighting that with its project AAPI Action, 100 Ways Communities and Allies Have Found Solutions to Racism and Violence. NBC News Asian America reporter Kimmy Yam is here now with a roundup. And Kimmy, let's start with number one, the project's COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act that was signed into law by President Biden.
Right. Vicky, well, first off, thank you for having me. I feel like we should be celebrating somewhere right now. It is our month. But the Hate Crimes Act, I mean, it was very popular among lawmakers, but there were several groups that really opposed it. I think there were about 100 different LGBTQ and AAPI groups that signed a joint resolution saying that it focused too much on carceral solutions and ignored the reality of police violence towards Black and brown communities. So their suggestion was to redistribute funds to housing, social services, food banks, because they feel that policing and things of that nature do very little to prevent the violence within our communities.
So it's a step in the right direction. There's money, but figuring out where to distribute that money is still being talked about.
Absolutely.
A great project you're also highlighting is Heart of Dinner, which is right here in New York City.
Heart of Dinner, they distribute meals and fresh produce to seniors in the New York City area, hundreds of seniors every single week. And what's cool about them is they write handmade notes in the seniors' native language. And if you consider kind of the language services and those barriers that most Asian American seniors confront, that's actually a really significant gesture. It might seem small, but that's really powerful with so many of these, the lack of culturally competent services that they often deal with.
Yeah, I've seen some of those handwritten notes and the volunteers that have stepped up for Heart of Dinner on their Instagram. And also culturally appropriate food for the seniors, too, is really important.
Right.
Talk to us about Sesame Street. They made history with a new Muppet.
Yeah, the first Asian American Muppet, which, like, who isn't excited about that? Also, she's cool. I want to be her. She's like a punk rocker. She plays the guitar. She skateboards. And I think what's most interesting about this is she is not a nebulous Asian character that borrows just,
from everybody.
Right. She is specifically a Korean American. Yeah. She talks about her background. She talks about her relationship with her grandmother. She loves tteokbokki. Like, things of that nature are really important when we're talking about responsible representation and what can really move the community forward.
And her name is Ji Young. I love it too, and I wish she was a character on Sesame Street when I was growing up, because I was addicted to that show.
Same.
Thank you, Kim Young, for bringing all that great news to us. We so appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, to have a look at that full list, you can go to nbcnews.com/AsianAmerica. We want to close with our deepest thanks to all of our panelists for speaking so openly and candidly about the ways anti-Asian hate has affected them and what they're doing in the face of discrimination. There are many signs of progress, of allies coming together, and people speaking up and breaking barriers. We know Americans are stronger when we remember our shared connections, so let's keep the conversation going. Thank you for watching The Racism Virus. For all of us at NBC News, I'm Vicky Wynn.
Hello, friends, and today, all day nation. Friday has arrived.
It has. We want to welcome you guys back to Today in 30 with a quick trip of everything you may have missed on our show this morning. We're going to start things off with some new developments on the baby formula shortage. It's really gripping families nationwide. Now the White House is trying to figure out how to address that crisis. We'll have everything you need to know.
All right, then history high atop Mount Everest. We got to chat with an Illinois teenager who just yesterday became the youngest American woman ever to reach the summit.
Plus, we are so excited for this. We're going to take a look back at some of the most popular stories that had our viewers buzzing online this month.
Oh, that's always a good one. And Hoda and Jenna brought us a chat with Sean P. Diddy Combs. Is it Puffy Sean P. Diddy?
It's unclear.
Okay, well, he's the host of this weekend's Billboard Music Awards, and we know him by any name, so I'll be excited to hear what he has to say.
It's actually things you've never known about him. They really come out. Jason Kennedy sat down with them. They're good friends, too. But it is time for
Today in 30. NBC's Blaine Alexander in Atlanta with the latest. Blaine, good morning.
Well, Savannah, good morning to you. You're right. For so many parents, this is truly the topic of conversation. The average 3-month-old can go through a can this size in less than a week. So that's why there's growing pressure on the Biden administration to find a solution.
This morning, for millions of parents, the frantic search for formula is getting closer to home.
It's scary. It's scary not knowing if you're going to be able to feed your kid.
And the shortage is growing. 43% of the nation's baby formula supply is out of stock.
There was one day that I went to 11 different stores and could not find any.
Overnight, the White House announced new steps to address the crisis as President Biden met with retailers and manufacturers, including Walmart, Target, Rickett, and Gerber.
Our message to parents is we hear you, we want to do everything we can.
The administration is facing growing pressure.
This is not a third world country. This should never happen in the United States of America.
The new measures include increasing imports of formula, cutting red tape, and asking regulators in states to crack down on price gouging. But the White House acknowledged there is no timeline for when parents can expect to see the results on the shelves.
We would certainly encourage any parent who has concerns about their child's health or well-being to call their doctor or pediatrician.
For many families, the need is dire. According to the CDC, only 25% of infants consume only breast milk through their first 6 months, and many rely on specific formula brands.
I've seen moms in the store crying in the formula aisle because they can't find their baby's formula.
Inventories are now so low that some major stores have put limits on how much baby formula you can buy at a time. The months-long shortage comes from a voluntary recall by manufacturer Abbott Nutrition that prompted the shutdown of a major plant, all of it made worse by supply chain issues. Now, parents are scrambling for solutions. Online, searches for homemade formula have spiked, but experts warn against making your own or diluting formula, as both could be harmful for your baby.
We try to tell parents to remain calm and make sure that they contact us.
Well, Blaine, you mentioned the president's new measures. Some lawmakers, including some Democrats, saying it needs to go farther.
That's right, Savannah. Some are calling on him to invoke the Defense Production Act. It's a war-era measure that gives the president emergency powers to order some companies to produce certain goods. Now, it's something that the White House says that they are exploring, but already at least one company says they're already running their plants 24/7 around the clock, and they say that's only part of the solution. Savannah.
All right, Blaine Alexander leading us off. Thank you, Blaine.
Meantime, for days, we have just been captivated by that story of the passenger, the guy with no flight experience who safely landed a small plane after the pilot passed out.
It was a truly remarkable feat, and that had us wondering, wouldn't it be interesting to show how difficult it would be for someone who is not a pilot to stick the landing? And that's where our guinea pig, NBC's Carrie Sanders, came in. Hi, Carrie. Joe tried this at home, right?
Hi, guys. I have even more respect for the passenger-turned-pilot, Darren Harrison. No, I didn't fly in a plane like this. Instead, I got into a simulator, and that's about as close as anyone would get to the real-world pressure that Darren faced. It can take months to years to learn to fly a small plane. So when Darren Harrison, a passenger-turned-pilot, safely landed a Cessna 208 when the pilot became unconscious mid-flight,
I've got a serious situation here about pilot John.
It was nothing short of a miracle.
Did you say the passengers landed the airplane? That's correct. Oh my gosh, yeah, no, great job.
Even professional pilots applauding. Air traffic controller and weekend flight instructor Bobby Morgan safely guided Harrison behind the controls. What were you thinking as you knew that the hardest part of this now was going to be bringing them in for a landing?
Mostly just staying calm.
I found out that's not so easy. I'm in a simulator and we're going to give it a shot. So the plane is in a steep dive. I'm going to try to pull it up nice and level. I'm not a pilot, I've never done this before. And now I'm going to call for help. Mayday, mayday, I need help.
All right, no problem, just keep calm.
I'm here to help you. Camila Ruiz is a certified flight instructor. What do I do?
Keep turning to the right.
My approach into Palm Beach International Airport was a struggle.
Nothing's happening. I'm going into trees. I don't know.
I landed, but then I crashed. It's a good thing that I'm in a simulator, because if this had been a real plane, there are no do-overs. What do you make of what I just did?
That was pretty good.
Good?
I know, this is hard.
What do you think of the passenger who became the pilot and stuck the landing?
Amazing.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back this morning on In Depth Today. History high atop Mount Everest.
Yeah, an adventurous 18-year-old from Illinois just climbed into the record books as the youngest American woman to ever reach that summit. Her name, Lucy Westlake. And by the way, she did it just 10 days before she'll walk in her high school graduation. Lucy's with us live from Nepal. But before we talk to her, let's just take a closer look at her historic trek. Lucy Westlake is standing at the top of the world. After reaching Mount Everest's peak yesterday morning, the 18-year-old is now the youngest American woman to summit Everest's highest point, more than 29,000 feet. That's about as high as 18 Empire State Buildings. The Illinois teen completing her Everest expedition in just 24 days.
I used to actually be afraid of heights, which is very ironic.
Lucy started her mountaineering adventures with her dad when she was just 7 years old.
I'm at the top of New Mexico on Wheeler Peak.
And she's no stranger to breaking records. Last year, she became the youngest woman to reach the highest points in all 50 states.
You did it! World record.
From Mount Kilimanjaro to Aconcagua, Lucy has reached great heights all over the globe.
We can see the top. Boop. Right there.
But Lucy says this is just the start. She wants to complete the Explorer's Grand Slam, a climbing challenge to ascend up the highest mountain on each continent and go to the North and South Poles. Now, after Everest, she only has 4 to go.
For me, it's not about breaking records. It's about pushing limits.
But first, Lucy will take on a brand new challenge of a different kind, starting her freshman year at USC and distance running for the Trojans on the track and field team. Wowza. Fresh off her record-breaking climb, Lucy's joining us from her hotel in Nepal. Lucy, we just have to say, wow, we are marveling at your life. You're just 18 years old. But will you take us into that moment where you stood atop Mount Everest? It's a feat you usually do with your father. This time you did it solo. Just take us inside that moment.
Yeah, oh my gosh, it was absolutely incredible. Being at the top, I just couldn't imagine that I was at the top of the world. Like I looked down and there was nothing higher, but still. And it was actually, I thought I was going to cry at the top. I really did. But I actually cried like an hour before the top, which was so strange. It was like when the sun was rising and I thought we had like 3 more hours to go. And I asked my Sherpa, I was like, how long to the top? And he was like, 1 more hour. And I was like, I just knew I was going to make it right then. So I started crying.
Well, it's such an incredible feat. I mean, getting to the top and getting down, and you did all of that. What motivates you, Lucy? You know, the old joke is like, why do you climb mountains? And they say because it's there, you know, but you have something deeper motivating you.
Yeah. I've always been adventurous and I've always loved the mountains, but as the mountains grew and it got harder, I really had to find that like deeper motivation to still want to do them. And it's really just like pushing my limits. I just want to see how far my body and mind can go. And I hope to inspire others to do the same, because it's really like, that's how you figure out who you are. That's how you discover yourself and discover more about the world is just seeing how far that that your body and mind can go. And so far, I mean, I made it to the top of Everest, so I think I'm doing pretty well so far. But,
yeah, you're doing really well. I think what's great about you is a lot of people do these kinds of adventures for themselves. Like, I did it, I made it to the top. I feel like your mission is much bigger than just about Lucy.
Yeah, for sure. I actually really have a passion for the world water crisis. And so I hope to raise money and awareness through my climbing for that. That's like one of my big motivations. But also on Everest, this specific expedition was to help bring more women into the outdoors, because I was actually surprised that there were a good amount of women on Everest, and it made me smile like walking by them. But there's still, it's such a sport that's dominated by men. So, and it really, like, younger people, I also want to get in the mountains because I know they'll love it. I know it should be a place for everybody who wants to be there. So
now, look, Lucy, a lot of your expeditions you've done with your father. This one you were alone, obviously with Sherpas, and there's a team. It takes a village literally to get up the side of Mount Everest. But what do your parents think? It's not like you can text from the top of Mount Everest and be like, I'm cool. Were they nervous about this one?
Yeah, definitely. They have a lot of trust in me. They do. And our trust has grown over time. My mom, I honestly think she was more nervous about like the smaller mountains when I was like 7 or 8 than she is now, just because like that trust has really grown. But one of the hardest parts, maybe the hardest part for me was not having my dad there, just being like completely alone. And I loved my Sherpa. Like he was amazing. He was like my stand-in dad, but it's not the same. It was really tough being away from everyone, like anyone I knew, for 26 days. I was on the mountain for 26 days. Well, wow. Still am, but
well,
yeah.
You're heading to high school graduation, which is exciting. It's going to be a big time for you in June, and then you're off to USC, and you're gonna run on their cross country track team. So just tell me a little bit about what's ahead for you.
Yeah, my next like big mission is to just go to USC and see what I can do, because that's like an equal passion to mountaineering. I love running so much, and I missed it on the mountain. I tried to run like the first few days.
Wow.
I had like one of my friends run with me, but yeah, that didn't last long. So I'm really excited to back train summer, get ready, and then in the fall hit USC cross country team hard. And then after that, I'm hoping to be able to do the Explorers Grand Slam. That is also one of my big goals. So I have a trip to Antarctica left to do Mount Vincent and the South Pole, the North Pole after that, or in any order, the North Pole and then Carson's Pyramid. So I'm also really hoping to do this.
Well, wow. Lucy, you blow us away. Yeah. You truly do. And we'll be calling your mother later to find out how she did it, because you are an incredible young lady, but I think she'd say it comes straight from you. Yeah. Best of luck to you.
Congratulations, Lucy.
Thank
You're welcome. What a sweet kid. Oh my God, I'm totally blown away by her. Wow.
Long distance runner, has a 4.6 GPA, graduated early from high school. Actually, she's just going to go walk with her graduating class, going to USC.
Super nice.
Let's go home and ground our kids. Yeah. Or homeschool them, or do whatever Lucy's mom did.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This morning, we are launching a brand new segment. We're going to make a hit. It's called This Is Today, which highlights some of the most popular stories on today.com. Just to give you some perspective, our website reaches more than 50 million readers every month. And we have Today Digital's editorial director, Ariana Davis, here to tell us what those people are clicking. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
This is so good. Okay, so your first story, it's a drink. It's called a dirty soda. Everybody's buzzing about it. How did it come to be?
Yeah, so dirty soda has origins in Utah, and there's a popular soda shop called Swig.
Okay.
And essentially, it's just soda with a little bit of creamer and optional flavored like fruit syrup. But our food editor, Emmy, spotted this trend that's all over TikTok. Everyone is recreating their own version of this. And Olivia Rodrigo posted herself with it.
Oh,
and that's what really just
blew it up.
sent
Thank
it
you.
to become
Have you
viral.
tried it?
I have not tried this yet.
Wait, what?
Full-on cream or half and half?
I haven't had soda in a decade.
Apparently, anything that. So we talked to the founder of Swig. Thank you, Mr. Roker. Anything
Al just
that
doesn't want to drink it.
No, there's one more here. I'll make you the guinea pig. Anytime you add anything to a soda, apparently that makes it dirty. That's what the founder of Swig, Nicole Tanner, told us. I am curious to see how this is going to actually taste.
Listen, that's good. I mean, it just tastes like
it's kind of like a Coke float.
Yeah. It's like like
it's like a
the
cream
ice
soda.
cream melted.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's a cream soda. I was skeptical, I'm going to admit.
No, this is good.
I actually see what all the hype is about.
Yeah, this is like sugar in a glass. That's very
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's really good.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Yeah, apparently, according to the founder, if you add anything, cream, any type of flavored syrup, anything that you add, it makes your soda dirty.
Ooh.
She liked the name just
And the
because it sounds
flowers are
cool.
still standing.
Dirty soda.
Okay, so let's talk about Mindy Kaling. This is her approach to weight loss, and people are really buzzing about it, and it's kind of a healthy approach, I think.
Yeah, ever since the pandemic, stories about walking and walking routines have been doing really well for
Al
us
gets
online.
like 50,000 steps a day.
Yeah, our readers have a lot in common with Al, and Mindy actually recently opened up to us. I'll let her explain her latest routine.
Okay. Mindy.
Working out can be like a really like private moment where people aren't, they don't need anything from you, and that can be great. But I've also discovered that working out and deciding that a walk is a good form of working out.
Yeah, walking is having a moment. I feel like you were a trendsetter.
Well, the great thing about it is you don't need anything special. You don't need any special equipment. You just go and you do it.
Exactly. Yeah, there's also the Taylor Swift treadmill strut is the latest TikTok workout routine that we also just did a story about. It's like a very specific workout set to Taylor Swift music if you check it out on TikTok. But if anyone wants to get in on the fun, June 1st, we're kicking off our second annual walking challenge on today.com. So
Oh, cool. Yeah, we'll have more about that, too, on our show. Also, next story, animals always do very well on today.com. So what kind of animal is this? And I understand there's a family that picked him up on the side of the road.
Yeah, as a dog mom, I love the story. There's a family in Massachusetts who was just driving on the highway and they saw a puppy on the side of the road kind of struggling. They picked him up, took him home to take care of him, realized it's actually a baby coyote.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Not a puppy.
Yeah, not a puppy, baby coyote. So they took the little guy to an animal shelter, and luckily this story had a happy ending. There was no rabies exposure, but they recommend that if you do ever happen to stumble upon a wild animal on the side of the road, maybe just call the shelter first.
Mommy, can we keep it? All right, really quickly.
I know, right? Exactly.
This puppy's mean. Monotasking.
He's biting me.
He won't let go.
It's the new multitasking. It's called monotasking.
Amen.
Right?
I totally
multitasking
agree
is
with
dead,
this.
apparently.
Yes, I feel like most of us in the pandemic, we were like making lunch for our kids while we're Zooming and Slacking and emailing. We think that makes us more productive, but it actually is leading to burnout. It's something that experts are recommending that we actually move away from and that we lean in more to monotasking, which is basically wait for it, focusing on one thing at a time.
Mind blown.
Right? Just one thing.
Unbelievable.
Don't text while you're watching your shows. Don't just monotasking is it.
Ariana, you were great. Thank you so much. I like this new segment.
Me too.
For these stories and more, you can head to today.com, or you can sign up for our new This Is Today newsletter. Just scan that QR code and you'll get the latest in news, pop culture, and so much more in your email inbox every single morning.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Billboard Music Awards are this weekend on NBC. I mean, I care about the Billboard Music Awards, but I care a lot more about our friend Jason Kennedy. He sat down with this year's host, Sean Diddy Combs, out in L.A., but he's actually sitting with someone far more famous to us, Baby River. Oh, Jason.
Oh, and look at the puppy licking
Look at
the
my
baby.
boy. Oh, my God.
River has nothing to do with Diddy, but he's 6 weeks old, and this is your live television debut. Don't screw it up, buddy. You're doing so good. I think he's gassy. I'm going to give him back to Lola Bean. But it's been really incredible, and I appreciate all the love you all have really shown us. So thank you. Thank you.
We're so happy to watch your life change. So tell us about Mr. Diddy.
Yes, please. I got to be honest, I've interviewed him a lot of times over the years. I think the first time was 15 years ago, but something felt different this time around. He really seemed at peace, which is a great thing because, as you all know, he's been through a lot the past few years. Take a look.
I know it's a good day when I get to sit down and talk with you. Even the energy when you walk in here, man, you are in the zone. Nobody can tell you that Diddy is not ready for this.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of born to do this. I'm in a real high frequency right now, and so it's like a Diddy party.
This Diddy party like no other, the 2022 Billboard Music Awards. The show, a moment of personal redemption for the music mogul.
The first 2 times I hosted an award show, I really sucked.
What? What do you mean? What happened?
Because I used to live in my head sometimes when I start on Broadway or I'm hosting the MTV Awards. I was nervous on those 2. But now I come back in glorious fashion. Different mindset, I won't stop. And so now I'm coming to knock this thing out the park.
The lineup has all the makings of an epic event. Performances by Ed Sheeran, Meg Thee Stallion, and maybe the man himself?
As someone who's interviewed you for years, this just makes me happy. And you promised those surprises. Yeah. And I've left my 6-week-old son at home to get at least something from you. Okay. And I can't hear that. You're going to have to wait and watch. Can you give me anything? Because a little birdie did tell me you might perform.
The whole night I will be performing. I can give you that. That's breaking news. The whole night Diddy will be performing. He'll be doing all of his hits in his grand splendor. Whatever I gotta do.
It's gonna be turned up.
It's gonna be lit.
But through all the hype, it's not lost on Diddy that this is truly a defining moment in his life, way bigger than music.
We were talking a little privately, and hopefully you can share if you feel comfortable. You said this is an important moment for you personally.
Yeah, because I mean, I lost a lot of people that I loved. I stopped being creative, and I also just stopped being happy. It really put me down to like one of the lowest places.
In 2018, he suddenly lost Kim Porter, the mother of his 3 children. Their twin daughters were just 11 at the time.
Bro, when I lost Kim, it was like something like in my whole body and my whole thing. And it was just like, first of all, I wasn't really complete in my destiny, you know what I'm saying? And it just shook me up, you know, and it had me to really like kind of go on that journey like, yo, you got some things you have to deal with. It's so quick to kind of get into your mind and to give up and to go down. And I didn't give up, you know? I didn't give up. And I just want to be that shining example to people, and I want to lift people up.
Among those Diddy is lifting up, the next generation of students.
A handful of years ago on the East Coast, you helped start a school.
Yes.
Beautiful mission, and now the inaugural class is getting ready to graduate. And I can't imagine what those words sound like in your head. They're about to graduate, and you had a massive portion in their life.
That's really dope, but that's beautiful. I don't know if I looked at it like that, you know what I'm saying? How deep it really is, that, you know, me coming from Harlem and being able to affect my community in a positive way, to know that 100% of our